The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
The stage is set, the spotlight is on, and we're bringing it back to the land of dawn. Welcome to the SBS Season 6 Open Finals for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, EU and MENA regions. Best teams across the regions will clash for a prize on the line and a shot at regional glory. Who will rise and who will fall and who will be the one to take it all? I'm your host Liz, and you're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Welcome and welcome back everyone to the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 Open Finals for EU and MENA. I'm your host Liz, joined alongside the wonderful private dancer and Yue. Long time no see, Yue.
Yeah, it's been a while. Another season coming out for the EU and MENA region. And well, what's nicer than to have a desk full of handsome and beautiful folks here?
Well, handsome and beautiful folks indeed. I am excited. It is season 6 for us to see the very best of EU, the very best of MENA in this season of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, and you are seeing the very best of us. So if you want to see more of us, make sure you follow us on all of our socials. Linked down below, you see ESL Mobile. Follow us on X, on Instagram, and on Facebook. And most importantly, if you guys like our content and want to watch more of the games, make sure to join us on our Discord channel. Linked down also below here on the Discord channel. That's Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, and I mean, in this tournament, two of the biggest regions, EU and also MENA here, are looking to compete in our open finals. The top 4 teams here do get to move on. So all these teams, best of the best, they're looking forward to something even greater.
Yeah, a big moves for everybody, a new meta out there. We're going to see what changes each region might be providing for us.
And let's see what the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 have for us. On the screen, you see the format. All the teams have made it through the open qualifiers. That's 4 rounds of open qualifiers that happened throughout September. And now we're here at the open finals for EU and MENA, where you'll have your favorite teams battle it out in a double elimination bracket.
Yeah, and you know, 2 teams were invited. 4 of the teams, I mean 6 of the other teams had to kind of fight their way through the open qualifiers. Now we're in the open finals, and only 4 of these 8 teams are going to be moving on to the next bracket.
Yeah, and with all the action here starting here, after these qualifiers happen, we will be kicking off the new year with that challenge season. So can't wait to see what is in store from these regions.
Yeah, and for the players, they are looking at some juicy prize pool. You see on the screen, the top team will be walking away for $3,000, and every team, even the 7th and 8th, will be taking something home.
Yeah, again, though, the prize pool is nice, but most of these teams are looking forward to kind of get onto that next level, right? They want to get to that challenger season where EU and MENA are going to be facing off against the best of the best coming out from Turkey.
Yeah, money's great and all, but the pride and the challenge is what a lot of these teams are looking for as we take a look at the schedule.
Yeah, right now we are in the open finals stage between October 13th all the way until 27th. We have the Turkey matches on October 26th and 27th. And after that, starting soon in the New Year's is the challenge season in January, and the challenge finals will take place in February.
Yeah, and in between the open finals and the challenge seasons, a lot of these teams, they get to take a small break, right? But before we even get into that break, the brackets coming out. We have Twisted Minds versus RAAD, the Egyptian team, coming out in our first match. And then we have Memento Mori versus Team Geek K.
Yeah, a lot of names that some fans of EU and MENA might be very familiar with. Birthrights out there, Falcons out there, Geek J. We talked about Twisted Minds, but some new ones up there as well. And as we've seen in a lot of regions, a lot of different new teams have been dealing with this new meta very differently. So they might have some surprises in for some of these veteran teams.
Yeah, and today we will see R8 versus Falcons in the broadcast, while the other teams will be playing behind the scenes for the upper bracket. And once they move through that, all the games will be taking place in the best out of threes and double elimination. And today we'll find out who are the teams that will make it into the semifinals.
And the best thing about what's going on with the brackets is that it's a double elimination, right? So teams, they do have another chance if they don't get their wins today. But of course, every team is striving for that perfect victory going through. But we both, all of us know that the MENA and the EU region, every team is so good. Every team is so close.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing set of matches. Two regions looking to kind of set the standards. As we take a look at some of the highlights here, we have Birthright and Moon Knights. The big thing for me that I'm looking for is a brand new meta set its stakes out there earlier this year, where we saw a lot of teams deal with it right at the beginning. That is not the same story. A lot of teams, a lot of regions have had a lot of time to deal with the meta. So we're going to see how each one has developed.
Yeah, and today, the first series, we are going to be taking a look soon at RA versus Team Falcons. We got to see some of these teams in the previous season. I'm sure Falcons was always played from the MENA region as well as in the previous SPS. And on the screen, you see some of the past teams. Some of these teams didn't make it, or they have some rebrands happening. But last season, I remember Fireflux Esports was one of the top teams that actually had a great performance in MSC as well.
And the best thing is these teams, they all know each other, and they've played either with or against each other throughout this year already. I know MPL and MENA, they definitely have a circuit where, R8 and Falcon have competed. So this is going to be a very tight match. Both of these teams, they know exactly what's going on with the opponents, but there's a new meta shift coming through. Assassins are back in style, and the tank is just all gone now.
Yeah, and we've talked about it before a little bit off air. I am so excited to see what these regions can show, especially with the assassin meta back. It provides so much time for us to see those really exciting, quick-handed plays throughout the game.
And I hope you guys are excited for a lot of these teams. Right now, against the backdrop of MPL MENA, actually Twisted Minds and DK Esports are looking to face each other for the grand finals to see who will make it to M6. But we get to see them before that in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Now, first series, guys. R8 versus Team Falcons. What are we looking at here?
R8 have done quite well. Same thing with Team Falcon. Both of the considered one of the top teams in the MENA region, now competing here for the Snapdragon Pro Series. The last time that these two teams faced off, it was, I believe, August 30th, so about a month ago. The side of R8 was actually able to take a 2-0 sweep against Falcon. So just putting the history out there private. I don't know what's going to happen, but who knows?
Yeah, we take a look here at the R8 Esports roster. Very exciting. We're going to have Awega on the EXP lane. Leo is going to be bringing up the of the jungle, the mid lane. I can't actually see that. But Chung Myung, who I believe was on another team last season, will be bringing up the gold lane. Oh, that's Mio in the mid lane, and Maro bringing up the roam position for R8 Esports.
Yeah, Maro is actually in Twisted Minds. We got to see them at MSC this summer. I didn't get a souvenir from Twisted Minds. I was still salty about that, but we did get some photos, and they unfortunately it was not the best performance per Twisted Minds, but they're definitely talented players, and we saw a lot of this members in previous teams and previous Starlight. So today we get to see them perform on the big stage again. And for Team Falcons, we have Alpha on the XP, Raisin on the jungle, Raijun in the mid lane, Koba on the gold lane, and Super on the roam.
The best of the best competing against each other. Both of these teams are from the Middle East region. And again, it's familiar faces all around. A lot of transfers, a lot of new styles coming into the match. It's going to be a hard fought battle once again. These two teams have faced in the previous matches, but with the new metas, the new heroes coming in, and especially with a lot of different MPL regions going into the playoffs, I believe there's going to be a shift in terms of the heroes, the metas, the selections that these teams try to go for.
And even, I want to say more generalized than that, we're talking about two teams that already faced each other. RA taking the win there, so maybe, and from the same region, so maybe a little bit of a grudge match between both of these, a little bit of emotion that's going to be out there to see if Falcons can maybe possibly this season get that one up on R8.
Yeah, and both of these teams looked like they had some roster adjustments, so different lineups coming in today, a lot of reshuffling of the players. So we're also looking forward to see how these new players into the edition will spice things up for both of these teams. I want to know what your predictions are for this series. I'm curious, guys.
You know, I honestly was kind of rooting for Falcon just because their brand has been, you know, scattered around throughout plenty of different regions. That means they're allowed to pool resources from plenty of different teams that have success or different metas. I think they have the upper hand, but knowing that R8 has kind of gone up 2-0 just in the last month, it sets a tone for this R8 team, which I don't think I've really seen that much yet so far.
Yeah, for me, when it comes to, I was kind of on the same wavelength there. There's a lot of history in the organizational name of the Falcons there, but they did take a loss to R8 last season. However, this season, we have seen some changes. A lot of newer teams in every single region are starting to kind of climb their way with this new meta. It's allowing those breakout stars to come out on those assassins to really kind of carry the games. So we'll see if there's anything in store with this next matchup.
Yeah, and Team Falcons, I mean, the name Falcons was in MSC for many different regions and many teams. But Team Falcons, the MENA team, was also in MSC. And today, they are going to be bringing out a new lineup and some new picks. Like you guys mentioned, some new metas coming in this season. So we are really looking forward to see how the players have adjusted to this meta and how they're able to really perform and give us something new, because we are coming from North America, right? So different regions have their own meta and their own take on it. So we're always excited to see what the EU region brings to us and what the MENA region brings to us.
I mean, you said it yourself, right? Falcon has been, you know, it's a name that everyone has kind of seen before here. So I think there's going to be a high expectations in terms of like their fan base, right? People are going to be like, hey, we've seen you kind of compete before. We want to push you. But again, in the MPL MENA region, most of these teams are beating each other consistently. It's very spread across even, unlike, you know, per se, the North American side, where we have these top two powerhouses going against each other and nobody is even close. But this region's different. Everyone is fighting grit to grit. I think it's going to be quite exciting and unpredictable here.
Yeah, with so many teams so close together up there at the top, it means that each team, even at the top, is constantly sharpening their swords, constantly getting better, constantly bringing it a step up to keep up with the team next to them. So I'm expecting a lot from both of these teams to really step it up, to really kind of show us something new, especially when going up against two teams that they have faced before, not just in Snapdragon, faced in their own region and are very familiar with.
Yeah, and there are some heroes that are added into the map, right? So recently we saw Suyo as well as Jusing in the addition. So do you guys expect these teams to pull out some of these picks?
Okay, Suyo, people are building him. You could kind of build like a one item damage into kind of a tanky build, or you could go kind of for the burst assassin build. Suyo is great, but I feel like they're not really going to bite for that. The Ling, the Fanny, the Assassins, Hayabusa, those are still going to be kind of the pocket pick. However, Zhu Xin has been received with a lot of bans and a lot of high pick priorities. I know some regions, they may not really look to go into it. I know over there in MPL SG, they definitely were banning it out first pick in the grand finals. I'm expecting that hero to be a complete high priority here in this match.
Yeah, when it comes to Zusin, there are a lot of pluses for her, but those pluses don't really come until the mid to late game. She's not exactly great when it comes to clearing, not exactly great when it comes to rotating or damage that she can be dealing out, but the CC that she provides during those team fights, once you're out of the laning phase, is huge. And that's why a lot of heroes, you start getting some of those early game metas where they want to get in there very quickly, shut down some of those heroes before they can even take off. And talking about early game heroes, we brought up Suyo, who only has 3 abilities, doesn't have an ultimate, so that means that he comes online very early as well. So he can come out there, start dealing out that damage, and maybe falls off a little if he isn't able to have that explosive early game.
Yeah, and in North America, we've been seeing Suyo getting played in the jungle lane a lot, but he can also be viable in the XP lane, so we're looking forward to see that as well. And today's series are all going to be in the best of 3, so not a lot of room for mistakes. There is a lower bracket, but that's still, you're risking it all with a lot of these picks, so you got to be careful. And also, if you guys are confused at all about any of the formats or any information on the teams, everything will be in the banner down below, so you can find all the information about the tournament format, bracket, prize pool, anything that you're looking forward to.
You know, outside of those 2 picks, we haven't really been able to see a lot of chips coming in action, especially since the release of that. It's almost like people are like forgetting. Like, where is Chip? Why are we not able to see this hero kind of compete in the professional circuit? And it's just due to the fact that it's 100% banned in almost every single game. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to see some of that Chip excitement, but I feel like that's something I'm looking forward to. Maybe we get to see some Chip action.
I mean, for a lot of teams, there's so many different things that you have to worry about when you get a Valentina pick out there. You have to worry about what type of ultimates you're getting there. You have to worry about kind of some of the placement with some of your compositions. If you have a chip on the enemy team, you're basically worried about every single spot on the map when you're rotating, because all it takes is one stun from him and you have the entire team with those teleporters raining down on top of you. So I mean, he's rightfully so. Even with some of the little adjustments that have happened to him recently, he is still a force to be reckoned with, and many teams see it's just easier to take him off the board completely.
Yeah, and we also had the Luo Yi to the mix, so it's still being a prio pick. And for North America, we have been seeing Sicilian come back into the mid lane to do that damage from the back line with a lot of these newer XPs that are coming back into the scene, like Phobius. So what do you guys expect? Do we expect to see, because we remember last season of SPS, they had a lot of picks that were uncommon for us from North America. So are you guys expecting to see any of that coming in today?
Phobius is definitely going to be kind of a pick and ban, either in the first phase, like that's guaranteed, right? We talked about the chip. I think Zhu Xin is definitely going to be high up there too. Something that may be surprising is Hylos. And personally, I've actually been able to rank up with Hylos in my own matches. I'm a global top 10 here, Hylos player. And it's a very solid hero. I am having a very high expectation that both teams are looking to prioritize this. But in this region, they also like the Minotaur a lot. And we don't really see that. We see a lot of Tigreals being played and a lot of the Chows being picked up early. But I think we can expect to see something like a Minotaur even slotted in the roam.
I want to say it feels more like it depends on the team's confidence in their micro ability. Those little technical fast hands that they have, where they're willing to take out the Ling, where they're willing to take out the Fanny, or even get the Cho out there, which really have been running amok. Any of those heroes that really depend, that have that high skill cap, that ceiling that can be breached with how quickly they can get around the map, how quickly they can isolate into a player, or even like with Ling, who can basically traverse the map so quickly. One of the big things, though, that we have seen too as well, the counter for the assassins in the early game, is sometimes that Jawhead roam out there. He does an immense amount of damage, even with the tank emblem out, to be able to kind of harass and be that threat to assassins before they can get their items up.
Yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to seeing a Jawhead played in the roam position. I know he's really annoying to go up against, but we haven't seen him as much in tournaments recently, at least for our own region. So I'm looking forward to see some of these teams pull it out. And also with the meta right now, a lot of the heroes that we don't usually see in the meta come back. So it really shows us how now everything's a little bit more balanced. You can pick different picks and still come on top.
Yeah, balance is definitely going to be a word that you can try to use maybe around Chip. I'm not sure. 100% pick or ban. It's a little bit tough, but I do understand. A lot of heroes have been coming out. You know, the Aurora, which we didn't really get to see ever being used, now is one of the staple heroes, right? The Gato Kacha, something that, you know, we didn't think it was going to come back, and it is now back in the mix. So definitely very, very balanced in terms of there's just a very good hero pool, right? People are using the Harith, they're bringing back the Wanwans, the Claude is still in the conversation. We have the aliens like the Zask and the E's being shown out these days. So you know, extremely excited. I still don't know what these teams are going to be tossing at us. It's a complete different region, but that's just the excitement here.
Yeah, it's almost like kind of like we're throwing out little hints. Hey man, you might want to try some little things that are out there in the mix. Just
Layla,
throwing them out there. There's been some other picks too. I want to say just recently, Khalid has come back onto the scene to really kind of bring back a lot of that
MENA hero himself.
He's been a big menace in that early game to a lot of these teams. He's able to clear out lane very quickly. He has a lot of survivability in that lane, and then he can get around the map very quickly to invade, to be that harassment. A huge amount of damage that he can do, and that's what I've been wondering too, because a lot of regions sometimes, depending on where they are in C, MENA, Turkey, EU here, some regions are very objective focused, like you see in C. North America, we kind of like our fights. It's a lot of that big chaos. In EU and MENA, I'm wondering what we're going to be going for. Are we going to be getting like a lot of early game so that we can try to close these games down early, or are they going to like to take their time to get some of these, not maybe be shying away from the fights in the early game, wait for their assassins to kind of get those items that they need, and then once you get into those turtle fights, once you get out of the laning phase, that's when that big boom happens for a lot of these team fights and a lot of these combinations that we've been seeing.
I mean, last season for the SPS, we saw a lot of team fight coming in from some of these teams. They're really knocking it up the scoreboard with how many death and kills they got in throughout the games. But it really depends on what the player style for Falcons and for R8 is, right? And I'm really excited to see how some of these players that we just mentioned, like Maro, adds to the R8 lineup, and see how well they're gonna play out today in this series. And if they actually listen to some of our suggestions just now popped up about the picks, as they are taking a little bit longer with the drafting phase. So we are still waiting, poking to see what these teams got for us. But I think draft is ready, guys. So you take the draft to your way.
Oh man, the wait has finally come to an end here. It is going to be the very first match between Team R8 and Team Falcon, the long-awaited best-of-3 series between these two high-caliber teams that come from the MENA region. I don't know what to expect here, Private.
Yeah, and that's the big thing, is that's what I'm really excited about, because as we've kind of gotten into this new meta, as we've seen, I want to say a lot of different regions have their own little spin on it, to the point that we might see Lings. Maybe they might go a little bit heavier on the fighters. The big thing for me that has been a shock that I've really enjoyed seeing, besides some of those mechanical heroes, is the fluidity and flexibility of that gold lane and what you can put in there. No longer confined to just those marksmans and maybe a Harith once in a while. We're seeing fighters, we're seeing Ruby in there, we're seeing Lennox in there, we're seeing so many different takes on that gold lane depending on what you have going through the jungle.
Yeah, so draft coming up here, a little bit of research beforehand. R8 has actually had an 8-0 streak on the Aurora, so definitely that's something that this region has quite a bit of high priority towards, right? You talked about the assassins. Ling is definitely going to be a hero that both of these teams are going to be looking for. I think Falcon definitely skews a little bit towards the Nolan. We see the Trip being banned out, the Matilda. I'm expecting the Phoveus, the Hylos to also be banned out by the red side. However, blue, they kind of get a chance to maneuver a little bit. They get to decide what they really want to kind of take away, because although they are the ones getting the first pick here, Falcon's gonna get two right after.
Yeah, the thing for me too is we've seen, I want to say for me, some two different styles when it comes to the drafting, especially for the first pick. Either you very quickly scoop up that assassin for your very mechanically inclined jungle, or they go with something that could be a little bit more flexible. The Edith, which can go into the roam position, which can go into the XP, maybe a Ruby as a priority pick. Sometimes Arlott has been out there. I want to say Arlott for me has been probably unmatched in the XP lane, in what he provides. He's able to clear very quickly. That first turtle, he's already able to rotate very fast to the team to kind of get in there, get that final slash, group them up for those great team engagements.
Yeah, you mentioned the Arla. Arla is definitely going to be a power pick coming out from the side of R8 here. I know during their season in MPL MENA, they've had a great success with the Arlott. They've, essentially won almost every single match when they are on that hero. So expect that to be something maybe they could use to their advantage. Now, another thing is RA was actually one of the only teams that uses CC. We didn't really get to mention CC in the XP. I know we've seen it once or twice in NACT, but R8 is the only team in MENA that actually puts that out there. So something we definitely have to be on the lookout for.
So I see them get a catch-up ban out there for the side of Falcons, and I'm wondering if this is going to kind of lead to maybe that Khalid pickup early, some of that early game damage. That Khalid or that Gatakacha really provides a lot of tankiness in the early game to be able to withstand, hold that line, to be able to protect his jungler from some of those early invades. So maybe here we're going to be seeing something like that coming from Falcons on their side, as they have the chip, the Gatakacha, and on opposing them, they have the Minotaur taken out, the Hylos is down, Matilda, who provides, she's come up too, I want to say. She's kind of snuck back up in there with some of her a lot shorter cooldowns, but just a minimally smaller range, and immediately that pickup of the Phoveus.
Yeah, we see 5 roam bans being put out onto the table. that tells you there's going to be a high roam priority. I'm not going to be surprised if Falcon picks up the Cho, because the Cho has been such a menace in the roam position. And it could even be put onto the XP. So that's a double flex. You brought up the Edith. Edith is going to be great here. But Phoveus first pick. This hero has been such a headache to deal with in the ranked games that I've been playing. It's almost uncounterable at this point. The man can just Goomba stomp everyone that is in his path. It's not even reliant on dashes anymore. And we talked about the Aurora, mentioned it a little bit. It's one of the high priority picks in this region, and it comes out right away.
Petition to rename the demonic force into the Goomba Stomp. I like it. But you're absolutely right. It's to the point where his new rework, his ultimate, the demonic force, there's no cooldown on it. As soon as you get the stacks with his first and second ability, you're able to continually use that demonic force at cooldown there. So it's going to be really amazing. The only thing is that with the team, if you have the potential, and that's possibly why that Matilda got banned out there, is you don't want the team to be able to kind of kite back where you're forcing Phoveus to dive deep into enemy lines where his team can't follow. And here it's looking like they're going to have a really high engage type of composition coming out from R8.
Yeah, I mean, the R8 setup has been quite good. They know that they have a lot of magic damage already on Lilo's Harith here. So it's definitely going to be something that they don't need as much onto the mid lane. So bringing in a support style is going to add on to kind of the extra securement of they could just sacrifice a little bit more resources to be pushed onto the Harith lane to make sure he gets going. Now, Terizla here, a staple in the XP lane throughout every single region, but the Terizla has been nerfed in the last few patches. I do believe his early game damage reduction has been almost halved.
Yeah, his early game damage reduction, his damage as a whole, cooldowns have been up. They hit him. He hit every single nerf branch on the way down from that nerf tree. But he's still very viable when it comes to providing some of that. I just don't know what the problem for me is how quickly Phoveus can kind of clear, how much of a threat he can be. And Terizla, he's a little slow moving when it kind of comes to his ability to kind of get to the mid lane or be able to help the team on the opposite side of the map. So we'll see how quickly those rotations and those clears come out from the side of Falcons.
Yeah, so the roam position is still available for both of these teams, and you just see roams being banned over and over. I've never seen roams being focused this hard in my life. We're talking like 5, 6, 10 heroes now being put onto the table, but that just makes heroes like the Tigreal, the Edith, the Ruby, or even the Chow that much more effective now that there's so many options being taken away. You brought up the R-Lot here against R8. I think that's an extremely smart decision to ban it out.
Yeah, the big thing for me is what I've seen, especially when it comes to top tier teams, that roam position can make or break the teams. Either you're able to go in, get the sets, get vision for your team all around the map, or you're getting caught, you're getting set. I've seen a lot of teams begin to focus. They start those turtle fights by taking out the enemy roam. And once you don't have a roam, especially in the early game, you're basically just giving up a free turtle because there's no way that you can contest it without that setting power. And, ooh, a surprise, we got a Hanabi pickup from the side of Falcons.
Okay, Team Falcons with the Hanabi. Some statistics here for them. They have a 2-0 win with the Hanabi, and that's paired up with the Lolita. So if R8, and I know R8 knows Falcon, right? They got to set up for the Lolita. Things like the Cho that can kind of cancel the Luminum Blast, like Grok. Those are great heroes to set up against the Lolita, or you could take it away, but it's gonna be out there. I do believe Falcon's gonna pick up the Lolita here.
Yeah, and I mean, unless you force the Faramis into the mid lane, then, yep, exactly. You pick up the Lolita on their side. So they read that like a book that that Lolita was going to come out there. They snatch it away, and then that kind of leaves open. What do we take on the side of Falcons? Oh, looks like we're going to go with the Kufra, which is a good pick, especially against the Fanny. I was wondering, Lolita, she does have that stun that could come out to kind of latch onto the Fanny. It's going to be very worrisome, I want to say, in this early game, because Aurora's going to have a rough time trying to catch Fanny with some of those CC downs. So it's going to be, I'm very excited to see how this goes here. Two very mechanical jungles here.
Yeah, but you know what's questioning me a little bit is the Hanabi without the Lolita and the Lolita without the Hanabi. That's not something we see often, even with the Lolita rework. In North America, we used to love Lolita. M3 days, we talked about 2 years ago, Shark was so good on that hero and brought it to the world stage and gone far with it. But these days, even with the new rework, we haven't seen Lolita be as, aggressive and as strong as it was before.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on into the inaugural game. It is R8 Esports taking on Team Falcons. We're going to see if that Hanabi pickup or Lolita is going to reign supreme here.
Yeah, best three between both of these teams here. You guys are out there in the chat. Let us know who you guys are voting for. I'm expecting a lot of Falcon fans to kind of come out, but just knowing that R8 has done so extremely well against this team, it's going to be hard coming out from both sides. Let's take a look at some of the emblems. You see actually a lot of cooldowns being built onto the R8 side. That kind of tells you that they're looking to have a little bit longer team fights, right? They can trade some of those skill cooldowns and make sure, hey, like they can rinse and repeat and do it all over again.
Yeah, and right now you can see actually doing a pretty decent job. Alpha really kind of like standing up there in the front, but in comes a Leo, does not catch a cable to be able to put some damage onto Alpha, so is going to have to back up a bit. You can already see a good bit of vision coming from the side of R8 Esports, wanting to know where the roam is at all times.
You could say the spidey senses are tingling from both teams there. Terizla pretty much flickering without even taking a hit, and Maro there dodging that Kufra's first, right? So both of these teams, they know each other. Lark already kind of being pushed out in the lane. That kind of says that, hey, the Lolita and the Faramis, faster clear, faster wave, and that just sets them up a little bit better in the mid game.
Yeah, and we're seeing, I mean, not too much going on up at the gold lane either. I was actually kind of expecting Harith to actually do a pretty decent amount of damage or at least force away the Hanabi right now, setting up this first turtle, about to kind of set the tone for a lot of these teams. Oh, up at the top, it does look like Fanny's kind of latching on. Is they going to be able to get the kill? And it looks like Super Steed was able to get away just narrowly.
Yeah, and I mean, it's expected for both of these teams to kind of not prioritize objective as much, right? When you look at the Ling and the Fanny, they're not exactly the objective type of heroes. They're looking to go for kind of like the macro game on the opposite side of the map, looking for some kills. And that's the cool thing about this assassin meta. There, you're going to be seeing a lot of these teams kind of just hovering around the turtle, leashing it, unleashing it, just kind of wasting the enemy's time. And earlier, we saw R8 almost get the first blood onto the top side. You're wondering, hey, is this Hanabi going to be winning? But before.
Ooh, we do have a Nether Realm already out, maybe a little early. We're going to see if R8 actually pays for that. A little pullback there onto Super. Demonic Force starting to rain down. So Wega has gone in, so the rest of his team might need to pay attention to that. Oh, another little pop-up lands. He does have a stack, but decides against the Demonic Force. No kills for either team. Leo goes in. Tempest of Blades is out, pops up Leo, and he gets caught. That is going to be 1-to-1 right now. Looking for the trade. Lark finds a kill onto Maro, and a Demonic Force slams down onto Alpha in the back. 2-to-2 apiece.
Yeah, some good trades coming out from both of these teams here, but the side of Falcon kind of come out a little bit ahead with the Ling getting a kill or getting an assist and not dying there, right? Fanny, unfortunately did get caught by the Kufa. They were the ones kind of looking to initiate, but already you could see a little bit more damage coming out from R8. It's still quite early, so it doesn't really mean essentially that much, but Team Falcon, I think, have a slight lead even though they're down in the gold department.
Yeah, that kind of comes down to Leo needing to be very careful about where he's diving into. Wega goes in with a demonic force, gets a pop-up for his efforts, continually slamming down onto Team Falcons while Leo trying to set in the back. Finch pose is up, but he gets caught. Maro gets popped off the... Oh, he's going to try with the Numenon Blast. Tempest of Blades is out. Looking for an escape is Kenji, and Chung Young finds himself a kill. Super Steed finds one of his own. Both teams very evenly matched, but the turtle, I don't even know who got that turtle there right now. Oh no, nobody got it, so it's just been reset. Still continually fighting it out here at that objective.
And you could really tell that R8 is just having a much better time in some of these team fights, right? Yes, they're both trading ultimates. Coming through once again, Wega caught low.
Yeah, he's very low and he gets taken out, but it allows the time that R8 Esports needs to get this objective. Look at Wega. He was actually surviving for a very long time back there, and that's the value you get out of a Phobius. I thought he was a goner, I want to say 30 seconds ago when he dove back there. And then the turtle was taken and he was still alive with just a little bit of shielding on his health bar.
Hey man, those are the type of XP laners we're looking for when it comes down to great XPs, right? First in, last out there. Wega was there from the start of these team fights, even on the first objective, and he's still continuing to provide value. A first pick Phobius is something that is so hard to deal with, and now it's really showing its colors here. But Team Falcon, although it seems like the team fights R8 are just having a much better time in control, they're not really being pushed back. They still have the ability to stack their ultimates together, right? With the Terizla ultimate and also with the Aurora's Frost, they have the ability to toss in big spells coming in, burn purifies, burn flickers, and if the Netherrealm does not come in on time, Falcon have the ability to change some of these team fights.
Interesting. It looks like Super Steed has changed lanes from the top. He's going to be battling it down at the bottom. I don't think they know that Leo is down there on the fan. He kind of swoops in, trying to clear out some of these minions. Unfortunate for the side of Team Falcons, they did kind of grow down to the bottom. Ooh, Numenon Blast is out. Lark might be in trouble, and a Cutthroat seals the deal, bringing that a 6-4 kill lead for the R8 Esports.
Yeah, they're able to identify that the Aurora was kind of caught in the river by herself. So a good pickoff coming out from the side of R8, but there's still a lot on the map. They're able to get some of the controls on the opposite end, and there's no response coming out from Falcon here.
Yeah, and that's the thing. On the opposite end, you take a tower down. You had Hanabi rotate down to the bottom lane, but nobody covered up the top for some reason. Penalty zone is out. A Purify comes out for Mio, and that's going to go ahead and set up this next turtle. You can see Maro up there trying to kind of keep that distance. A Demonic Force is out onto Super. Are they going to be able to get the kill? He is using that bouncing ball to get himself and create the space, and it feels like R8 Esports are just baiting out this turtle. They want the fight. They want to force out Team Falcons here into a fight that they might not want. They're sitting at about a 3K gold lead right now. Oh, Wega coming in. Numenon Blast is out with the flicker. Catches two members of Team Falcons, and the fight has started. We have the Tempest of Blades is out. Leo finds a kill onto Super. The Roam is down. Alpha finds himself a kill as well. That is 2 down for Team Falcons, 1 down for R8 Esports. Only 2 left now for Team Falcons. That's going to be a free lord for R8.
Yeah, R8 is playing extremely disciplined, just like you said earlier. They are looking to get a team fight. They've been able to kind of win the team fights throughout the early game, the first objective, the second objective. It's like they're testing the waters, and the water tasted great on their end. They're able to have Wega here waste so much time, so much spells, cause a nuisance, And that's exactly how they were able to get so many spells to be used. And then R8 just kind of comes in with the clash, gets the pick with Chung Myung here. He's sitting on a whopping 3-0-1 and a perfect score coming out from their mid. So just from the beginning, they were able to set the tone of a winning match, a winning lane. And now we're heading into this mid game where it's just going to be hard defense coming out from Team Falcon.
Yeah, Lord is pushing through the mid. The entire row of towers kind of taken down. You can see Fanny on the side going to go ahead and try to clear up some of those side lanes, and they're going to make short work of this Lord. Still have some tier 2 towers left on the sides, but having that mid towers pushed down all the way to the high grounds means you've basically opened up your jungle. You don't have as far, or you have a lot farther that you have to run for safety if you're Team Falcons.
Yeah, and you know, both teams do have these assassins that can deal with the split push, right? Kenji is still with the perfect 0-0-3 score, so he's not in any shape or form like being denied. And you can even see they're looking to go aggressive even on the far end of the map. So Team Falcon, they still have the ability to kind of have this like 4-0-1 rotations where they have a core with the Hanabi and they just look to peel them, but it's still going to be a hard defense coming out.
Yeah, we're taking a look here at the items right now. Hanabi does have the Demon Hunter sword, so and that's kind of what you want on her, to be able to kind of put out a lot of this damage for things like the Harith, for things like the Phobius. This is actually a great combination coming out from R8, because even the Lolita, while not with the Hanabi, still adds to the shield of the Phobius, still adds to the shield that you get from a Harith during his Zaman Force as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see if there's going to be something that Team Falcons can do to kind of puncture their way through some of these team fights. Right now, looking at about a 5K gold deficit for Team Falcons.
Yeah, 11 minutes in, 5K gold deficit. That's not something that is too impossible to come back from, right? There's definitely a potential for the late game if they were looking to defend, right? And I think Team Falcon have the team comp to be able to defend here, but putting a lot of members on the bot side.
Oh, yeah, and you're going to use that Tempest to Blaze defensively, and it's still not enough. He's almost down. It's going to have to use that Finch pose, and an auto attack seals the deal, and down goes Kenshi. Maybe not, his finger's not just as quick as he had thought. I want to say he lingered around a bit. He had to collect up those swords, so he had enough energy to get into that Finch pose, but it was already too late by the time he entered it, and they were auto attacking him down. This is going to be another free Lord for R8 Esports.
Yeah, R8 pretty much 100% with the objectives already. But Team Falcon, again, with the Hanabi. Hanabi is one of those heroes that look to go into the late game. And along with the Aurora, that provides quite a good amount of wave clear that Team R8 kind of has to find a way to deal with. Now, they do have the Lolita and the Fair Mist. Those are, you know, strong pokers that can kind of defend the wave, but a small aggression coming out from Team Falcon. They don't get the catch here. I think they just have to look to maybe go back into their base, defend this out, potentially get the Ling to split onto the far end, but, you know, just play this out safely here. Go for the long run.
I was going to say, like, the only choice that Team Falcons really have is to send Kenji out to try to make use of that assassin pick, the Ling who can get traverse the map very quickly, maybe get some split pushing out there, but you still have the Phobius to worry about. You have Leo, who's very fast to get around the map to kind of head off some of this split pushing that you're going to have from Team Falcons. And I want to say a very crisp game being played by R8 right now.
Yeah, definitely a very crisp game. They have the top side opened up, looking to challenge the mid here. Ooh.
Yeah, penalty zone lands onto two members, but the flicker out from the CC of Lark is going to mean that they are not able to punish R8. Still trying to put the damage on, trying to keep the pushing alive for these last two high ground turrets. I mean, they're just continually keeping up the pressure. They're starting to refuse jungle to the side of Team Falcons and strangle them out. Slowly but surely, as this game progresses, the gold gap is going to become even bigger.
Yeah, it's 8K now instead of the 5K, but Falcon, they are just looking to push the game further. right? If the Hanabi is able to get a few more items, she's going to be able to kind of tear through the team that R8 has set up for. But, oh, a quick Goomba Stomp.
Yeah, Wega goes deep into the back lines, catches himself a Nether Realm to keep him up, and down goes Alpha. The rest of the team provided a little bit of reprieve with Alpha's death. Oh, in comes a Leo. a little bit of a recall there. So just saying hello to Team Falcons in case they missed him. A little bit of a greeting there, and continually pushing in these lanes. They're going to keep doing this until the Lord comes up, and then I assume they're going to go for the Lord and try to make this a final push.
Yeah, Mio with the Nether Realm here, it's just too much to deal with. You know, the Fairness has been picked up early, and the responses is just a little bit lacking. The Purify, right, to deal with the Terizla ult, to deal with the Aurora ult, it's just too much to handle. 3-0 and 7, leading his teams in both kills and, you know, no deaths. So playing an extremely perfect game here. R8 setting up for a very, you know, I have to say a perfect game one coming out from Team Falcons, especially if they're able to get this Lord uncontested here.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons needs to do, and this is the sad part that you're at. Oh man, and they do find a little bit of a stun there on the Kenji. Now has his stacks onto 2 members. Does Wega, looking for a demonic force, possibly. Super on the back.
Not bad.
Looking for an angle, and they pull it out. They just want a fight here. They want to force out the rest of Team Falcons to get this fight. They don't want to take the chance of a 50-50, especially with a Ling who can just finch pose up there, grab a retry, and disappear into the night. I want to say a wise game plan here from R8 Esports.
It really just shows you that they are trying to go aggressive, but they're just looking for mistakes coming out from Team Falcon, and Team Falcon have the ability to de-aggro this Lord. It's good news. It means that Team Falcon still have the aggressive. Oh, before.
Yeah, Alpha got pulled in with a Phantom Steed coming out from Mio, and the rest of the team lunged on top of him. Ooh, Numenon Blast comes on, does not connect. Netherrealm is out, putting down Lark and Super Steed. That is 3 players down for Team Falcons. This might be it. Kenji is alone to try to defend his base. Tempest the Blades is out, but that is going to be R8 Esports with Game 1 victory.
Hey, Private, I'm gonna tell you right now, that was extremely convincing coming out from the team R8. There's so many opportunities that, you know, it could have been a potential 50-50 on some of the objectives, right? The first few turtles and even the Lords, and R8 just had the discipline to just say, hey, we're gonna back off. We're gonna try to look for a team fight, and the team fight has always been set up by this first pick, Phoveus. Wega here just wrecking havoc, right? 2, 2, and 8, leading his teams in the front. He's the first in, last out in all of these team fights, but R8 as a whole has just played a perfect game here.
Yeah, and that was the great backup for that Phoveus pickup. Wega goes in immediately because Faramis was not a roam, because he was the mid lane. He had his ultimate for that first turtle. So as soon as Wega goes in with the demonic force, you have Mio diving in there after him to make sure to keep him topped up with the Nether Realm, and then the rest of the team kind of falls in behind. It was just so much sustain that Falcons were not able to offset it, especially with the composition that leans more towards the mid and late game. Hanabi, I want to say, unfortunate for Koba, was never able to really take off.
And, you know, Hanabi's trying to go for that late game. Unfortunately, I felt like they split the strategy up, right? You should be picking the Hanabi and the Lolita together, but Mara was able to take that away, and that is just, you know, it's in terms of the draft, it's just not that complete here. You can see lots of team fights being set up. The side of R8 is just really convincing in terms of how they've set up their draft. They're winning across the map, even though it was a 2-for-2, a small gold advantage, and every single team fight is just bleeding red.
Yeah, you can see here, I mean, it started, I want to say, a little bit more evenly, even though we thought that R8 might be on the back foot because Falcons was finding some of these picks. R8 was always able to match it up. 2-2, 3-3 here. And then I want to say some of the mistakes started coming out from Kenji, who was getting caught. He was doing his best to try to split push, but with a Phoveus out there, with Leo on the Fanny out there, there's not much you're going to be able to do with a split push because he's going to be constantly harassed by people who could traverse the map very quickly.
Yeah, and R8 definitely is just one of those teams that have it in them, that are just willing to play kind of the long run, the boring game, where they're just looking for a mistake coming out from the enemy team. Mio here, 93% KP, a perfect score, and he's kind of been put on this support role where he's looking to provide utility, provide the ability to use the Nether Realm and save some of his teammates. It's not even a full offensive character, but you can just tell the impact coming out from this mid laner.
Yeah, well, right from the beginning, the very first, I want to say, team fight that happened there, Mio was already double the damage of everybody else. I saw the damage stats come out there, and he was pretty much double of all of them. And you're talking about, yeah, he's a support character, but for Rammus, especially when the team is grouped around trying to take out a Phoveus, you come in with a Faramis. He does even more damage the more people that are around it. So really able to take advantage of that bonus damage, of that passive from Faramis, to really kind of have that huge effect. And you saw there 93% kill participation. That means he was always involved. As soon as Phoveus went in, he was right there behind for the backup.
So now, how is Falcon gonna get back into the match, right? I think number one, we don't give the Phoveus. I think that's one of the strong key points here. We don't give the Phoveus. Maybe try to take something themselves here. The Hylos, which was banned out in the first game, that has potential. You know, the side of R8 took out the Matilda. So maybe if the bans are switched this time around, Falcon might be able to kind of come up with something a little bit better. Again, early on, it felt very 50-50. It was 2 for 2. It was close between these matches, but the Nether Realm kind of just replenished too much sustain coming out from the side of R8, and it just was too hard going into the next few fights.
I want to say, and you can see here from the heat map, it was a very well done and put together strategy for R8. They knew their power spikes, and they knew when their 5, they knew as soon as their 5 was going to be able to take some of those fights. You saw some of those, especially on the heat map. It shows how far that they were actually chasing Falcons into their own jungle because they knew. You talked about it too, how they were kind of dancing around some of these objectives, trying to pull it out, wait for them to come out so that they could try to engage some of these fights. And once they got the ball rolling, they didn't even really have to worry about the objectives. They just pull it out, trying to get that hook out there, hoping that Falcons would bite. And unfortunately, they did. And I want to say it was to a point where there really wasn't another choice for Falcon. It's like either we sit here and we continually increasing this gold deficit that we're at, or we try to make a play against them. And unfortunately, they chose to try to make those plays, and R8 were just completely ready for it.
Yeah, and you know, that heat map kind of showed something quite interesting. R8 tends to focus a lot on winning the mid matchup, and they're looking to group up in the objectives at all time. Falcon potentially could use that to their advantage, right? Maybe the objectives is something that is just very hard to kind of clash into, especially when they have the Nether Realm and a Phoveus. What if we put resources and look to get an advantage on the opposite end, right? We always talk about trading in Mobile Legends. You trade a turtle for a tower. You trade, you know, an XP for a gold. So in that case, potentially, I think they can go back to their drawing board, pick heroes that are just a little bit stronger, especially in the gold lane, because you saw Mio MVP, but did not take a step into that gold lane direction. I think that's something Falcon can use potentially for some advantage here on the next match.
One thing I want to point out is the early lane switch from Hanabi. That I don't know if they were prepping for the Lord to come out and looking for a big fight, but Hanabi came down, tried to force maybe a little bit of a gank at the bottom lane with 4 people. Unfortunately, R8 read it. They backed up. But they never adjusted back to finding somebody to go up to that top lane. So then you just had Harith basically pushing the lane by himself, able to get a tower down, and then start joining these fights even earlier, to the point that it actually worked against them. With it's like taking your goalie when you're playing hockey, taking your goalie out of the ring to have that extra player for some of this offense. But if you don't have somebody protecting that net, they didn't have somebody up there protecting top, you're allowing the Harith to get fed. And he, I want to say, has one of the most dangerous late games that you're going to have, especially coupled with the shielding he's going to be getting from Lolita.
And definitely talking about the Harith here, R8 has actually done extremely well during his regular season. 5-2 is their win rates on the Harith here, and it gets taken out for a good cause, right? The side of Falcon says, no, maybe put you on a different hero. Now, there's still a lot of options available here. It does mean that some of the roams are going to be opened up compared to the first draft, right? Harith being taken off, I think Falcon is potentially looking for a Phoveus, a Chip, maybe a Hylos, right? But we don't know if R8's going to give any of those heroes. And we talked about the Zushin. I said it was going to be quite a ban-worthy hero. It doesn't seem like they're prioritizing any of the new champions at all.
Well, I mean, I want to say things kind of kicked off very early in a lot of these fights. The last time, I mean, we had the Faramis out there who did very well in that first engagement, had a decent amount of damage. And when I'm trying to think of where Zuxin would have fit in some of those early encounters, there's not much that she provides on that type of scale. And they didn't really have anything that would carry them. Like I said, you can have that mid to late game. You can kind of take your time to reach that, but you still need something in that early game to carry you through, or you're just allowing the enemy to kind of continue with that steamroll to the point that when your heroes finally do get their item spikes, it's going to be too late to actually turn it around.
Yeah, you are correct, right? Zushin definitely not the most burst heavy mages, but does provide a lot of crowd control, and especially with the recent buffs that she has, her mana cost, it's much more manageable. So I still think Zushin has what it takes to be a high priority during the first phase, but you are correct, Private. She needs something to pair her up with, and I think Hylos is a great pick, but unfortunately we are not seeing any of that. Both these teams have quite a high priority on a lot of these roam bans. Yes, it sets them up for having assassins to be able to use widely, but I think Falcon is actually on the short end of this stick. Like, they're banning out roam picks, but they're not able to set up a good team fight for themselves here.
Yeah, a lot of roam picks taken out there. I'm wondering if, okay, so now we have Farama. So now we're leaving open the picks like right now, Gatakacha is still out there. I'm still kind of curious, as the thing for me is Harith. I don't know that Harith would have been on my ban list. There's like I've said, Gold lane right now is very fluid. There are so many different things that you can put out there, especially to kind of keep and hold Harith at bay, especially when it comes to CC, which is one of his biggest problems. You could put the Ruby out there to match him up with. Again, now you're kind of allowing some of these picks that you were very frightened with. Gatakacha is still open out there. Phoveus is still out there as well. Edith, we didn't see anybody pick up Edith last time either, so maybe not something that either of these teams are too familiar with or don't like it. And Phoveus very quickly scooped up by the side of Falcons. I do enjoy some of these drafts sometimes when it comes to some of these picks, because like I said, some teams, they like to go with some of those little flexible picks, and it's kind of hard to as a caster to know, like, where's that gonna go? Where's this composition going? Here, it's just out there. XP lane, Phoveus, this is where it's going. How are you gonna reply?
Hey, I mean, we haven't seen a Phoveus in the jungle yet. Maybe that's something that is going to be turning up here. Yes, you are 100% correct. The Gatakacha, we look at this and we're trying to figure out how Team R8 is going to map this out, right? If we take a look at their history, which it's a little bit hard to find, we don't know exactly where the Gadokacha is landing. It goes in the mid and it goes in the roam, and it's very, very strong in both of these rules. That's the best part about the Gadokacha. Now with a XP roam being picked, I'm assuming maybe they get the first pick on the mage, right? They had a great fair miss game in the previous, but since fair miss is banned, maybe Aurora is going to be something they're looking forward to.
Yeah, it really depends. I mean, honestly, I would say even Eve kind of works here. Just because you trap them in with the real world manipulation. You've got the Avatar of the Guardian coming down. Here, we're going to see a lot of CC right off the boot in the early game. I do like this better because Vexana does provide a lot of early game options for the side of Falcons here. And I believe we're missing a pick on the side of R8 unless we're kind of just giving extra picks to Falcons.
So this is very comfort coming out from the side of Falcon, right? The Vexana, there's something that they have won in a lot of the previous series, have a pretty high win rate with it. So Kenji on this mid is going to be quite comfort here. Now the Ling, it's a little bit of a deny pick to take away from R8. R8 has performed well on the Ling, so this time around Falcon denies it away. Now R8 completing their first phase? No, I don't think so. I think that's just the second pick. The Julian comes up in the jungle here. It's a strong pick, right? It's kind of those fighters that has a very, very strong presence after the red and the blue. It's a level 3 gank into the enemy side. Typically, they like to go for the red, blue path into the top green camp there, just because they don't need the ultimates and they already have that advanced skill. But again, is that going to be enough to, withstand, let's say, the Phoveus presence or even the Vexana, which deals quite well with a lot of the anti-invades?
Well, the thing about Vexana is she really kind of shines against those big immobile type heroes that really can't kind of dash around there. I don't see Mio having a problem with the Julian to try to get close the distance on a Vexana. Gadokacha, on the other hand, might. However, Gadokacha charges into you. You've got a few seconds of aggro that he puts on them where they're only going to be auto attacking him. With how we've seen R8, that's going to be more than enough time for Mio to come in with the Julian to be able to kind of burst them down with that knife ability. Here, we're moving on, continuing with a lot of these support bands. Angela's taken off there. Moskov now taken off for the side of Team Falcons. And I want to say, hopefully a little better of I want to say forward thinking. Last time we went with the Hanabi, and it's not new anymore. Everybody knows as soon as you see a Hanabi, where's Lolita? Is she banned? No, we need to take that off the field. So it's not one of those things that you can really kind of get away with anymore. And I think hopefully Falcons, I want to say, have something in that gold lane that can really just kind of rely on itself rather than the type of cheese kind of compositions that sometimes can be out there.
Okay, Lolita off the board, so Hanabi most likely not going to be coming out from the side of Falcon. They also took off the Claude, but it does leave open things like the carry, which deals with a lot of the front line that I think R8 is potentially setting up with the Gato Kacha. The Ruby, which is very good, solid flex pick. The carry gets picked up here, and another option is the Roger, which has receives nerfs, but it's all off the board here, Private.
Yeah, really interesting. I mean, Roger is an option. We just haven't seen him a lot. Clint, he's made a comeback. I'm not a huge fan of Clint just because I want to say he's got a very deceiving, like on paper, you're like, oh, he's got a dash. He can escape. His escape is very small, so it allows for people to be able to kind of close that distance. Here you've got something like Gadokacha, you've got you have the
Julian gap closing,
Julian that can get to him very, very quickly, so it's going to be very worrisome for him. I want to say he comes on a line a little faster than Carry does. And a big CC heavy and set potential being picked up by the side of Falcons.
Falcons definitely coming out with a little bit of more of a wombo combo here. Yeah, something new. We haven't really seen this before, but just kind of bouncing off that carry Clint pick up here. I think the side of Falcons just looking to have a strong lane in the gold position. We saw the Harith Young kind of get ahead in the early phase, right? The Hanabi versus Harith matchup, you know, the Harith just kind of had the edge, even force the rotation to be switched in, you know, the mid game. So this time around, I think they're just setting up something a little bit more comforting. Having the Clint to deal an outrange against the carry early on just means one less problem that the side of Falcon kind of have to spend their resources on. Maybe potentially they can set up better for some of these objectives or even have kill pressure in that lane, because the Hanabi, let's be honest, Private, it's not happening in the first 4 minutes here.
It's I won't lie, she's probably at the top of one of the heroes I just like the most right now in that gold lane. There's so much you can do in the gold lane that I feel like Hanabi there's just better picks as we move here. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Falcons looking to even the odds against R8 Esports in the second, possibly last game of this series.
Now, two heroes that I definitely do not see at mid lane paired up together. We got Maro on the Mincetar, and we also have the Zushin coming out to play. A lot of the defensive spells coming out from the side of R8 here. All of them are going for kind of like that tenacity route. So they're going to be a lot more tanky and durable compared to the side of Falcons.
Ooh, actually comes in there a little bit of a pop-up on tomorrow, and he's going to be able to get himself to a safety. And we were talking about Zushin, so that's going to be making an appearance here as well. Wega trying his best against Alpha here. And they're both basically able to kind of dish it out. So I want to say maybe Gadakacha actually still able to kind of hold his own in the lane against Aphovius.
I definitely think that Gadakacha has the ability to, just because Gadakacha kind of has the ability to hold lane almost against anyone. It's a tank that has sustain, that has a taunt, which means there's kill pressure coming out to his lane here, just like this, setting up for a 1 to 2 second stun here. But lots of members from Falcon gathering up on the top side here.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. At the very least, what Wega would be able to do on this Gadakacha is just exist up there. Ooh, a flicker forced out for Super, especially right before this turtle fight. Ooh, and Leo looking to go ahead and chase Kenji back, but he's not done yet. He still has the taste for turtle. He's going to try to pop in there, taking about a lot of damage. Tempest of Blades comes out. Leo greets it with the enhanced chains of his own up at the top. Ooh, a little bit of an implosion there, no, that wasn't an implosion. I think that was Wega came in with the Avatar of the Guardian, and that's going to go ahead and seal the deal for this turtle. Oh, very low. Wega's going to have to back himself up. You're tanky, but not that tanky. And Super still trying to be a nuisance. Kenji comes in looking for the opportunity, finds it with his first turtle.
And here we go, man. Team Falcon already with a lead, a much better opening compared to game one here. But you can see the struggles kind of coming out from both of these teams. They're like aggressive, looking to trade, looking to win some of these fights. Both teams are quite confident in their ability, but the Mincy ult, first blood.
Ooh, Maro finds himself, I believe that was another kill. That's going to leave R8, or was that the first blood?
That's the first blood.
Yeah, that's the first blood. So they didn't even get one during that first engagement. Oh, and you can see right here already that CC started to come up. Ultimate is out. Kenji's going to have to get out of there. Super gets picked up, and there's nothing Kenji can do. Just watching his tank get assaulted here and taken down by Maro. It's not even the fact that it's the CC. It's how slowly and methodical that the Zuxin can chase you. You're trying to get away. Boom. Second skill is up again. Pulls you back. It can be quite debilitating.
You know, as a roam main walking down mid, the worst thing that you could use against the Zushin is a roamer that does not have mobility. And yes, Tigreal has a dash, but it's off like a 12-second cooldown level 1. He's just gonna get chunked and CC'd over and over just like this.
Yeah, a nice pull there from Morrow. Leo is right there to clean up the pieces. That is going to be 3 kills for R8 Esports, and yet not a single reply from Team Falcons just yet.
Yeah, well, now they've pretty much set the score even with the very first turtle going to Team Falcon here. The gold lead slightly pushed back to the R8 side, and the damage leaderboard already leading once again on this Zushin. Man, the Moy or Mio is just setting the tone up for R8 for success. They're happening to like win mid almost every single time. They have the faster rotation, and take a look at it again. Mio's rotation goes towards that turtle, just waits for a good set.
Yeah, and I like the fact that Alpha comes in here. Wega chases them. Super is down right now. We do have the demonic force coming out. Ultimate is out from Mio. Kenji scoops up into the back lane. Avatar the Guardian catches one in the form of Alpha, who's going in with that demonic force too deep into the side, finds a kill, but a death, takes a death himself. That's going to raise the score from what it was to 2-5, and a big pull in. It forces out the flicker from Lark.
Yeah, I mean, the side of Team Falcon, they're able to kind of take the team fights into R8's territory, even looking to potentially dive there. So Team Falcon definitely feels like they have a little bit more aggression, but the Mincy ults coming in quite hard to handle, paired up with the Julian advanced chains and knockups. It's just a lot of CC that Team Falcon has to look out for.
Yeah, Alpha's coming in from the flank. Kenji gets another turtle, stealing that away from R8 Esports, and they find a kill on Morrow. Super Steed does go down, but he's going to pay for that. Leo goes down in answer. Now 5-6, and starting to look a little bit more even, if not with Falcons narrowly in the lead.
Yeah, this is a much better game too from the side of Falcon here. They're able to even translate these objectives, right? They get both of the turtles. Now they're looking to push onto the far side here, and they're even finding trades with the kills here. Over here, Gato.
Yeah, big engagement coming. Wega does find a kill onto Lark. Kenji looking for an escape. Finch poses out. He gets taken off the wall, trying to dash his way to safety. 2 members of R8 speed in tow. You can see looking for the flank is a Mio, but not able to find it. And I want to say Kenji thanking his lucky stars that they did not give a chase. A big pop up there from Leo. Enhanced chains to find an escape. Alpha is right there, but gets pulled back by Mio. In comes Kenji from the Finch pose and finds the kill onto Leo. Tempest the Blades is out looking to combat. This is Alpha on the demonic force continually. We are seeing just how strong that Phobius pick here is as Super goes in, gets a little push on Morrow, and the rest of Falcon's gonna clear out these minions.
Yeah, but this time around, right, Kenji already 3-0-3, setting the pace for the side of Falcons here. A quick kill coming out from the mid side here. Mio. Oh, but top.
Oh, Lark actually able to use that flicker to get himself out. Big implosion comes. Are we going to see the push there? Look at the damage coming out. A sacrifice there takes down Super under the tower. Lark gets killed. Leo now giving chase to Alpha as he runs for the mid lane. It's going to be greeted to Chung Young looking for another demonic force. He does find it. Is he going to be able to get the kill? He does. Assisted by Kenji, who comes in for the last shot. Tempest the Blades. That might be it for Zuxin, and down for the count is the Mage of R8.
A lot more bloody and team fight coming out this time around compared to game 1. And I think Team Falcon is the one that is actually setting the tone. Kenji 5-0-3, playing a perfect game. We have Super on this Chigno, getting the implosion sets, does die for the team, but they're able to find the advantage, and they're able to get this with a no contestation here. Falcon coming out ahead with some steam in game 2.
Yeah, and I was actually kind of curious as to why Team Falcons, even with the unsuccessful Ling they had in the first game, decided to pick up Ling again. And that's because Kenji, I want to say he's very confident on the Ling. All he needed was a little bit of space to start getting his items, and he is basically on a roll right now.
Yeah, and you know, the difference between the Ling and the Julian, oh, before implosion, 2-man.
Yeah, 2 mana and a big wombo combo by Team Falcons takes down 2 of R8. Avatar the Guardian comes out, finds a 1 member, popped up. Tempest Blades is out. That might be it for the side of R8 Esports. Leo getting chased, Wega getting chased as well. Chungmyung has not come online just yet. Minions forcing their way to the mid tower.
Yeah, Kenji playing quite the perfect game here, and he's on a late game lane where, you know, you can just kind of jump around the whole entire map. So R8, it's going to be quite hard to defend against someone that has such a high mobility and is so fed already 10 minutes in the match, right? And Team Falcon, they're going to have a great time. The Clint paid off in his lane, didn't really die too much, and is able to rack up a few assists here and there. And same thing with the Phoveus. Phoveus' first pick, we saw in game 1 in the hands of Wega, and he was doing so well on that hero. First in, last out. And this time around, Alpha 4, 1, and 5 has the Thunder Belt, has the War Axe, potentially looking to get a Winter Crown to, you know, just sustain a little bit more in some of these team fights.
Yeah, and doing such a great job. You're taking a look at some of these items. I mean, Carius only has 2 items right now. We were looking at Clint, who's basically already done with his trio build that most marksmen go by. He's going to be popping off a lot. Like I said, you mentioned it too. I kind of critiqued the Clint pick. He's not one of my favorites in the lane, but when you're dominating it and you're to the point here that even if you're kind of distancing yourself, Clint is going to be chunking you down unless we got, I guess, an Avatar the Guardian, something that's going to be able to get to that back line to shut him down.
Well, I think one of Clint's advantages, he could build that new Thunder Belt. He could build armor boots and not be punished. He doesn't need a lot of damage items because his base damage of his skills are quite high, right? He doesn't need to scale as much in terms of just using his auto attacks. Rather, he can just have short bursts. So that's definitely Clint's advantage here. But I still think the spotlight goes to Kenji here on the lane. 5, 0, and 5. Alpha builds the Winter Crown. He's going to have a lot more sustain in some of these team fights. The R8 is looking to potentially contest for this objective.
I'm actually kind of curious as why Maro is hiding so far away from this Lord fight, potentially trying to catch somebody rotating or protecting that purple buff. Oh, Mio.
Oh, here it is.
You were talking about that damage. Mio took a heck of a lot right to the face there, down to 30%. Wega is going to go ahead and try to keep some vision on this. And Maro still I'm asleep picking berries in that bush over there, or they're just protecting it for Leo to come in and grab his purple right now. Unfortunate. I want to say R8 Esports, a much different game while they're on their back foot. Oh, now they're actually going to maybe possibly come in here for the contention. Wega has vision down to about a 3rd health. They do pull it out. This is exactly the opposite of what happened last game, where R8 were forcing out the Lord, resetting it, looking for some of these fights. You can see right now it's about a 7k gold lead for the side of Team Falcons. So they want the fight here. They want to be able to kind of find the pick off. And unfortunate for R8, they're busy waiting for a mistake to be made.
Yeah, Falcon's pretty much looking for R8 to be slightly out of positions, defending the lane if they send 1 or 2 onto the mid or the tops or the bot side, right? Team Falcon's going to be able to get that objective with ease, with the numbers. And that's exactly what Falcon was doing. And you mentioned it, Private. It's a complete opposite turnaround. It's the same exact thing that R8 did to Falcon in game 1. This time, Falcon is the one bringing the heat. 9k gold lead, 10 minutes, 13 minutes in. This is something we literally saw just in the game 1. Now, Team Falcon is the one that has to find a way to completely close and clean this out. I think R8 has the ability to go to the late game with the carry, but it's going to be a defense that they have to play quite carefully here.
Yeah, I want to say it's going to be really big on if Maro can kind of catch those sets, get down the ultimate there where you might trap in a Ling or something. and be able to kind of burst down the entire team. Right now, he just hasn't had a lot of success here as we've moved into the late game. And Team Falcons just doing such a great job of kind of turning this around on R8 Esports. More minions coming to the top. It looks like that's going to be around the last tower, the last high ground standing for R8 Esports. Lark doing his best to kind of zone out the team, putting on some of that damage. And I'm wondering if maybe part of this in the early game, the problem was that, I mean, Mio was providing the CC, but like we said before, she doesn't really provide a lot of damage. Ooh, does have it on the Alphonse? Does not connect. Ooh, coming in with the demonic force. Looks like Team Falcons are ready for this fight. Wega takes a lot of damage, and that's how they gotta catch it. Comes in, King's Calling is out. Avatar the Guardian catches one. Super is down. That's the roam down. Kenji finds a kill onto Wega, and a pop-up there. No, the Tempest of Blades cancels it out. Kenji finds himself an escape. 1-for-1 here for both teams.
It's a 1-for-1, but it seemed like that was the best case scenario for the side of R8 to set up that team fight. And now it looks like you're even still being pressured onto the top side here. Items are being completed by both of these teams. You could see the Roams have 2 tank items to be able to kind of deal with the damage coming out. But you just saw earlier, Team Falcon completely chunked out Wega even before the team fight started. And then they looked for an engagement. Although it seems like R8, they're able to use the Mincetar ult to hold down some of the opponents. Kenji is just too mobile, too fast, too fed, too much damage. He's gonna take out any of the backline members R8 has so far.
Yeah, that's why I say, like, it's almost at a point where you need to kind of get that pull, that hook from Maro and the King's Calling with Kenji. If you don't have him involved in that, what's going to end up happening is you're going to try to burst down some of these other heroes, and Kenji's going to be waiting for a point to pick off. Down to 10%. The rest of the team's coming in here. Are they going to be able to contest it? Avatar the Guardian is out, but Kenji finds the retribution beforehand. Tempest of Blades is out. Big pop-up onto Wega, looking for an escape. He still has that immortality, but Chaos at the mid lane right now, as a big implosion catches 3 members. Speedy Lightwheel is out, but Chung Myung is just too late with the damage. The rest of his team is down, and 2 members left here to try to defend against this. Lord Mio goes down. The big pot shots coming out from Lark, and this is going to be game 2 going to Falcons, able to tie up the series.
You know, we talked about in the beginning of today that a lot of these teams are neck to neck, and that's exactly what both of these teams have shown us in the first series. R8, unfortunately, they did not get the win that they were looking for in the game number 2. The response coming out from Team Falcon was overwhelming. It was convincing from pretty much kind of like the second turtle, the second objective. It was a 50-50 until the second, and then the steamroll came through from the side of Falcon. Kenji here played a crazy perfect game, 9-0-6, 15k gold, pretty much leading the whole entire Falcon squad into success here.
Yeah, a much better draft with Falcons on the red side. They were able to ban out the Harith. They were able to ban out the Faramis. They were able to pick up the Phobius. And I want to say a much better pick for that marksman lane that did not depend on another pick and played very well. On the opposite side, I want to say R8, they kind of went a little outside the box too much. You had the Zuxin in the mid, who does all right, but you didn't have any damage, I want to say, except for Leo in that early game to really try to hold back the line of Falcons, and they ended up paying for it. And it was exactly, I want to say, the way these compositions work, it was exactly the opposite of what we saw from the first game, where R8 took the early game. They were able to steamroll. They were able to kind of play around a lot of these objectives as we take a look at some of these highlights.
Yeah, I mean, the side of R8, they were able to get a few pickoffs early on. And if you actually take a look at the objectives on the first 2, they had the lead throughout, you know, the whole entire objective. It was just the 50-50 opportunity that Falcon kind of came in from the backside. Kenji with the mobility, just getting kills over and over, pickoffs. And even, look, the Mincetar ult comes through, but the Ling is still able to come out alive. And I think that's what R8 was just lacking. They didn't have the answer to the Ling, even though Maro was picked to counter the Ling. It just was not enough here.
Yeah, and that's one of the things too. Is it target prioritization? Was he going for the wrong targets? Was the team not communicating enough to find out where he was on the map for some of those? Here, no surprise here, 9-0-6 Kenji, and that was a pleasure to watch. I talked a little bit earlier that I love this new meta because of the assassin picks, because of the potential for a lot of these new mechanical heroes to go out there and really show off, and that is exactly what Kenji did in this last game.
And this is the thing, Kenji now has played Ling twice. Game 1 he was 0-0-3 in the beginning of the phase, and this time around he's going for another perfect game. I do think this is a hero that the side of R8 should look to potentially take off, right? Let's see you play a different hero. You had a great Ling game on the last one. Let's watch something else. And now Falcon is back onto the red side, where the Phoveus has been let out twice, 100% win rate. I think it's a guaranteed ban out paired up with the chip, and that only lets Falcon have one more ban to take away from R8.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem here is you already had the reason for that success is because we were on the red side. We had first pick. We already took out the Harith. We took out the Faramis. We've got other things. Do we ban out the Phoveus? Do we give it to them? Do we add that to the potential things that we want to ban out? What are we giving up for that, especially with Chip, because they're going to be on the second side. Chip's going to have priority. If R8 doesn't ban it out, it means that potentially Falcons are going to have to give something up. Personally, I would kind of allow the Harith to go through, maybe go ahead and get the chip ban for Ramus with the Phoveus out there, just so that we don't see it again, and see where we lie. Are we going to ban out the Ling if we're R8, or do we take that ourselves?
So Chip, Ling, Phoveus, Hylos, Matilda, there's just not enough bans to go around, and it just seems like, you know, the first pick side has gone both victories with the Phoveus in play. I think that's going to be the number one priority. But what if they let the Phoveus go? How do they have a response that is built to, you know, deny the Phoveus pick? Or is it just kind of like the one-time lucky deal where the Phoveus has been shown first pick and it's won both of these games? And you know, if it gets shown again, it's probably not going to win. Like, we don't really know what the response these two teams kind of come out with. But one thing we know for sure is that the side of Falcon is going to pick up the Ling if it's open, right? The Harith is probably going to get slotted in, and even the Faramis, which is not a huge priority in a lot of different regions, is something that is quite tough to deal with in R8's favor.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what kind of direction they go. We've seen Matilda was taken off, Hylos is taken out. There's been a big focus at the beginning of this on all of the roams, many of the roams. And as slowly as the games have progressed, we're starting to take out roams. We're starting to slot in a few of those picks that were really kind of having some issues for them. The one thing I want to say, though, is that Falcons really kind of showed me that all they need is a decent draft. I want to say the first draft was, I knew it, we saw it right from the beginning. The draft were kind of like, oh, it's kind of a chance there. They were really having issues and kind of starting at a negative. They showed us here with that second game that all they need is just a regular draft, something that allows that assassin to kind of come through. So maybe potentially Kenji isn't just a Ling, just isn't dominant on the Ling. I mean, you still have good picks like the Hayabusa, Fanny that can come out there. I want to say Hayabusa more than the Fanny, because Fanny, you need that years of experience with those cables to do so well on there, whereas Hayabusa doesn't need much. Oh, but they're gonna go ahead. They're gonna stick with that Harith ban.
Okay, so Falcon potentially goes for the Harith, Phoveus, and Chip. Right, so R8 maybe having the potential to maneuver this draft a little bit more. They take out the Hylos, so no ponies, man. Like, I've been playing this hero for quite a long time. I want to say maybe 100 to 200 matches this season just on that pony. I know how devastating it has been, but I just didn't know how strong the impact actually is in the professional scene, and it's definitely showing off right here. Now, one thing that still has potential to be taken out, the Minotaur. They banned the Matilda and the Minotaur every single match. Okay, it is off. Is it going to be the Phoveus? What's left?
I mean, we were talking about it. Harith, Faramis, Phoveus is still out there. Is the Ling going to get picked up? I mean, we haven't seen R8 play the Ling, and in the first game, they went ahead and they prioritized the Phoveus, left the Ling open. So I honestly, I would not. The Phoveus cannot make it to the draft. He just has such a strong presence in a lot of these team fights that I feel like this is something that might bite Falcons if they let it go out there.
I like this. So it's a Phoveus first pick. Let's just, close our eyes. Phoveus comes out. Ling Cho, Ling Tigreal, or even Ling on the first mage, right? The Faramis gets banned out here. The Zushin was there in the game two. Vexana has the potential to turn things around. They can maybe go for the Moskov, which they have done well here. They go for the Gatot, and it should be a Ling, right? It should be the Ling.
Yeah, I'm wondering. It should be the Ling. The only thing is like, what? Okay. Maybe
Ling
there's
Angela?
a read on the side of R8 where they don't play the Ling, and they know that they don't play the Ling.
No,
because
R8 definitely plays the Ling. They definitely.
So it's just an interesting not to prioritize it, and maybe just that R8 knows that there's things that can be countered to it very early here. Gatakacha, we've already seen. I mean, Phoveus, I don't even know what type of counters you can see for him in the early game. They're going to go ahead, pick that up, and that might come to bite them in the rear. They prioritize, I want to say maybe the Vexana might not have been what you wanted in the first pick. You give up the Ling. Maybe we have a plan for that here. Aurora now going over to R8.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Vexana gets picked up here by Falcon because they did win game 2 with it. Gatakacha does manage his lane against Phoveus. We saw it in game 2. It was okay, right? The Gato level 2 had some ability to kind of push each other around. This Aurora has been such a strong hero in the MENA region. This is something that I think we definitely have to take note of. And the Ling gets picked up for the first time on R8's side against Team Falcon. This, again, you talked about it. It might be a trap. Maybe they've set it up correctly where they're like, we need to pick the Ling. We have this in the back of our pocket. Game 3 scenario, everything is on the line. We're gonna take you far into this game, potentially, or it could just be that they really need the Gato. They really need the Tig, and it's just not that prior here.
Well, you do see a little bit of that focus. Clint actually taken off the board, despite the fact that, he did a great job in the last game. Moskov now, big focus on some of those gold lanes. Arlot taken off for the XP. Taken off for the XP lane. I guess maybe they think that this Phoveus would be going somewhere else. Or the roam for the Arlot or for the Phoveus.
Yeah, I mean, R8, again, with their statistics coming out from MPL, is undefeated on the Arlot. Now, whether it's on the Roam or the XP, it seems like Team Falcon has that figured out, because I don't. I just know they win with the Arlot there. So I think it's a great potential to take that hero out. Now, the Moskov, Team Falcon actually has had a great history with Moskov. Taking out his own hero here limits a little bit more, but something that is available this time around is the Claude. Claude has been taken out in game 2. Maybe that's what they're looking for. No, they go for the carry. The carry didn't do so well in last time's favor from the side of R8, but this time maybe it's the carry against the Phoveus matchup that's something that they like to counter up with. Yeah,
we can see here now the last pickup or we're actually just waiting for those 2 pickups that are going to be going over to the side of R8. I'm trying to figure out what type of jungle is left. I mean, Nolan can be a pickup, but there's nothing to help Nolan with that early game that I'm actually quite worried about for Falcons if they would go that route. I mean, maybe we see the Suyu. He's going to have his, is he going to come out here for the side of MENA? Because he does have a great early game. We've still got some other early pickups like the Julian can come out. Ooh, we have a Panda out there. A Kai going to be out there as well. That's a very interesting. I want to say it's for me. It's interesting because it doesn't really meld well with certain things like the Aurora, all this demonic force. You have to be very good on the Akai. I'm talking like being able to instantly come out there, pin 3 people against the wall. The problem is a lot of times Akai kind of fumbles in there, gets his heavy spin, and he's just throwing enemies every which way, and it's very hard for the team to actually kind of capitalize on that to get the kills.
Now, Akai and Phoveus. Yes, on paper, it may not seem like there's a correlation, but back in the days when Phoveus was based off of enemy dashes, Akai's heavy spin forces enemy dashes. Every push that he has, he's able to get that stomp on. So I want to see if it's the same synergy coming out. It's the Akai and the Phoveus just completely managing these fights. But guys, R8 versus Team Falcons in the best of 3. We're in the game 3, so this is going to be pushing the losers down to the lower brackets, where it's going to be, you know, they're not going to have anything else if they just lose again.
Yeah, it's really amazing here. Like we said, last season, R8 Esports were able to get the 2-0 sweep over Team Falcons. It looks like Team Falcons have been cooking something over during the year, have brought something together, able to tie it out, and now looking for a little bit of that revenge this season.
Yeah, revenge is, you know, a very great story here. A little bit of aggression already coming out. This Tigreal, man, we've seen the Tigreal do some great sets throughout the series just alone. So I know this is something that we've kind of expect these teams to kind of pick up early, but the top side is small aggression.
Ooh, yeah, I actually doubted. Sad for me, I doubted his ability to actually take down a Gatakacha. Even with the Vengeance up, I was like, oh, this is going to be a rough ride. But they were very cleanly able to get that. Meanwhile, R8 trying to put a little bit of an invade onto enemy territory.
Yeah, Alpha is kind of one of those picks that do stand out in this assassin-dominated Heva. It's just due to the fact that he has, you know, mobility coming out from his ultimate. He has high damage, he has a little bit of range, and he has the sustain along with the true damage that bursts out a lot of these tanks. And you can see assassin-dominated meta means they have to look for the buffs early on, and Alpha can take advantage of it early.
Oh, he comes in trying to get another Alpha charge onto Wega, and Alpha finds the kill there. That is 2-0 start for Team Falcons. Another great thing about Alpha is this lore dance. He doesn't have to kind of like poke around, depend on his teammate to give him vision. He can stand there, tank the lord, put all the damage in there, and not have to worry about like a large amount of timing like Leo would, to come in, get the Finch pose, hurry up, find himself a position, get the retry, zoom out before he's caught. So I mean, good job there by Team Falcons. The only problem is, I want to say Leo is doing a good job answering these objective takes. He's not just standing still, he's not just failing at objective takes, he's moving his objective to something else, which is clearing out the enemy jungle.
Yep, and he took away the blue buff that Kenji so hard relies on an Alpha. You can see the mana bar is already getting depleted, and there's not much left on the map here. They're both fighting for just one little green camp, and that just shows both of the jungles have done quite well. Both teams are looking to farm aggressively into the late game. Now let's take a look at maybe something like the mid game and late game potential. Mid game, I think Falcon has it in the bag. The Alpha, a little bit hard to deal with, but when it comes down to the late game, Carry and Natan, these are going to be two heroes that are just absolute units. Huge cannons, damage potential. This is going to be the priority lane in this match.
Yeah, right now interesting here is that they had minions, but they decided not to go for the gank down at the bottom. It might have been like a little bit too much with the Akai, with the Natan. Ooh, Alpha gonna go ahead, try to answer Wega here. I like the back and forth up at the top. It's very much, usually you get those kind of boring fights where both XP laners too afraid to make a mistake, or they're looking for that gank, or just gonna kind of wait around and passively getting the gold. Here, they're both just swinging at each other, taking those pot shots up at the top lane.
Yeah, but it definitely seems like Gata has a little bit more favor already farming with the stacks for the Thunderbelt versus the side of Phobius just having a little bit harder time trying to match up with those items. Now, Team Falcon, 1K gold lead. We're talking about the second objective here, and they've been able to get these objectives quite uncontested so far.
Ooh, Avatar of the Guardian comes out. Heavy spin comes out again. Implosion gets interrupted. Is that going to be enough? Oh, look at that big CC coming out from Mio. Alpha taking a lot of damage. Down goes Wega as Team Falcons continue their push. And despite, I want to say, some perfect sets coming out from R8 Esports.
Yeah, Wega not having the time of his life in this game here. We talked about the first pick, Phobius, and how its impact in the game is so much, but bot side,
ooh, it comes in there super, takes a lot of damage there, diving underneath the tower. Oh, Mark actually might be in trouble. Maro looking for the pick. He's going to chase him down. Super Steed on the side, going to provide a little bit of help with that escape.
Now, if we take a look at the previous two games, it seems like if one of these teams do get a snowball, the other team is not really having an opportunity to come back in the game. So we're slowly crossing a point of no return for the side of R8 here. They started off with a bang. They got their win. This is the time that they have to stop the snowball, because if the story plays on the same way as before, R8 is in big trouble now.
Avatar of the Guardian comes out, catches one member. And Heavy Spin is out there too. It might be it for the side of R8 Esports. Big push goes on to Super. Implosion is out. Big CC coming out from Mio, but it is not enough to protect Wega. I want to say with Wega, without that Nether Realm that they had in the first game, they're having a very hard time keeping the Phobius alive during these engagements. Oh, speaking of which, diving under the tower for Mio earns them a freeze. Down goes Kenji. They are still going to be able to find this tower, and a little passive goes off for Mio, and the rest of R8 Esports coming in for reinforcements. Tempest Blades is out, gonna find a kill onto Super, and then possibly a double on to Alpha if they can get it. Ooh, a nice big Avatar of the Guardian slams down, but Maro finds the kill, bringing this to a 4-5 game in favor of Falcons.
Yeah, the point of no return has kind of been pushed back. I was kind of saying, the side of R8, they have to find a way to push back, get an advantage. And it seems like Team Falcon, they spent a lot of resources on these team fights with the heavy spin.
Yeah, a big heavy spin comes out there, trying to pin Kenji against the wall, but it's going to do more than enough to push him away and zone him out from this next turtle.
Wow. Now, gold lead is even across the board. Even Stevens here. Some aggression coming on, but I see it. I feel like Team Falcon, they're going to try to be a little bit more aggressive. They like a lot of these team fights, and knowing that there's no heavy spin, they could look for a pick-off potentially, but R8 kind of found their groove in getting onto the backside. They're able to deny the Vexana. They got some of these kills off of Kenji and even picked off some of these members, and R8 now is in a place where I think they have a better advantage across the map. Natan versus Carry, it's a late game versus late game cannon. right? Ling versus Alpha. Alpha is gonna have the better ability to do these 50-50 lower dances, but Ling is gonna have the advantage on the far end of the map. When we get into the late game, past 10 minutes, you're just going to see it's gonna be hard for them to deal with the Ling. But before that, grouping up to siege onto the second tower, the bot side, Falcon is doing a great job pushing their lead, especially in the early game.
Yeah, the big thing for me, though, is like, who do we have if they can go ahead? I want to say right now, the big thing for RA, you brought it up, Ling has that ability to get to those distant lanes, to start pushing there. And we don't actually have an answer on Team Falcons for that, to be able to kind of meet him or actually be a threat to Ling. So, I mean, if they start doing that, especially successfully, speaking of which, Implosion comes out, catches 2 members, Heavy Spin is out as well. Wega taking a heap of the damage. Vengeance is not going to save him from Lark and the speedy light wheel. Chung Young finds a kill onto Alpha, and that is a kill apiece for both of these teams. And just like we were talking about, Leo making great use of his map presence, trying to clear out these lanes, trying to create that pressure across the map.
Yeah, you can see that Team Falcon, they're very happy looking for 5 versus 5 team fights. They're very happy when everyone is grouped up because they're just not that mobile, right? Alpha, he's not going to be able to run across the map and deal with the Ling split push. However, R8, if they can just withstand some of these team fights with 4 members, allow Leo to have more time on the opposite end of the map, that's going to give them the advantage. So Team Falcon, full send, 5 versus 5, all in when they have the opportunity. R8 looking to split across the map. And you talked about who can they send to deal with the Ling split push. Alpha, I think it's okay. But maybe the Gato?
Oh yeah, Gatakacha comes in with an Avatar of the Guardian. Eternal Guardian comes down for the side of Team Falcons. In comes Leo. Woo, that was a shaky little perch he sat on right there. All the members of Team Falcons there were trying to figure out what he was trying to do. And now starting on this Lord and looking for a good angle, Leo kind of perched up there, but you can see Team Falcons. This is a big thing I want to say for MENA is this whole the dance out here. It's almost kind of obvious. They're going to go ahead, pull out the Lord, wait for this fight. They feel like they have the advantage here, and I want to say they kind of do, like we were talking about before. Only one of these junglers can really sit and hold the Lord. The other one has to look for an opportunity to get in very sneakily, get that retribution, and then get out. Now they're going to go ahead, start on it. They know that Ling is on the opposite side of the map. Kenji very quickly able to find that Lord. Oh, a big pop-up. Lands. Maro with the heavy spin. He does have somebody pinned against the wall. Super Steed does go down. Lark is the next one. Leo coming in with a vengeance with that Tempest of Blades. Look at the damage coming out. Chung Young picks off Kenji, and down goes a complete team wipe. They got the Lord, but at what a cost, as now R8 Esports begin their push through the mid lane. Are they going to be able to burst down this Lord and take it to the core immediately? They have 4 seconds to find out. 2 members will be up for Team Falcons. Leo coming over here to join in the fight. Now another burst. That's another high ground down as Leo, look at that speedy light wheel, is going to have to use that Tempest of Blades defensively to get out of that. And just like that, R8 Esports have turned around this game.
Yeah, huge heavy spin coming out from Maro here, separating the side of Team Falcons. They got the pin on the Vexana, and they're able to just take care of the backline, right? You saw the Ling on top of the Lark since the start of the team fight. They took out the 2 most squishiest, highest damage dealing members of Team Falcon, and then they proceed on to the rest of the member. A perfect play coming out from the side of R8. Exactly what they needed to do. You saw Team Falcon. They're doing with their advantage, right? They're just grouping up as a 5. They have the ability to take the Lord down quite fast, and they saw the Ling on the opposite end. But what they didn't see is that Mara was able to get a great set, splitting the front lines and the back lines apart. And then the positioning from Leo, just a little bit too good, able to get onto the backside and clean up the rest of their members.
Yeah, just just narrow of a 2K gold lead for R8 Esports. Now both teams very much I want to say even stats here. So I'm wondering how these Lord fights are going to kind of play out. We've already talked about the advantage for Lord fights right now kind of goes to Team Falcons when it comes to like holding the Lord. But I want to say, like, it depends on what the strategy is here. Do we bait out the Lord? Do we just force a fight? Maybe go with a conceal play, find an angle, and find the flank onto them. You can see some of these lanes starting to be pushed out. The big thing that R8 Esports has on their side is they can send Leo out at any time. Finch Pose, he's already down there at the bottom lane while the rest of the teams are setting up for this Lord. He can actually continue this, and Team Falcons are going to need to answer this, which is sending Kenji out there.
I don't know if I fully agree sending Kenji out. Although Kenji is going to be the fastest person that can deal with the wave being pushed, as in he can clear the wave, probably one of the fastest, and be able to hold onto it himself. I feel like if you can send the Gato out there, he could just jump in with the ultimate, right? He could run halfway across the map and get a good set. Versus when you send the Alpha there, you're risking the retry being gone. And yes, the Ling is also the retry, but they have the ability, but the conceal.
Yeah, conceal play with the heavy spin is out. Eternal Guardian comes out. Maro is very low. Kenji spots him, looking for the kill, does find it. That is 2 down for R8 Esports. Now answering back, Young finds himself 2 kills of his own. 3 down for R8 Esports. That is a jungler down. That means Kenji's gonna go ahead and very quickly start to work on this Lord. Mio actually kind of sitting in wait here, looking for an opportunity. Maybe might be able to find it, comes in, finds the damage, but Kenzie with the retribution is going to find that Lord.
Yeah, this is the best case scenario for the side of Team Falcons here. Instead of the 2 squishy members being picked off by Ling early on in the team fight, it's actually the 2 tankiest members. So a little bit of a misfocus coming out from the side of R8 here. Although the goal lead is quite close, it's going to be quite a back and forth, and now it's up to Team Falcon to see how they can deal with the siege. And when it comes down to the siege, again, R8 have a slight advantage just due to the fact that they have the Ling to be able to split push across the map. But Team Falcon, if they are all on the enemy's turrets, it's going to be a hard siege because it's a front to back composition. The Gato can be in the front along with the Alpha, with the implosion and the carry. It's going to be hard to reach into the backside.
Yeah, and right now we can see the Tempest of Blades comes out there. Kenji trying to put on the damage onto Leo, who's going to have to disengage. Lord pushing through the mid right now. They don't actually get the tower just yet. Few little auto attacks from Lark and Maro from the side. Oh, in comes Chung Young. Look at the damage coming out from him. Almost puts Kenji down to rest, and he's going to have to find himself a quick route home.
Yeah, no, we're getting into the timing where the late game cannons of the Natan and the carry are gonna come out for play. You're gonna see some of these tanky front lines, their HP bar just completely disappear, right? So the carry is Lark is most definitely going to be killing Vega this whole entire fight. But the Natan, you could see he's already online and he has a further dash. I want to say it probably is just a little bit better than carry when it comes down to being full item. 13k gold, all 6 items are damaged. I feel like the Natan has a bigger advantage just because his ultimate has a further range. But the carry, if he has the ability to kite, and same with the tanks coming out from Team Falcon, it's more of a I set you together instead of I push you away. So I feel like Team Falcon has a slight edge in terms of being in a team fight, but the random element of surprise of Maro's heavy spin, which is hard to predict, has given R8 a lot of success in all these team fights.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with Natan having the advantage here, not just because he can come in with the entropy to negate a lot of that distance, but also his abilities. A lot of his abilities, his auto attacks, they go through multiple targets, whereas Carry's going to have to focus one down at a time to really start dishing that out. So it's going to be very interesting. But it's not something completely impossible for Team Falcons to kind of, I mean, they've had success thus far when it comes to a lot of these team fights.
Conceal, probably.
Oh, yeah. Up at that top, they've caught Ling. Are they going to be able to find it? Oh, Implosion comes out. Immortality still on him using that Tempest of Blades. He is nailed down, and this might be it. Uses the Winter Crown, and Carry puts the finishing touches there. They're trying to chase down Kenji to get that. Oh, Heavy Spin comes out. Can they get the damage down? Look at how tanky he is. They do find 2 junglers down for both of these teams. The Lord just sitting there awkwardly in the center like, well, I don't know who's going to be getting me now, as both teams had the same eye in mind to go ahead and try to burst. Ooh, at mid, there's another fight there for that, for the marksmans, and Carry actually gets bursted down here. Alpha in trouble, gets popped up with, oh, another little push comes out there. Demonic Force is out. Is it going to be enough? That's 3 members. None of the team is backing up. You can see Mio over there. Maybe not the fight you wanted, and a Winter Crown is out, but Wega gonna be hitting the bins now. He is taking himself a nap. 13-1 right now, as the rest of R8 gonna go ahead and start on this. Avatar the Guardian comes out. He's getting bursted down. Heavy Spin is out as well. Myung finds the kill onto Alpha. Lark finds the kill onto the enemy marksman, and just like that, both of these teams trading it out, not wanting to let this Lord go to waste. Lark finds a kill, but is eventually and finally taken down by Leo. 3-2 on both of these teams. 2 for R8 Esports still left up. 3 for the side of Team Falcons.
It honestly is so close. It almost looks like it's like a grand finals match. Both of these teams are so close in terms of their skills, their strategy. It seems like they already know what's gonna go on before it even happens. An implosion here.
Oh, and they catch Leo, which means this is going to be a clean and easy Lord for the side of Team Falcons. Unfortunate for the side of R8 Esports, and a Lord going to be coming down. The jungler is down, got caught by Team Falcons.
Yeah, huge play coming out from the Tigreal here. Now the Lord is marching down onto the mid side. R8, they have wave clear, right? They have the Natan, they have the Aurora. The Akai can kind of push out Falcon's front line, so they have the ability to clear, but this is going to be a huge Lord coming down. They're already getting the team fight started.
Oh, and they get caught. Morrow's down. They do have that ultimate coming out. Kenji finds a kill onto Morrow. Lord swinging away. Lark finds a kill onto Wega. Avatar, the Guardian, zones out the rest, and that, ladies and gentlemen, looks to be, oh, it comes in with the Tempest of Blades, finds 2 kills. Lark finds one on the marksman. Super Steve does take down the jungler. A complete team wipe, and Falcons moving forward with the vengeance from last season, able to find the victory over R8 Esports.
A exciting best of 3 series on to the very last moment. The side of Falcons able to prevail in this series, taking them 2-1, reversing the damage that Falcon received the last time they met in MPL. This is a beautiful story coming out for them, and it's really going to snowball into the next match where they have to actually face up against the winners of Fluffy Fighters and Birthrights. But going back to it, we talked about how the sets coming out from the Tigreal, it's a lot more stable. It brings them together instead of the randomness that the Kai brings in, and it just really paid off towards the end. Those implosions forced so many spells, and in those few seconds the damage was just piling on to the members of R8.
Yeah, not just that, but I felt like Leo was having a little bit of a problem. I felt like Falcons felt like they were more prepared for the hiding spots that Ling would go to, because they were able to find him up on the perch, take him down, and punish him in a lot of these fights, especially in the late game. I feel like Kenji was like calling this out because Ling is one of his favorite characters, so he knows all those ins and outs, knows exactly where the best places for him to hide up there.
Yeah, that was just an outplay coming out. A super smart tactic coming out from Super here on the Tigreal. And, you know, throughout that whole entire game, we didn't really know who was going to be able to take this game number 3. But here we are, Team Falcon able to come out ahead. And like this alpha pick, right? It's not the assassins that dominate in the split push. It's not fancy feet coming out from a Ling or a Hayabusa. It's more of a traditional, I'm in your face, I deal tons of damage, and I could just be aggressive and win most of these team fights. And it seemed like R8 had that game in the bag when it came down to this moment. 2 of the squishies being picked off, a 5-0 team fight, yet they were able to just reset, get the pickoffs that they're looking for, and push them towards the next round.
Yeah, and a great game played for them. Even with this back and forth, this chaos here at the Lord Pit, where each team was taking it like 4 deaths here, back and forth, eventually kind of ended with that Lord going to the side of Falcons, with Falcons able to push. Yeah, and that's the last and final one for Leo. He gets caught there trying to find a Finch pose there. And here for the gold position, Koba coming out with the MVP.
Yeah, I mean, Koba definitely was going to be the highest damage dealer in that game. And, you know, he had to make sure to be able to chunk down the front lines that that R8 has set up for them. He has to dodge the Kai heavy spin. He has to run away from the Ling. And he also had to deal with the ultimate coming out from the Aurora. There was so much that the carry had to do, and he was able to push through that. So definitely well-deserved by the side of Team Falcon, but R8 came out with such a hard match here.
Yeah, so much he had to do, but still he brought us some scary carry and secured that victory. I gotta say, the last game, I really thought RA had it in their pocket with that push when they cleared up at the Lord fight. But I noticed at the end when Chungmyeon was actually fighting with his team near the Lord, there's carry marching down the mid lane, and he noticed it really quickly. When he sees his teammates getting bodied right next to him, he just ignored it completely and then recalled back to home. So those are some decision making I think is very important in professional plays when you're in that mentality. Right, and let's take a quick look at a recap of the bracket after that series.
Yeah, the bracket coming out, it seemed like Twisted Mind was able to take out the Rad, which is the Egyptian representative, going up against Geek K, which is a very, very strong team. Now, Team Falcon, just as this series was able to take care of business 2-1, and they're up against the Fluffy Fighters? Yo, Private, this is a name that we haven't seen before.
I was just going to say, I'm very eager to take down Birthright as well. I want to say Birthright was one of those ones I was kind of gearing for to make it to the end, but this is what we were talking about. A lot of new teams are starting to take this new meta very head on, and it's allowing some of those really gifted players to shine through. We're going to see here what Fluffy Fighters is made of. I'm very eager to see.
And it's kind of crazy, right? Twisted Minds versus DK coming up, I suppose, next. So coming up next, we have the upper bracket quarterfinals, semifinals between Twisted Minds and DK Esports coming up first. And that is like a pre-match for the MPL MENA that's going to happen on the 19th. So we get to see these two teams, the top 2 spots for the MPL MENA this season, come in and show us what they got beforehand. That's really exciting.
That's what the grand final match for the MENA region, right?
Yeah.
Woo. And Private, you and me get to cast in the frontline show with some popcorns for the crowd here. I mean, we're just lucky here.
Yeah, we get to see a round one of that exciting matchup that will start going on and I guess finish up in MENA. So it's really exciting, especially to see some of those top teams, what they were doing. And I'm really impressed with MENA, really impressed with some of the teams too. Here, Falcons, I want to say, took an early, let's call it a flub. Their choices weren't so great, but to be able to come back from that here, their picks right after that were very, very solid, bringing them to their victories here. So very impressive.
Yeah, and that was just the start, guys. That was only the quarterfinals when we had a 3-game series coming in like 30 minutes per game. So very intense matchups. Exciting matches coming up. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to be back with you in 5.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
We're back, guys, to the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6. We just witnessed Falcons and R8 battle it out neck to neck. Now we're heading into the upper bracket semifinals, and the first series of the day is already Twisted Minds versus GK Esports. How exciting is that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the people in the crowd already know what's going to happen in these matches. Maybe us as casters from North America, we don't really see these teams as much as we want to, but these are two powerhouses, favorites, if you want to say. Both of these teams have gone extremely far in the MPL. I believe they're going to duke it out sometime next week. But we get a little bit of a pre-show coming out, Private.
Yeah, very, very excited to see where these teams go, because I'm actually familiar with both of these teams from last season as well. So we're going to be seeing, I want to say, Twisted Minds coming out from MENA and GK coming out from Egypt. An early sight into seeing these two teams clash, as they will be going at it again in their home region too. So we get ourselves a little bit of taste. We get the excitement of casting what would be a grand finals in their home region.
Yeah, and we know that one of these teams at least will make it out to M6. So very exciting matchups. On the screen, you see the roster for Twisted Minds. We have Sanji on the XP, Tarzan on the jungle, Cuffin in the mid lane, Sano on the gold, and Tro on the XP, on the roam. Wow, Tro.
I mean, definitely looks like a tough team coming out from the side of Twisted Minds here. They've done well in every single tournament, every single match leading up to this point. And this is a team that we've seen, you know, throughout the whole entire seasons dominate their whole region here. But GK coming up here now, it's also an extremely strong team. They've done well against Twisted Minds. And again, in MPL MENA, all these teams are neck to neck. So I would not be surprised if we go into a game 3 here, Private.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting to see. But their opponents that they're going to be facing here is going to be a GK Esports. Samo coming up on the XP lane, Zeno in the jungle, Smile at the mid lane, Carvey for the gold lane, and Shen at is going to be the roam position for them. I like that most of them were kind of matching up with their poses there, and not a single arms crossed pose. Let me say that. The most overused pose from all of these teams. But both of these teams are there's a lot of history behind these teams. A lot of the fans of those regions recognize these teams and are definitely going to be paying attention to this match, and I can't wait for it to begin.
Yeah, absolutely. We see the players got their little poses in, and like you guys mentioned, it will most likely be best out of threes, all 3 games played. I'm expecting another an hour and a half series coming in from this team. So definitely a lot to look forward to in these series. But speaking from the last series that was played, we saw a lot of target bans on specific players, like Maro getting targeted, getting out all the roamers possible in the games. And for this matchup, we know that they're very well known of each other. So let's find out what they got in store against one another as we take ourselves into the draft.
Yeah, I mean, definitely surprises when it comes down to the bans, right, Private? I don't think we've seen all bans going towards the roam. First phase and second phase. And already a different start kind of sets them apart maybe from the strategies, or it just means that every single one of these teams have a different strategy for each other. Right? So taking out the Fanny is something that we saw in game 1. They were able to play the Fanny, was unsuccessful, but this time around it's a priority towards Twisted Minds?
Well, I want to say, especially with the last series, the priorities that went to a lot of those roams, I want to say that last series you pointed out, the difference in the roams kind of made or broke a lot of those engagements, where on one side you had the implosion from a Tigreal that was doing a great job, a more dependable ultimate coming from that side, rather than the heavy spin coming from a Kai that kind of pushed people in random directions. So it possibly going down to the play style, the compositions that most of those teams like to go with, it played a part in the end. So I could see why the focus went there. Here, something completely opposite of that. They're going for those heavy hitters, those mechanical heroes, the Ling, the Fanny. They're taking out the CC and damage coming out from Aurora. Still, I mean, Chip just cannot escape it. He's forever on that ban list, no matter what kind of compositions these guys are going for, what kind of strategies they're going to have. And Hayabusa. So here, the exact opposite. They're taking out all of those heavy hitting and mechanical assassins.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a little bit more standard when it comes down to taking off a lot of these assassin bans, right? They've been so dominant in any of these metas, but now it leaves open a lot of hero. The Gatot, the Hylos, the Phoveus that have all done quite well in the previous matches. Matilda gets taken off here. If we were to go back, I think the Phoveus is a potential. Oh, I know you definitely have something to say about this. I like it because I think it's a priority, but Private, take us in, man.
This is exactly what I was gonna say. It's good, but you've shown your cards a little early, and something that counters out a mage that kind of comes online in the mid and late game is to make sure they don't hit that mid and late game and have that early game priority. Here, Khalid is a great pickup, but I feel like you need to pair that with the Gatakacha because you need to take it off the board. It's an obvious answer to the Khalid because he can withstand that early burst. Whether you put him on a Vengeance, whether you put him on, so this means that we're gonna have the Phoveus as our XP lane, the Khalid as our possible roam here, which almost, I wanna say, it kind of fulfills that same purchase. And just like I said, they're gonna go ahead and answer it with that Gatakacha.
All right, you said Khalid roam. There's still a possibility that Khalid can go into the gold lane if that's a 1-3-1 style that they're looking for. But GK coming out here with a very unpredictable lineup. It's not often that you get to see both the new characters come out and play together. This time we get to see both of these plus the Gatot. It's gonna be a little bit hard to find the exact counters, the exact right plays, but I do know one thing for sure, and that the mage that GK has kind of brought up is going to be extremely hard to deal with as a front line, right? The Gato, he's gonna be able to deal quite well against the Phoveus, which we saw in the game 3 between R8 and also Falcon. But this new hero here in the jungle has a lot of the CC. Nolan is a great pick. He's gonna have a very fast rotation in the jungle, but is it gonna be enough to deal with GK's lineup?
Yeah, and that's going to be the big question here. Suyu, we know, comes online very fast, only needs his 3 abilities there. The big thing is if we're going to be able to protect the Zuxin in that early game where, I mean, the new hero, Suyu, I mean, he's got a dash, he's got a ton of damage that he can output. I want to say he's almost like a more mobile alpha in what he provides for the team on paper, with the damage, with sustainability, and his early game presence in some of those fights. But he has the ability to kind of dash in and out of harm's way as well as kind of, I want to say, a more dependable ranged shot that he can throw out there. Here, we're going to be taking Tigreal, finally the focus onto some of those roam positions. And very surprising for me, Eve taken off the board by GK.
Yeah, Eve is a great matchup to deal with the Zhu Xin at the mid lane. I've definitely seen it once or twice before, and Eve has kind of gained a little bit more traction throughout these last few weeks when we head into kind of like the late game championship matches. Now, One thing is interesting is that the Minotaur that has been taken out in the first series is left completely open, and both teams have the ability to pick it up. I'm not sure if it's going to be the tank of their choice, because there is still things like the Ruby, the Edith, which both are great into the flex position. They could even use the Gato, or they could use the Khalid as their own position. So both teams have their draft quite open here. Honestly, I was expecting maybe the Fair Mist was going to get taken off, because the Fair Mist did so well in our very first series. It could potentially be a priority. Something else that we've seen that did well is going to be the carry, which Twisted Minds has a great track record with.
Oh, I was actually kind of wondering what we were going to go with as our mage. I was thinking, the big thing for me is I was thinking Lu Yi and Vexana, maybe not the best picks, because we don't exactly have peel for these picks, and they're not exactly the most mobile out there. Except Vexana, I want to say her more than Lu Yi. She has the abilities that can kind of put that CC immediately onto somebody that is chasing her, whereas Lu Yi has to connect both of her yin and yang to kind of create that CC and be able to get away. Here, we're going to be moving in where you have a Belleric. So I want to say the Belleric, the Gatakacha are going to be those two main ones that are going to try to absorb this early game onslaught that Twisted Minds are looking for here, with the Nolan, with the Vexana, with the Khalid. So much early game damage that's going to be coming out from them.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this combination coming out from BTK yesterday, I believe. The Belleric and the Gatakacha, it kind of brings me back maybe to almost 3 years ago, where Hylos revitalized, Gatakacha revitalized, even Belleric would revitalize. Those things were kind of in style. So this time around, it's really going to spice things up. I think this is the first Belleric that I've actually been able to cast. Didn't watch it, but the first Tree Man coming out from the side of GK here.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how it plays in here. The only problem is like sometimes you got to kind of wait for him to kind of get online for these. I like both drafts. They're both trying to accomplish different things. I do feel like Twisted Minds comes online a lot earlier. The early game, the early part of this match, really going to kind of delegate how the rest of the match goes, on how successful Twisted Minds is with it, or will Geek K be able to withstand that early game pressure and bring it on into the mid and late game where they're going to shine. Ladies and gentlemen, GK Esports from Egypt taking on Twisted Minds from MENA, both starting off this series looking to set the tone.
This is like the most hype match that, the side of MENA is pushing out. One of these two teams is going to M6, right? Let's take that in here. These two are contenders for the championship to represent their region. This is the best of the best that MENA has pushed out, but also at the same time, MENA has like 4 or 5 teams with the same track record that did just as well. So all of these teams are so good and so neck to neck here. But again, the spotlight is on GK Esports and Twisted Minds here. Already an aggressive approach coming out from Troll here. This is something that we expect coming out from the Khalid. I think this is one of the reasons why you believe Twisted Minds have a much stronger early game. The Nolan jungles fast, the Phobius does well in lane, and you also got the Khalid taking control over the mid bushes.
Yeah, they're not yet to find a little bit of an opportunity. Nolan really is going to need to have some of those kills. He can't be held at bay. If he's not getting those kills in the early game, he is failing in his early game, because you really need to get that steamroll going through the mid and late game. Yeah, I mean, we've seen it to the point where Nolan doesn't get that early game, but he becomes that lethal problem pushing, split pushing. He might not have the quickness and the swiftness that Ling does, but he can dash around the map fairly quickly.
I just want to say, be prepared for the side of Geek Fan to be able to recover a lot of HP in these fights, because the 2 revitalizes that they have is not a joke. It's going to be something hard to deal with. It's going to extend a lot of these long drawn fights where Zhu Xin is going to have a great advantage to be able to deal with the CCs here.
Oh, Zeno dives in there and is able to get the retribution before finding a way out, but now getting caught up and taken out by Mike Sama. Wrath of Dryad is out for Belleric. Slamming down is Mike Asama with that demonic force, still trying to put it on. Takes down Shen. That is 2 down for the side of GK. Twisted Minds do take a death there, but the turtle ultimately going over to GK.
Yeah, the Phobius getting some early kills is definitely going to be something hard that GK has to figure out how to defend against. And you know, the more that he has gold, he's just gonna be jumping around in the beginning towards the mid, and even in the end of these team fights, GK has to find a response. And yes, they did get the objective, but a little bit down here.
Ooh, a big ultimate comes in. Troll in trouble. Playboy Carvey finds himself a kill. Zaman Force laid out there to set up that death.
Yeah, but you know, Twisted Minds, I feel like the Khalid is one of those picks where you have to go aggressive early, right? You were kind of talking about it early, where he has to get a few kills or some early advantage, and I think that's exactly what they're going for. Trade the aggressiveness and the pressure that Khalid provides to allow Natan to kind of become that late game bazooka that they need to be able to overcome GK's front line. Because with the 2 revitalized, with the heals coming up, you know, the Khalid, he's not going to be able to front line defend against a Belleric and a Gato Kacha. But if with enough time, Twisted Minds get the Natan online into the team fights, I think that's going to be their winning objective. Go for the long run, dude.
Yeah, at the mid lane, little bits of action coming in there. Oh, Hoda comes in, puts some damage onto Smile with that fracture. That's going to go ahead and set up this first turtle. Meanwhile, Smile not discouraged, still kind of up there in the front line. Shen doing his best to kind of stay out in front as much as he can. Ooh, a nice little throw there. In comes the CC with the flicker. What a nice set, lands on the 2 members, but Zeno still finds the turtle. Despite the perfect set coming out, Troll finds himself a kill. Carvey finds another one there, so they're able to even it up even with losing this turtle.
Yeah, now GK is going to be the one that has just a slight lead and advantage. Now, both teams have done quite well in setting up for these objectives, right? Not one team is kind of completely slaughtering the others, but you can see Playboy Carvey already 2-0-2, just a little bit more fed compared to Sano. That's going to give him that early game advantage that maybe the Natan is desperately trying to look for. Yes, it's a late game hero. Natan needs a lot of gold to become online, but if Harith is the one that is controlling the tempo of the game, he's going to be able to dish out so much damage onto the backside. Twisted Minds here is getting pushed out on the bottom.
Yeah, a great job by GK to go ahead, push them out, force out Sano and Troll, and that allows Carvey to be able to push onto that tower. That's going to be a first objective coming for the side of GK. And like I say, the longer this match goes, the longer that Twisted Minds is held at bay, the worse this is going to be for them. Because I want to say a lot of their eggs were in that early game basket.
Yep, the Khalid definitely has to kind of be able to make an impact. And yes, we saw the flicker stun combination coming through by Troll. It was a great set, but for me, I don't really see the late game viability of a Khalid pick, right? He has some damage, he has the mobility, but when it comes down to lockdown CC, he's lacking. When it comes down to peeling, he's lacking. He does damage, but is that going to be enough to hold down members for Sano to be able to dish out as much damage as he needs? I don't know.
Yeah, and that's going to be the big question. Ooh, Hoda taking a lot of damage. He's not going to probably be able to be a part of this turtle fight, so they have to know he's low. A big pop-up into mid, a lot of chaos going on, and a Smile gets taken out there as well. They do lose one, but they gain the turtle. The entire time, GK was just focusing on that turtle, despite what was happening at mid. Oh, Troll taking a lot of damage. He's going to have to use that healing ability to withstand the Zaman Force coming out from Carvey.
Yeah, but Geeke here completing the 3 turtles. I believe they get like this extra buff coming out, a little bit of a damage buff plus 3 times the shield that the turtle kind of provides them. So little bit of a kind of a priority shift, right? When it comes down to these objectives, just giving them slightly more of an advantage. But now you can see the gold being favored into the Harriet's hand, and an early game or like a mid game Harriet where he has the feather, he has the calamity, it's going to be dishing out tons of damage. And if Twisted Minds is not prepared to be able to find the lockdown needed, which a Khalid, a Phoveus, and a Vexana, yes, if they land their spells, it's possible to lock down the Harriet, but it's hard to aim. These are all skills that, you know, require you to either hit the person that's in the front or to be able to get close. And when they get close, the Beleric is going to have a much easier time peeling the Harriet when you compare that to the Khalid here.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, especially with a Harith. And you've got targets there. If you're focusing on Harith, you've got the CC coming out from Beleric, but all the entire time, Smile putting on those lantern stacks onto you so that they can get that CC. So it's just, I want to say, it's so many different angles that you have to worry about when it comes to these engagements. And Twisted Mind kind of being held at bay right now. Moving into the 9-minute, that early game is pretty much gone. And you could see the pushing coming from GK doing a very good job. The edges of the map, the first tier, the tier 1 towers have been taken down, and looking for that mid one is GK.
Yeah, and I mean, they're kind of trading in terms of the response, right? When it comes down to the late game potential of a Natan in a team fight, the side of GK have Beleric and Gato to deal with insane bursts and DPS coming out from the Natan. But however, the side of Twisted Minds, they have the ability to deal with the Harith late game too. The Phoveus comes into the picture where those unlimited dashes just reset his ability, making it hard for the Harith. So both teams kind of, you know, have good response coming out from the draft, but I still think the Khalid might be the issue of Twisted Minds. This frontline set is not going to be enough. I don't know how they're going to get him online. Go into the mid game, and the side of Geeke just have a lot more ultimates underneath their belt.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem too. I mean, you have, even though I want to say Troll is probably tank build here, it's not going to be tanky enough. In comes the Sandstorm with the flicker. Avatar the Guardian is out, catches 2 members. Smile finds the kill onto Troll. Hoda finds a kill of his own. 1 down for GK, 2 down for Twisted Minds, and just like that, they continue. Even with the sets coming from Twisted Minds, GK always has an answer, always able to push Twisted Minds away from these lords, and that's going to set up a lord take for the side of GK.
Yeah, and I mean, Troll kind of went in onto the backside and just completely disappeared, but Asano here coming out with
Zeno is able to find himself that retribution. Smile gets away, crawling home with a hair of health left. Very even when it comes to the kills, but starting to edge away from that gold lead of a 3k gold lead for the side of GK.
Yeah, Twisted Minds just need to be able to find out how can they set.
Yeah, Shen finds a kill onto Hoda. And I mean, just right now, the tankiness is too much for Twisted Minds. That coupled with the fact that they weren't able to really have as successful of an early game that they wanted meant they don't have the items. They don't have that steamroll. They don't have the threat of that damage. And right now, Samo and Shen are just this front line that Twisted Minds cannot penetrate.
Yeah, and I mean, the side of Geeke has set up such a strong force, right? You're looking at Gato, you're looking at Beleric. 2 of these big targets, durable units, high sustain, hard to deal with, versus what? A Khalid? A Phoveus? It just doesn't seem like it's enough here.
Yeah, Troll goes in there, able to find the set. Sano able to answer back, finds a kill on to Smile, and down goes Mike Sama. Like, you're absolutely correct. They're even able to do, I feel like they're executing their plan. They just didn't realize the lack of damage that they had, because I want to say the Troll on this Khalid right now is actually doing a great job. He's finding these amazing sets. It's just the follow-up damage is not there.
And although Troll and the Vexana are actually the two that's leading this game in terms of the damage that's dealt, EK is in complete control in how these team fights are being fought. They want to see it's the top tower. Let's have a quick little, cha-cha dance up there, right? If they want to fight for some of these objectives, they're the ones making in control. And all they have to do is send Shen in there, send the Gato ult into the backside, and boom, they get to start the team fight they're looking for. Versus Twisted Minds, they're kind of looking for a misposition on GK, right? If we talked about the Lord had a two-man knockup and Troll had the flicker into the play. Top side, they were looking to dive. And again, Troll was looking for the flicker play. So it's going to be a lot harder for side of the Twisted Minds to be able to combo their skill together versus GK. They have the front lines. They want to set up the fight. It's just going to be possible. Now, Lord coming up soon.
Yeah, look at that. Just with 3 hits, immediately laying down the Zaman Force, Mike Sama is taken down to 50% at the blink of an eye. They're not trying to go back yet. You can see the entire team setting up for this next Lord, wondering if Twisted Minds is even in a position to contest that. We're looking at about a 4-5K gold lead. They are going to go ahead and take it out. The Wrath of Dryad comes out. Zeno finds a kill onto Mike Sana. Big pop-up onto the side of GK, but the rest of Twisted Minds have to back off. You can see taken down to half health there was one of the members, and the entire team had to back off from the stiff offense they're getting from GK. One uncontested Lord going over to GK.
Yeah, we're used to kind of Phobius being able to sustain the first in on a team fight and the last one out, but this time the Phobius kind of just disappear like water. Right, that just kind of shows how much advantage, how much damage GK has in these team fights. And I kind of said it in the beginning, right? The 2 Revitalize coming out from GK is going to create a huge impact, and that is allowing Twisted Minds to deal tons of damage onto the side of GK, but just unable to kill or close the gap. Yes, the Revitalize are still down for another 20 seconds, but once both of those are up here, I'm just gonna say GK is gonna be able to just walk and trample through the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it's so much healing that's coming out. Not just healing, not just the Revitalize, but you have taunts on both teams. Wrath Dryad is out, and Zeno makes quick work of Mike Sama. Ooh, and a little bit of a fight there. Hoda still able to find a kill onto Shen. Zeno taking down the tower. Only one more high ground left for the side of Twisted Mind. Carvey finds the last hit there, and 1-1 apiece are down. And unfortunately for the side of Twisted Mind, they need to find something to their advantage, because right now they are so far behind. They're not able to do the damage to match up with the front line, and they're not able to get to that back line. I think the only plan here is to just to escort Sano around and hope that he can get fed on this Natan in time to start dealing some damage.
Yeah, but the amount of things that Sano kind of has to get through to even get onto the right target, it is so hard, right? They're able to kill Shen. Shen, is a strong member of the front line of DK Esports ability to set up team fights, but is he the right member that they really want to deny? No, they want to get onto Playboy Carvey. They want to get onto Smiles, which is dealing with all the CC coming out, and also Zeno, but unable to do so here. Yes, I think the Natan still has a chance to be able to dish out enough damage to completely clean up DK Esports. But again, the opportunity and the setup is just so slim. And as time goes by, even in the next 2 to 5 minutes, EK Esports is just going to be finishing up their full builds, going up to 6 items, while the side of Twisted Mind is still going to be missing few core items that they desperately need.
And GK now with a 7K gold lead, starting to gain their positioning for this next Lord. 10 seconds away from them. And yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, right now, Twisted Minds, it just kind of came down to the draft. They had all their eggs. And that was the biggest thing for me, is like, you leave Gatakacha out there, what you pick up Khalid. I feel like Gatakacha at this point in the meta needs to be a ban before you pick up that before you pick up that Khalid. Xeno very easily able to get the retribution on that next Lord as the rest of Twisted Minds backing up to the core.
Yeah, I would say I would agree with you. Well played on the draft. Maybe the Khalid along with the Phoveus was not the move that they were looking for. Maybe it's a deny pick away. Maybe it's just that they did not expect a Belric to come out and play. Honestly, if I were in a ranked game, I would not expect a Belric to come out and, you know, sway over a Khalid pick. But here we are, Geek versus Twisted Minds. The Tree Man comes out to play and the Lord crashing down onto the mid side. How is Geek going to be able to close this out?
Yeah, that's the big question. They do find another big amount of CC, and Carvey actually gets taken out there as well. Xeno coming in, putting on the damage, uses that Ice Crown. Sano finding a kill onto Samo. That's 2 down for GK. They might have flubbed up this engagement at the side of Twisted Minds. Thought they had it all for a rote. And a Troll coming in there as well. That is 2 down for GK right now. And now they are hunting, searching for an opportunity with only a 4K gold lead by GK.
Yeah, and I mean, this is all kind of due to the damage that Sano was able to provide here. If they can get a few more towers, which they're looking to do so, I might smell a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, you already see they're coming in with the entropy put on the damage to Smile, who had to flicker out, or didn't flicker out of the way, but had to use that ultimate. It's just the mage alone here fighting for their life against these minions. They're already, and they are putting the boots to her. You can see has to go back to the core. They really underestimated, especially when you have no towers left. Those minions do a heck of a lot of damage to your squishies.
Yeah, and is this enough, right? They killed 2. Playboy Carvey died before the Lord even was, like, around the same time the Lord was in their base. You could say it's a misplay coming out from GK. You could say it's a great play coming out from Twisted Minds, but that was the best case scenario of a defense, right? Already no towers. We're struggling to clear the Lord, and they got the Natan to be able to free hit enough where they can get a few fights in. Can Twisted Minds replicate the same thing? Is this time that they have the lead, have the advantage, or was that just a one-time mistake that Geek put on? I think it was a mistake. Twisted Minds here still with an extreme disadvantage in a lot of these team fights, but if they can catch Playboy Carvey once again in the next one, I think that might just turn the match there.
Yeah, the problem is how well they're being zoned out. If they're being they put the damage on to Samo, but how well they're being zoned out. If they decide to make the push, if they decide to dive in, they have to compete with these taunts. The healing coming out from the 2-man tank front. Troll putting damage onto Shen, but I mean, look, he's barely tickling him with that damage. Lord is being pushed out again. I want to say GK really looking for the fight right now, though unfortunately Sano kind of showing himself out there, putting himself in a bad way that it's going to be an easy pickings for GK to kind of come in there. I think the Lord is tired of these games right now that both teams kind of pulling him out, letting him go back in. They're looking for the angle that they can come in from the backside. Hoda is going to go ahead and dash himself to the bottom. He's looking for the angle to be able to get in there. He's got great vision. He's got a great hiding space. Unfortunately, just like that again, GK pulling out the Lord. Oh, he actually might have some damage onto Sano. Here comes the Avatar, the Guardian. It does miss all targets there. Coming in, Hoda looking for the retribution. Is he going to be able to find it? Mike Sama finds it for the side of Twisted Minds. That's going to go ahead and turn this around. Samo in trouble. Hoda with the finishing touches. Fracture brings down the tanky boy of GK. That's going to be a Luminous Lord for the side of Twisted Minds.
That was unbelievable coming out from the side of Twisted Minds. They literally had Sano onto the top side defending the lane. Geek played that well. they looked for initiation, but unfortunately the Lord was just a little bit too low in Twisted Minds. Sama was able to get the last hit on that. Now the Lord's marching down. This might be a complete reversal for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, just like that. Once you get to the late game there, now they're going in. Sano putting the damage onto the tower. Now the rest of Twisted Minds forcing their way into it. Down goes 2 members of GK. Sano with the kill onto Shen, putting it onto Zeno. Now onto the core. Twisted Minds steal it from the grasps of defeat and find themselves a first victory over GK.
That was crazy coming out from the side of Twisted Minds here, able to reverse the situation. You can see Troll here with the taunt already, with the pose. Like, he's just messing with the opponent's mind here, and GK had that game in the bag the whole entire match. They were just pushing onto the inners, getting exactly what they need. But Carvey, he died twice, and the 2 times that he died was on the crucial moments. The first time inside Twisted Minds base when they had the Lord marching down to be able to push, and the second time he died right next to the Lord where they were able to get a stun off of that Harith, and the Nolan came in for that last hit. And fortunately, Twisted Minds was able to grab up that Lord, because if they didn't, I still think GK would have had a great lead there.
Yeah, I mean, man, you can't even look at the stats to kind of tell the story of the game just because of how well, just because of the turnaround that happened at the last moment for Twisted Minds. Finally able to find the angles they were looking for. Sano, they did it. I was saying it jokingly that they just all needed to kind of just let Sano farm, but that's exactly what they did. He was able to get those items and finally came online, and he was chunking down the entirety of the team of GK here.
Yeah, again, early game, we did see an advantage coming out from the side of GK, right? They just had it in them where they were able to get some of these fights. It was kind of 50-50, but GK just had the lead when it came down to that mid game. They secured every single objective, all 3 turtles, the first 2 lords, and here we have Twisted just hanging on barely in some of these team fights, but it's all just due to the damage that Sano was able to output in this match.
Yeah, an amazing job. I mean, here, like, we pretty much thought that this thing was over for the side of Twisted Minds with that other push there, but finally starting to find some of the angles that they needed, able to get the Lord as well and start the pickoffs. The final Lord here, push here, was just amazing, and a great job there. Twisted Minds, MVP will be cuffing in the mid roll on that Vexana.
Yeah, we don't, we weren't 100% sure to back up the Vexana here, but definitely Cuffin is telling us, hey man, I could play any of these heroes. It doesn't have to be Aurora. It doesn't have to be a Zas. Even on a Vexana, we can perform well. And that's exactly what the side of Twisted Minds need to be able to prevail against this series. GK, a contender just like themselves, they have to pull every single thing out of their bag and kind of make sure that they have the best case scenario to win. GK played a great game, a great push, a great team fight, and the draft was just much better. But Twisted Minds here, with a few focus and capitalization on the mistakes, took care of business.
Yeah, and I want to say a good job there by Cuffin. Didn't take a single death despite how bad the team was doing and how bad the team was being pushed back. Didn't take a single death and was still kind of continued on there, putting on that damage. And then totally at the end there, I want to say with the help of Natan, able to finally push back. An amazing job by Twisted Minds. We're going to see if GK... I don't even know, like, do you make adjustments? Because I mean, everything was going. This is one of those rare opportunities where the draft was good for them, the play style was good for them. up until that last moment where they got caught and eventually had the snowball basically rolling down their hill. And I mean, at that late in the game with everybody basically having full items, it usually does become one of those 50-50 opportunities. Maybe it's something that is one of the things. You make it so that there are no 50-50 opportunities. We start split pushing. We look for one of those kills before we go for the objective. Don't let it be one of those just huge chaos-filled clashes that are in the mid, and be more patient and wait to get some of those pickoffs before we start.
Well, most definitely, I feel like for the side of Twisted Minds, they were defending the top side when they didn't have any towers, right? So for the side of GK, they had the team fight set up. It was a 4 versus 5, and you could see the Guitar ult coming down and the Winter Crown coming out from the Phoveus to kind of just take away more time. It's like a Winter Crown traded for a Guitar ult, right? So it's a 4 versus 5 scenario, 5 versus 4 advantage for GK at the Lord. They should be able to textbook style take out the enemies. But here's the thing, the Lord was too low. They need to stop hitting the Lord like by 70% and look for a full engagement or a full push out. By the time the Lord was like near 50%, they had the Nolan on the bot side bush that you kind of called out. They're like, there's so much potential for a 50-50 on a 4 versus 5 team fight. GK, they played that game out so well, but up to that point on that Lord, it just wasn't the right play to burst that Lord down so extremely low. That was a 4 versus 5 and a 50-50.
Yeah, and I want to say that was kind of the difference that we saw from the first game when it came to MENA kind of dancing around that Lord. They didn't really put too much damage onto that Lord. I think what happened is the Lord got so low that the synergy kind of took a hit with the team, because once the engagement went out, they're like, are we doing Lord? Are we doing going to engage on them, guys? Because it's so low, like what do we do? Do we hold it? And for some of the teams that we've seen before, they don't let the Lord get that low. I do want to say, though, at this level, I feel like you have to get to that point, because a lot of teams aren't going to take the bait for that when they see you kind of like slapping, throwing a couple slaps out to the Lord, and the Lord moves. They're going to be like, okay, let's wait. They had to kind of pull it out, wait for Twisted Minds to kind of engage. And honestly, for the side of GK, I mean, when you're bursting down the Lord like that, when you're having such a successful game like that, you don't really expect, okay, maybe we should slow play the Lord. No, it's like pedal to the metal. We're about freaking 7K gold ahead. Let's take this. If they come in here, we'll deal with it like we have the entire rest of the game.
So was that a mistake coming out from GK, or was that just well played from Twisted Minds? Like
a little bit for A, a little bit of B. I mean, it's just one of those that, I mean, no, Natan was not an issue for the entirety of the match until he was. I mean, we talked about it, we noticed it, and of course, I mean, it's easy to be up here in the casting chairs, overlooking the entire map, knowing, all right, all they need to do is get Natan up to actually be able to kind of like start dishing out the damage. I thought it was like a game-winning strategy. I'm actually quite surprised how well Twisted Minds was able to answer back, and it looks like they've actually selected, I believe, do the winners or the losers select where they want to go on there, because GK is going to have first pick again.
And with the first pick, it means Chip, Phoveus. I mean, they let the Phoveus walk plenty of times. Matilda, Mino, right? Or it could go back to what they had in the game one, where it was Ling, Fanny, Hayabusa being taken off the board, just narrowing down each other's assassin pool. So both of these teams, especially since they're contenders, potentially taking away some of the assassins could be the right strategy. Or, you know, the side of, I would say, the side of GK, right? They had a good draft. They should keep it the same, but Twisted Minds, maybe they gotta change some things up.
I mean, here they're kind of switching things up a bit. They started out last game with the Fanny Ling and Aurora bans out there. Here they're kind of going with the traditional, what we saw was the support ban outs. Hayabusa and Chip taken off. That's actually pretty much true to form for Twisted Minds. Though I will say, if I were Twisted Minds, it's more than GK. If I'm Twisted Minds, I'm looking to kind of adjust my composition, because that early game, we cannot count on a late game rally the way we did for that last one. There's no way that was all according to plan.
Yeah, that was a little bit too close for comfort. Twisted Mind's definitely going to be the ones looking to adjust, but it seems like GK is actually the one that's making a little bit more of an aggressive move in terms of the bans, right? Taking off the Gato and even taking away the Hylos, which was let go in game 1 all the way to the second phase. That just means, hey, the Phoveus is going to be available here. Some of the assassins, right? Ling and Fanny, one of them's gonna be open. Okay, Phoveus is gone. Potentially, it could be a Ling first pick, right? Mino.
For me, Khalid, I was about to say the Khalid, because you took off Gatakacha, and that was my biggest critique of the draft from Twisted Minds, is they took the Khalid and they didn't handle the Gatakacha out there, which is one of the bigger counters. I mean, now we know possibly too, Beleric can be something that is in the face of Khalid that kind of prevents him from getting that early game advantage. And we're going to see if GK can be probably a little bit more successful with that Khalid early game.
Maybe, you know, now after the Khalid, a Mino Aurora, which we saw the Aurora being banned out here. No, the Zushin is going to be the one that gets picked up here. So we're starting to see a little bit more prioritization as this hero kind of goes. And the first Edith coming out. We always talk about the flex pick potential. You know, in PH, it's like almost near 100% pick or ban rate. Even me as a roamer, I love this hero because you have the kill pressure. But here we are in the 4th match of today. 4th, 4th. Finally, we get to see the Edith come out to play.
Yeah, interesting that it's taken so long for it to come out there. Ooh, and grouped up with the Fanny. Interesting. I mean, Fanny, I want to say, has probably a few more counters out there that can come out than the Ling does. So it's very interesting to see that being banned out. But I mean, I would have probably picked that up too, because it was banned during the first round last game. So they were probably wondering if GK was going to go ahead and prioritize that. In answer with that, I want to say both of these heroes, maybe we're going to start seeing something. It fits more right now. GK has the better composition to deal with an assassin who really needs that purple buff, because you have the early aggressiveness from Khalid. I don't really see that type of aggression on the side of Twisted Minds here just yet with some of these picks, because they're going to need some early game to potentially secure stuff with the Fanny to be able to protect that buff as well.
Taking away some of the early game mage picks for the side of GK is gonna let the Zushin have a little bit better time in lane. You talked about kind of the early aggressiveness coming out from the Khalid. I think that Edith has some ability to match it with the first skill. It's automatic wave clear, right? And then they're able to kind of just bully around. And when the Khalid comes out for an invade, they should be able to put a stop to it. But something is available. The Minotaur is out to play. I'm not sure if any of these two teams are going to pick it up, but it's been banned and prioritized throughout. And the first Cho, actually, this is something that I haven't seen in the MENA region yet. It's an extremely strong pick, highly prioritized even during the first phases of a lot of the C regions. We get to see it come out to play.
And just an answer to that, we're going to have the Arlot and the IMU in the form of Valentina. So we're going to have some ultimates coming out there. I assume possibly the Way of the Dragon might be one. We've seen, especially, we haven't seen it from some of these games just yet, but Cho has a huge part to play. We were talking about before. Mechanical heroes are on the upswing right now. If you can play them well, especially Cho, if you can get in there when those objectives are going off, find the Way of the Dragon onto Ling. It stops him, CCs him down while you're just able to get the retribution and walk away.
You know, I'll be honest, I dislike the Cho meta because as a roamer, I'm old, right? And it's hard, right? If you play Hylos, you press one button, you walk it down. Beleric, you kind of just you know, shuffle your way through. But a Cho coming out from the meta requires you to be fast hands, and these players definitely have the fast hands. Sano comes out with the holy pick that brought Twisted Fates to their victory. If I was Geek K, I'm a little bit scared here. I don't know what I'm gonna deal with it.
Well, I mean, you shut it down early, or you just don't let it. It has to be fearful once you start moving into that late game. I want to say here a much more stable, versatile picks from the side of Twisted Minds, where they don't have to worry about. Well, hopefully in the early game, they're not going to get mollywopped. I don't know what we're going to contend. You already talked about the Edith versus Khalid combo there. More than that, she'll be able to kind of tank a lot of the damage, but she also provides a lot of pop-up that can knock Khalid out of that healing that he does as well. So it's definitely going to come down to how effective the Khalid can be in the early game. And once we get to that late game, is Natan going to be able to come online? Sano already showed us how great he can be on this pick.
Yeah, and an early aggression coming out from both of these teams, already traded down to half health here. We kind of expected the Khalid to have a great time in the roam position, be able to win most of the matchup that he kind of goes into. But this time around, it seems like this Zhu Xin and Cho combination is able to take control of the mid lane. It's not fast clear meta. It seems like they're looking to deny and have an advantage early on.
Yeah, and sadly for Shen, he's going to have to go back, which means they're not going to have the pressure here. Smiles getting backed up by Cuffin on the Zuxin here. And now we're starting to see Hoda starting to dip his feet into enemy territory now. Going to start trying to refuse. It's going to be a big game here for both of these assassins who are going to want to dip into enemy territory, start refusing jungle, trying to make sure that those assassins can't get the items that they need.
Yeah, and the impact of Zhu Xin here already being able to kind of CC back and forth, pushing GK kind of out. When you see both these eye bush being dominated before that.
Oh man, yeah, they had that nice little combo there that went in. Tempest the Blades is out, maybe looking for the kill on the Cuffin, and they find it with a Finch pose to get away. What a well-played Ling there by Zeno.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him and we didn't see him, and then suddenly No More Jacuzzi dies. He's gone. And, you know, GK here with a small advantage. They started off in game one with the same advantage, and this time around they're looking to bring it back, right? And this may snowball into something that is going to be hard to defend, but again, GK, they have that advantage in the mid. We talked about the Zhu Xin and the Chao dominating the mid side here, but this time around, GK coming back with a quick answer, right? Ling getting a kill. We've seen the devastation that Ling brings on, especially when he's able to be fed, right? In our very first series, Ling dominated throughout the series, and this time around, we have the same thing going on here. 2 minutes in, a small advantage for the side of GK.
Yeah, and I want to say doing a great job, Shen, on that Khalid, able to clear up mid, able to find the roams, the split pushing, or to get up to those lanes and the rotations. Right now, Mike Sama putting some vision on. Zeno finds a kill off screen onto Sano. And right now, there's a big pressure. Zeno, right from the beginning, starting to put all this pressure onto Twisted Minds, finding a kill already onto their marksman, which had such a huge game last game as well. Oh, coming in with the primal rage, a smile, putting on the damage. Unfortunately, not able to find a kill, but Hoda finding himself a turtle and a kill in the name of Samo.
Well, okay, this is a complete even match coming out from both of these teams here. The side Twisted Minds able to get the objective here, and Hoda able to kind of come back, right? He's 2-0, leading his teams up in kills. It's good news for Assassins, bad for all the squishy members, right? you got the enemy Fanny flying in 100 miles an hour, and there's nothing you could really do to defend it. Versus the you kind of see it, but yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing too, is like there isn't anything you can do to defend it. I mean, maybe you try to get some CC. The only one that's really got the ability to latch on is Troll. He can kind of come in there immediately, try to find a way of the dragon. But I mean, you're talking about the Xeno coming in on a Ling. you're trying to get the way of the dragon in between him with the Finch pose, dashing around, and then, actually coming in, Hoda puts some damage on to Shen, backs up into the tower, and now looking for a recall.
Yeah, I think the solution is tell Shen to face tank every cutthroat that, the Fanny provides, or else it's gonna hurt. A 2-0 Fanny, level 8, 4 minutes in, it's going to be some pain. And if the side of DK is not careful, the Fanny can snowball out of control, just like the Ling here. See?
Yeah, and right now, the Ling's going to come in there. Tempest of Blades comes out. Troll finds the safety of the tower just narrowly. 2-2 right now. Not as fast-paced, or I want to say not as one-sided as we saw from the last game. As we go ahead and take a look at some of the items.
Yeah, some of the items here. Full defense coming out from the side of Arlott, but you can see there's no advantage coming out from both of the assassins, right? The Ling is going to pick up his Has Claws or his Berserkers, and also the Fanny going up with a Blade of Heptacy. So some high DPS going for that one-shot cutthroat build. It's still neck to neck coming out from both sides, but it seems like Twisted Minds, I feel like Troll has a much better setup when it compared to Shen, right? Shen, kind of like that all-in, have to get the flicker. It's an AoE set, but after that, there's not much. But Troll, he's got the Way of the Dragon. He's got the Jeet Kune Do. He also got the Zhu Xin here, dealing a lot more CC in the back.
Ooh, and Troll makes a little mistake, and immediately GK pounces on him from the side. Hoda trying to answer it. Cables going everywhere. Samo in trouble. Mike Sama's going to have to create some distance here right now. One down for the side of Twisted Minds, but they're still able to get the turtle, still able to pull it out and reset it, which means that they're going to have a full team of Twisted Minds coming to counter this very soon. Mike Sama getting some vision out there. Big final slash comes on, latches on to him. Big pop-up looking for it. Mike Sama able to get out. Primal Wrath is out. The damage being laid. Xeno finds the retribution for GK and gets out of dodge. A great, well put together. Oh, as I say that, Xeno is in there. Tempest of Blades is out, finds the kill onto Mike Sama. Troll comes in, is not able to find the way of the dragon to punish him. And just like that, Xeno comes in, putting damage onto Cuffin. And no worse for wear right now. Hoda coming in, he's getting CC down, finds the cutthroat onto Xeno, and he is out.
Man, both of these assassins going out for blood here. We saw Yoda with a great cutthroat, kind of like just flying around the map. It's absolutely unpredictable. And Zeno at the same time finding pickoffs over and over. But it's Hoda having a much better KD, not really getting picked off as much as Zeno. And I feel like it's just due to Troll being on this chow. He's able to get some catches. He's able to force that ultimate that Ling has, versus the ability to catch the Fanny. We're gonna have Shen to deal with the stun. Like, it's not happening here.
Oh, a big flicker into the back line, looking for that Way of the Dragon. Does he find it? Tower might be taking him down. He's gonna have to transfer out there. Smile doesn't know he's in the bush and getting away like a thief in the night. Troll finds a recall home.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, even with the ability to pick off from the side of Twisted Minds, the gold is dead center. It's even. 8 minutes in, there's still no clear advantage coming out. But, even in the tower department, right? GK and Twisted Minds, they're both even. The damage department, the money, the kills coming off. This is a dead center game, and it just really depends on who has the better setup late game. And honestly, if we talk about late game, I have to give it to the Natan here.
Ooh, a big set there for Shen. Finds the Sandstorm, comes in, puts on the damage, and they actually have to flicker out. Sano ends up going down there, and they have really put a big focus. They definitely are not ignoring Sano this game. He's definitely become a huge priority for GK. Now 50%. Mike Sama in trouble. Terrified Smile finds the killing blow there, and now looking if Twisted Minds is going to be able to come in here, and they are not. That's an easy pickup for GK at the 9-minute mark.
Private, we've seen this before. GK having the lead. Although this time it seems like Twisted Minds have been able to find, trade some objectives on the opposite end of the map. You can see the bot side tower already down to their inhib, and even Fanny looking to go across the map. So the side of Twisted Minds, I think, has set this game up much better than before, and definitely, especially in this match, is one of the teams that have been able to come back from a loss, and that is not extremely easy to do. So I would say Twisted Minds here in a pretty comfortable position. They are losing, but they have been in worse situations before.
Yeah, I mean, they're losing, but I mean, Hoda doesn't have a death yet. He's still doing great things, able to get in. I would have thought that they would have been able to CC down the Fanny by now, but Hoda's doing a good job of picking and choosing his battles. He's still farming up. He's becoming that nuisance on the side. Big engagement here at mid. Tempest of Blades is out, latching onto Mike Sama, finds the kill. Shen with the last hit there, and pushing back Twisted Minds is GK right now. Still not an objective that they can get. Ooh, in comes the Fanny, finds the kill on the Carvey, and one onto Smile, another one on the way. Down goes Shen, and just like that, PTSD, Twisted Minds able to find themselves a trio, now pushing down the mid lane.
The goal lead is still even, right? The kill score is still even. But now in terms of the towers, Twisted Minds has completely opened up the whole bottom side of the map. There's no towers in the mid or the bot side for the side of GK to kind of have the insurance. And now it's going to be a defense coming out from GK. Maybe, yes, they could group up. They've done well in some of the sieges, but it seems like Twisted Minds, they're able to find some pickoffs here and there. With the Fanny combined with Troll here, they're finding these catches that lead them up to some successful team fights. Mike Sama, Jacuzzi, and also Sano, they're all going to be kind of huddled around while the Cho here.
Oh, a big way of the dragon. Immediately latches on to Zeno, and swooping in, Hoda was so quick that Zeno didn't even get the license plate of the truck that hit him and took him out. A great play there by Twisted Minds, and this is what I was talking about. 6-0-1 right now for Hoda.
Yeah, Troll, we're going to have to write you up for a ticket for speeding, because that hit way too fast, right? Typically when it talk about the Ling versus the Chow, you should be able to have some sort of iframe in between the way of the dragon to be able to use the ultimate and dodge. But right here, Twisted Minds with full control over the map. It's only a 1k gold lead, but it seems like they're just dominating throughout the map here.
Ooh, interesting now. Lord is at 50% now. Troll puts the damage on to Shen. Coming into the back line, Zeno dives in. Coming in with the Fanny is Hoda, looking for an opportunity. He gets taken out. Mike Sama finds a kill onto Samo. Zeno finds one onto Sano. And this right now, GK have the advantage. They've taken down 3 of Twisted Minds and immediately turned their attention to the Lord.
Yeah, we're looking at who is going to be able to stop the clashes coming out from Twisted Minds, but Samo with a 3-man final slash, able to put Twisted Minds in their place, coming out ahead in that team fight. Look at that, boom, 3-man final slash, completely disrupted the whole entire team fight. And now Twisted Minds here with an advantage. Oh no, GK with an advantage, putting Twisted Minds back into the defense position.
Yeah, but this is just one of those things that they need to be very careful about. I mean, Twisted Minds, I want to say probably right now, from what we've seen, one of the most lethal teams on their back foot. You never know just who's going to be able to dish out the damage. You always have to be ready, no matter how secure some of these games look. There's always a plan for them, and the risk of somebody coming back, especially Sano. I know he's sitting at level 14 right now. They have done, I want to say, a good job of ensuring that Sano's going to need a bit more time to start coming online.
Twisted Minds is kind of like that team where it's like you're at work, all hell's breaking loose, and you're like, it's fine, right? We've been here, we've done that before. And Twisted Minds definitely is a team that can go through the defense. But here's the thing, even when you're on the back foot, you still have to be able to make the right plays. And GK with the aggressiveness, they have to close out. It sounds very simple, but Twisted Minds still have a disadvantage defending underneath the tower. They have to be able to pinpoint the right targets, and even potentially, they need GK to make a mistake. And if they don't make a mistake, then it's not happening, but it's still even across the board. You could see the vision, the preparation of both of these teams. They're willing to allow the other team to get the eye bush across the river. And, you know, we'll defend our side and you guys can have yours.
Ooh, a final slash catches Fanny. Is it going to be enough? It is not. Hoda's going to be thinking twice about that. Troll coming up from the back end with the conceal play. Hoda's going to find himself a recall back to base. That was a very close call for Twisted Minds. I'm pretty sure if Hoda would have went down there, this probably would have been a game for GK. Troll running for the hills, dashing his way out. A lot of pressure being exerted by GK that they know that Hoda had to go back and he had to get his purple buff.
Yeah, I'm not really sure many teams are confident enough to be like, yeah, we'll pick the R lot against the Fanny. We'll just have you stun him. But definitely for the side of GK, they're able to do so. Now, Troll has expended his flicker. That's going to be one utility less that the side of Twisted Minds have. And if you look across the board, that might just give GK the advantage enough to make sure that, hey, Playboy Carvey is going to be safe in these team fights. Zeno is not going to have any flicker surprises. It might be on Mike Sama here to be able to make the aggressive move.
Coming in is Hoda, takes a lot of damage, down to 1/3. Shen in trouble here, popped up, Smile finds a kill onto Cuffin. Down goes Samo. That's a big amount of damage down for the side of Twisted Minds. 2 of them down. Yeah, it's not going to be Hoda yet, but still, I mean, there's still plenty of time. Oh, Hoda might have the bad move here. Look at all the cables out there, still putting some damage on the Shen's going to have to go back to base.
Yeah, a little bit of a Spider-Man action, but again, the side of GK, they're able to locate and target the specific members that they're looking for. They grab the 2 most squishiest member, and even with the Lord, it's going to be completely uncontested. Geek K here again with another mid to late game advantage, but will they be able to close it out this time around? I think best case scenario, get all the outer towers down.
Big IMU Way of the Dragon comes out. Samo finds a kill onto Hoda and to Troll. 2 down for the side of Twisted Minds, and they got the purple buff as well. GK now, I might not want to say, in firm control of this push. Lord at bottom, minions marching through mid. They did not sink the top wave. I don't know if that might come back to bite them just yet, but look at the damage going on to this mid tower right now. Carvey finds is able to put down the last hits on that tower. Mike Sama goes down. Minions at the core right now as Cuffin doing the best job he can to try to offset that. Oh, what a nice flicker from Sano. Shen takes a lot of damage. Immortality has been proc. Damage going on to the core. Tempest of Blades is out, and that is going to be a tied up series for GK Esports.
Yeah, GK with a convincing win here. In game 1, it pretty much looked like that, but this time around, they're able to clean up some of their mistakes early and really find a way to prevail in this best of 3 series. Now it's a 1-1 tie score between GK and Twisted Minds. But Private, I have to be honest here. I think GK has the advantage in terms of that early and mid game, especially with this Khalid pickup. It's just working so well for the aggressiveness that they're trying to put out early.
Yeah, I mean, a great game played by both. Unfortunately, Twisted Minds, you're absolutely right. That early and mid game definitely on the side of GK. A few little signs of life coming out from Twisted Minds, but just not able to iron it down, especially the focus now. Sano pretty much put himself out there in the first game, made himself a target, and the GK did a very good job of making sure that he was kind of held down. His gold was suffering, and he wasn't able to output the damage that he really wanted.
And you know, Twisted Minds here, they did play a pretty good game. It's just, they were just unable to defend. There was just a little bit too much mistakes coming out from, I would say, Cuffin and Sano. They were the two that were kind of getting focused, getting pushed out of position. But again, a great play, a great game coming out from Geek here. It was just even throughout the whole entire game. You see the assassins just flying across the map, finding picks, right? Consistently, Zeno and Hoda just getting great opportunities across the map. And then it comes down to some of these tire pushings. The side of Geek just having a slight advantage in the group team fights, but there was plenty of opportunity where Twisted Minds just had the momentum at the same time.
Yeah, and you see from some of these highlights, Hoda just was a menace throughout the battlefield until, I want to say, some great setups coming from Samo. You saw that three-man final slash there. And then over here, another final slash catches Hoda. It doesn't kill him, but it's just basically setting the tone for a lot of the sets that were caught. And Twisted Minds just were not able to recover from that, here being the final push that kind of cost them.
Yeah, and Shen here coming out with an MVP. GK, game one, they did pick up this Khalid going into the roam position. I'll be honest, I think I gotta pick this up myself. I wasn't a very big fan of a roam Khalid just because I felt like there was no late game possibility. It was kind of like this all in 1 to 2 second flicker stun. You had to hit the right target, and then after that, it was just some damage. But Shen is taking this hero onto a complete different level. He's able to find advantages early, mid, and late. He has the aggressiveness in terms of being able to win out some of these trades, and he has the opportunity to kill pressure. He gets onto the side, he gets onto the jungler, and it's a dead jungler after that.
Man, and yet again, we are taking to the distance for this series. Both teams tied up here, Twisted Minds and GK right now, giving us our money's worth when it comes to these matches, and how close they've been for both of these teams being able to find the advantage. It's interesting how well they're able to kind of keep it together, whereas a lot of teams, once they lose that advantage, once they start getting onto the back foot, it's very hard to recover from that. You start getting discouraged, comms start going a little lighter, people aren't talking to each other. But here, both of these teams, I mean, always had eyes on a prize, super laser focused, knowing what they needed to do. As we take a look at the heat map here for Shen.
Yeah, so it definitely seems like he had a little bit more advantage to prioritize the gold lane early on, right? And then, you know, he kind of made sure to be able to dabble around the whole entire map. But you could see Shen, he was playing quite a bit of a defensive position until that like late game where they were able to find a little bit more advantage. And it just shows you how close both of these teams are in terms of their skill level. It's a very back and forth type of team fight. It's not clear cut to who's going to take the advantage. But again, Geek, it just feels like their early game is very, very strong. They know exactly what to deal with. It doesn't matter if they win mid or not. They just find a little bit better team fight, and they're able to get things going, rolling a little bit earlier.
Yeah, and that's definitely somewhere that we've seen here that Twisted Minds kind of struggles, and they need a little bit of time to get going. They want to wait for some of their items. I mean, they still clash, but I want to say with favoritism kind of going to that GK early game. We've seen them basically dominate 2 sets right now of that early game. This one, finally, I want to say they added that little spice into it in that early game to shut down the marksman as well. It wasn't one of those things that they're going to ignore now. So a great job by GK. We're going to see if Twisted Minds have anything to respond with here in this last game, all the way to a best of 3. I wonder if all night's going to be like, we might be in for a long night, Yui.
Yeah, definitely might be a long night here. But I feel like one of the more important things is GK has picked up Harith 2 times. The Twisted Minds picked up the Natan 2 times. When we talk about that lane matchup, Natan needs that 6 item, 5 items. 13, 14 minute even match. Versus Geek, Harith just needs 2 items, really. Even just 1 item, he can kind of pop off. So in terms of that like early game that Twisted Minds has been missing for the last 2 matches, finding a way to get that marksman online earlier. Maybe it's the Clint that they gotta pull from the game 3 match earlier, right? Maybe it's a Brody, change up the meta. Maybe it's a Beatrix where the power spike comes maybe even at mid game, but somehow getting a lead early and sacrificing just a little bit of late game might allow Twisted Minds to find a weakness in Geek's strategy here.
Well, I'm wondering, I'm like, because you named a lot of marksmen, and I'm wondering if maybe there's something else we can use in the gold lane that might be able to meld a little bit better with it. Possibly, I don't know how Linux does against Harith. I imagine the percentage health damage that can come out there. Then also, in a lot, once you're going up against assassins too, you have the brilliance that can pretty much get you out of it as well. There's a lot of answers out there to not have to consistently be leaning on a Natan that takes a bit of time to come online.
I mean, I 100% agree with you, right? The Lunox could be the answer to deal with the Harith. A lot of the C areas like to do it. It's not a complete counter, but it's a good matchup, right? And to be able to change things up, they like the Natan. It has done well. It's got them the game 1 win, but it just sacrifices so much early game. It forces, the side of Twisted to really put a lot more resources down to peel the Natan. Versus Geek, they can have the Harith kind of do its own thing. They have a Khalid as the peeler, and Khalid has never been a great peeler, right? And if they're able to just have Harith do his own thing, maybe Twisted Minds can find something themselves or take it off the equation, get Geek to play something different here. First phase bans, they got the Hayabusa out already. Maybe it's going to be an assassin dominated bans again.
It's pretty interesting. One thing I wanted to comment on before that I have not seen here from MENA is we have a lot of people attempting basically the same thing with their jungler picks, where it comes with trying to get those kills, kind of being sneakily in to get those retributions. I haven't seen a Bane pick yet where you kind of basically sacrifice some of those turtle objectives, things like that, to get to those side lanes and start pushing on towers very early. And he does a lot of tower damage too. It's a completely different strategy of like, you're not really looking for fights. He does all right in fights, but you're really looking to kind of zone out for some of those objectives, get those tower pushing in there, to the point by the time the assassins come online, they're already overwhelmed. They've lost so much ground in their jungle as well. It's interesting just to kind of see some of the different changes. The big now here we're seeing a lot of those dashes taken off the board. Harith finally taken off. Twisted Minds like, we're done with that one. We're gonna take off Hayabusa. They're still on the board right now is Matilda, which was originally banned out by Twisted Minds.
It's a good thing that you brought up Matilda, because I think Matilda is probably the best pair when it comes down to having a Bane in the jungle, right? Bane's biggest disadvantage is his ability not to be able to dash, and Matilda gives him that outlet, right? So I definitely think, you have a point. Why is the Bane not being picked? But having such a high priority ban towards Matilda, which we don't really see in North America, might be, part of that equation. The other part is that maybe they're just all very proficient with these assassins. They're willing to pick the Fanny, the Ling, especially the Fanny, right? And not every team plays the Fanny at the level where they can compete and contend. So it might just be a little bit different. You could also say maybe some of the other heroes that they like to prioritize just does quite well against the Bane. Maybe the Khalid, right? Someone without a dash gets right on top of it. The Hylos that has been prioritized to be banned out is also good against heroes that typically can't move. So potentially we might see a Hylos come out here. I know in the very first match we didn't get to see it. I'm preaching for the Hylos. I'm a Hylos player. I know you want to see a Bane here. Potentially we get a Bane, but Ling, Hylos, Phoveus, what else?
I mean, Aurora's out there right now. But yeah, I was about to say the big thing is right now the big contention seems to be Khalid. Everybody's loving him. Got to catch us off the map. Matilda got taken off, so that's fitting in a big hole that Bane's still going to have out there. So I don't see him kind of coming into this mix. The only other thing too is this will be a much better, we're going to see if this is going to be a much better game for Twisted Minds. Their first Khalid game we were talking about, that early game, left a lot to be desired from them. They were kind of getting racked here. Here, they got to catch a ban, so they learned from that. They pick up the Khalid. On the other side, though, we do see that the Phoveus picked up, and I want to say a bigger prioritization this game on the Zuxin.
I like the Zuxin. I really do. In terms of the Phoveus, I think the Hylos is a good response towards it. Now, I kind of want to echo something that we really haven't talked about in today's matches. Where's the Alice? Where's the Angela? This combination that has done quite well in different region is almost kind of like a cheese pick. And especially in our ranked games, I don't know if you notice, but when enemies are picking up Alice, it just doesn't die, right? And in some of the ranked games. So I feel like that is something kind of like a cheese power picks, but Twisted Minds here locking in things that they know have a lot of success. Aurora, definitely in this region, it's something that has extremely high win rate. And Ling, done great things going across the map, is going to be a power pick coming out from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Aurora originally banned by the side of GK in the first game, getting picked up here by Twisted Minds. And I like the balance on the side of GK right now. You've got some of that early game. You've got some late game assurance as well. So it's very balanced just for 3 picks as well out there. And the same thing on the side of Twisted Minds, where they're kind of coupling that early game, that late game from Ling, as well as the CC potential from Aurora. So pretty balanced right now. Both teams are looking for that gold lane, I believe, and I believe well, not an XP lane. Well, I guess it kind of depends. Well, we've talked about it before. Sometimes Phoveus can be a little bit more flexible than others. We've seen already here tonight that Khalid can go into the XP lane, can go into the roam. He's been successful in both of those positions.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm picking the Khalid up in the roam. I'm convinced. I wasn't convinced beforehand, but it definitely feels like MENA's able to take Khalid onto that next level. He was getting the hard set onto the marksmans to be able to turn things around. And GK has been able to do that in game number 2. Twisted Minds was able to do that themselves in game number 1 here. We do see the Edith being taken off the board. We didn't really get to see her get that much love until last game, where the impact was quite there. Edith, Cho off the board, potentially the Tigreal. The Minotaur, which has been banned out in the first series, has not come out to play, but the Tigreal impact, you and I can both agree on, has been huge.
Oh yeah, he's just got a huge amount of setting potential for him. It just sometimes I want to say can be a little easy to read. He's almost like telegraphing a lot of his abilities when he's coming towards you. Like, all right, this dude's about to flicker on me. He's about to get the implosion. It's a lot more successful again when it comes to like a lot of those fights when you're already engaged with people, and then you're like, oh yeah, there's a Tigreal, and you're already getting implosioned in. Ooh. Now we're waiting on those last 2 picks for GK and Twisted Minds. Minds right now. You brought it up before too. Alice is a pick that we haven't seen out there. I want to say GK probably more or less could look at something like that. They have enough damage on their team right now to kind of subset with something like that. And there's finally the Jawhead out there to kind of withstand, to kind of match the early game that Khalid will bring out there as well.
Jawhead's a very interesting pick. They use it to deny the Ling, as in if the Jawhead goes in with the Jawhead ultimate, the Ling is forced to use his. So it's like a trade for a trade here. But Jawhead gives an advantage for an early game, kind of like a duo jungle, right? A double jungle in a case where the Jawhead's able to push ahead their own jungler. But here is the answer. Sano with his bread and butter, going with the Natan plus trivial combination, and the response from GK. We haven't seen this hero come out before, but we know the Rithel deals a lot of damage. Should be able to win trades early on against the late game powerhouse Natan.
Yeah, I was about to say, Twisted Minds, not discouraged. They're going to go ahead and dip their hand into that Natan well.
Triple down.
Just one more time. So he's going to, I mean, you're exactly right. He takes some time. Irithel should be able to win a little bit in the early game, but I'm kind of wondering how well Irithel is when it's going to come up to these ganks. You've got a lot of CC on the side of Twisted Minds here. And if Irithel, I'm actually kind of curious what Irithel's going to go with. Probably a Purify, I would imagine, because there's just so much CC on the side of Twisted Minds. I'd be very scared about how close she needs to get, despite how mobile and how many different angles she's able to do damage from.
Yeah, I mean, the Rithel's not a bad pick. I just haven't seen it come out that often. And if we're talking about kind of like the early game matchup of the Rithel in the gold lane, Rithel does have some moves that allow him to win a lot of trades here. But guys, Twisted Mind versus Geek K, a game number 3 on our hands, a preview show for potentially the grand finals of the MPL series. It's neck to neck coming out from both sides here. But Private, I want to know what you think. Who do you think has the advantage here when it comes to the draft?
I mean, technically for this series, Khalid has 100% win rate, despite how bad Twisted Minds did with him on the first game. So we're going to see how well they can kind of capitalize in this early game if he's going to be able to get those rotations, because he's not at the roam position here. He's going to be in the XP, so he's going to need to clear out lane before he is joining his team for a lot of this. And he's facing a Phobius in the lane who can do a lot of damage, who can really offset Khalid before he gets into some of these team fights. I want to see how well a lot of these guys handle the first game. My big thing for the Jawhead is that you really need to make use of his early game. Even with a tank, he does an immense amount of damage, can really offset and push people back from a lot of these engagements, but it starts to whittle down and you lose that advantage the further and further you go into some of these games.
Yeah, I agree. I think EK has a great early game coming out, right? The Rithel does well against the Natan. Julian can just be level 3 and or can already deal with invades. And you can see Shen here being a nuisance at the enemy's link buff, not even giving him a chance. But the Tig Troll coming out, forces the flicker across, but GK is able to grab up the first objective uncontested. This sets GK up for a very, very strong early lead that they've been able to kind of convert into aggressive tower pushing, good sieges, and sets their gold lane up for success, you know, before the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the side of Twisted Minds, not only did they not get the turtle, but they were able to punish Hoda in his purple, and he gets his purple even late. Oh, wow. Samo took a lot of damage. It looked like he was almost going to go and dive under tower for that kill. Speaking of kill, Shen here looking. Oh, he actually gets caught there. Implosion followed by the damage coming in from Ling. Tries the unstoppable force, but it is not enough to save him. I believe Hoda, no, he didn't actually pick up the kill. It was Troll, the roam, who got that kill.
Not best case scenario, but a kill is a kill, right? Twisted Minds, they counted on Jawhead's flicker earlier in the blue buff. Troll was able to pop it. And now they're just looking to kind of punish him. And I think that's a great read for the side of Twisted Minds to be able to read that the flicker is still going to be down for another minute at the time. And EK, the ones that are supposed to be up in the early advantage, is now being punished.
Oh, Troll in trouble here. They were so close to taking him. I really appreciate that little attack. Oh, actually coming in now. Big pop-up comes on the Troll. He's going to have to get out of there. Hoda gets picked off by Shen, and that's the value you get from the Jawhead. I was going to say, there's nowhere to hide from a Jawhead when you are a Ling. You can try to finch pose yourself up onto these perches, but he's going to be able to use that unstoppable force to find you anyway.
You know, in terms of GK's draft, this is a little bit more expected, right? We expected the Jawhead to have some sort of early advantage to be able to find the picks. We expect the Julian to be able to follow up, and Ling really starts shining later on, and he gets taken quite low, even just ganking 2v1 on the bot side here. It smells a little bit of a trouble. DK having the advantage early on, another uncontested objective in the hands of DK.
Yeah, I mean, and you're taken down low. You're not able to contest any of these turtles now. You're already at about a 2K gold loss at the 4-minute mark. And Twisted Minds might need to kind of answer something here. Mike Zama, look at all the damage he's taking from this Phobius right now. And he's going to go ahead and try to put some damage here onto the tower.
Yeah, it's a trouble being on the back foot. Again, though, in this series, Twisted Minds here, I'm not saying they want to feel comfortable, but it's something that they've been through. So it's not going to make it or break it. I think Twisted Minds is okay with playing on kind of the losing side or the more passive side of things here. But this is one of the first times I feel like a lot of the things are going completely uncontested. Twisted Minds here struggling to be able to find rotations around the map. Small advantages lead implosion.
Yeah, big implosion comes there. I'm looking at the fight down at bottom. They're able to zone away Sano from his tower, and that's going to be an easy pickup for the side of GK Esports at the bottom. And I want to say some great kind of split priorities for GK right now. They're able to kind of force and get a lot of pressure into mid, a little bit of chaos with the back and forth and all of the abilities going off. Meanwhile, at the bottom, Shen and Carvey doing a good job of zoning out to get that first tower from the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Twisted Minds also spent a lot of resources, right? We saw the implosion, the Aurora ultimate, along with the Raging Sandstorm coming out from the Khalid, and 2 flickers being popped there just to get Zeno to use his first and second. He didn't even need his iframe. That's how much of an advantage Zeno has with the Bloodwing shield paired up with the turtles, right? So Twisted Minds here, they kind of have to figure out where their damage is going to come from, and we know exactly where. It's going to be Sano onto the late game, but can Twisted Minds be able to find even just a trade to get Sano onto the late game? I think that's going to be the big question that Twisted Minds has to figure out before it's going to be too late here.
Yeah, another turtle picked up uncontested for GK. Now they're going to go ahead and start putting this pressure onto the mid. They do have both side lane towers right now looking to kind of try to open up this map. Doing a good job as Twisted Minds. They are not out of it just yet. I mean, we've seen it before. Like, if anybody's comfortable on the back foot, if anybody's comfortable with a deficit, it's Twisted Minds, because we've seen it before. They do like that slower play. They do like to come in at the end once they're all warmed up, once the synergy is up with the team. But here, it's going to be a matter of, is that going to be too late? Already about a 5K gold lead for the side of GK, and they are in their opponent's jungle here. You can see them already starting to get vision. They're pushing back Twisted Minds, who don't know where the enemy is on that side. So it's a very successful play so far by GK.
I mean, in terms of the team fight and the draft being set up by the side of Twisted, right? They could have Hoda go into the opposite end to prolong, while the Tig, Raging Sandstorm, and also the Aurora sets up a good enough front for Sano to deal some damage even in a 4 versus 5 situation. So I think Twisted Minds here, they're setting up for like a 4-0-1 banana split push. While seeing if GK is willing to group up, they have to look for a pick with the Jawhead. But to pick against a Tigreal, an Aurora, or even a Khalid might be a little bit harder than it looks here.
Right now, just I want to say it kind of feels like Twisted Minds is not. They're caught trying to reply. They're starting to group up north. They're starting to create that little death ball of rotating in the 4s. But I mean, like here, they're going to clear it out, but they're going to find an engagement before they can even push these minions onto the tower. So GK is just all over the map. And I want to say able to respond very quickly. Speaking of which, we have the first turtle.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the first games today that we've seen only 2 kills early on.
Yeah, and that just speaks. Oh man, Sano is able to come online, does find a kill onto Shen. Meanwhile, Hoda pushing up at the top, so the rest of the team has to know they need to stop them from trying to teleport. 2 of them do go back home, but I still think that Hoda's going to be able to get this tower.
Yep.
Ooh, in comes Zeno. He's going to have to finch pose away from that, but I want to say great job with the split pushing. Is going to be able to kind of slow down some of this offense from GK.
Yep, the banana split push starts with the side of Twisted Minds. They get that pick off, they lose the Lord, but you could already see the presence across the map. GK's response is to send 1 to 2 people onto that far end. And if the Ling is able to go across the map and Twisted Minds able to defend, you might smell trouble here.
Oh, a big sandstorm comes out there. Down goes Cardi and Shen. Zeno finds a kill onto Hoda. Coming in, finds another pop-up onto Sano, but not a kill. 1 down for GK, 2 down for Twisted Minds as they turn their attention to the mid tower. Lord crashing down at bottom.
I just want to say, Zeno's recall, like, it got that thunder going all the way up in the damage.
Oh, the passive coming out from Cuffin, using the flicker to get away. In comes Mike Sama, putting the damage onto the Lord. And just like that, Twisted Minds have 1 more tower before they are left to only high grounds. Here, it doesn't look like, I mean, Asano, he still has some signs of life. He's 2-0 right now. So they haven't been able to find the kill. And at some point, they're going to have to address his damage. And I'm wondering if this is going to play out like the first.
We have seen this before, Private. The 3-3 advantage. I mean, 3-3 even score. But GK with a huge lead in both the money and in terms of the real estate. Twisted Minds have pretty much given up everything that they could give up. And there's nothing that is reversible at this point. If they lose the inner inhibitor, that's going to be a huge advantage. I expect GK to be able to take this next Lord and to be able to take care of all the outer towers. But what can the side of Twisted Minds do to prolong this match? Are they able to find a team fight or a pick with this 4-man unit, which I think it's possible. They have so much stuns and peels to set Sano up for success. Is the Ling going to be countered here? Is he going to be able to go across the map and farm a little bit more? Or is GK completely shutting down this operation that Twisted Minds have?
So we're going to see the Julian go in for the push. He doesn't know that Ling. Hoda is still up there. A little bit of engagement. Finds the implosion. In comes the sandstorm. But down goes Shen. But look at the rest of the team like GK Esports trying to chase them down. 1 kill unanswered for Twisted Minds. I like it from there. Troll comes in with the implosion. The rest of the team sets on fire to put it out. But are they going to be able to take this next Lord? They do not have the numbers advantage.
This is kind of like a standard text with one-sided Twisted Minds here. They get the pick off with the Tigreal, which has more potential than a Jawhead in the late game. And now they're looking for the objective here. Should be able to take it with no problem. A 4 versus 4 team fight, and GK definitely have the stronger stance. Twisted Minds, they're okay with wasting ults. They're okay with trading spells. But what they're not okay with is a mistake on a death. They rather have no deaths, no engagement, and just find these picks that aren't 50-50 team fights, but a complete landslide. They trade 2 to 3 ultimates along with the flicker play. They get the pick and everyone bounces. So it's extremely smart here. The Tigreal's build actually went for an Athena's Radiant and Tough Boots, telling you that they're gathering the Tigreal up to be able to tank the Julian, tank the Zushin, and potentially, you know, zone away the Rithel, which is the one that does the physical.
Oh, and just like that, Hoda gets caught right before the Lord is due to be crashing at the bottom. This actually might cost him a little bit more than just one high ground tower. You see it swinging away, does use that charge. Tower taken down to 10%. Shen comes in, finds the ejector. Mike Sama in trouble, gets taken down by Shen. That is 2 down for Twisted Minds. Look at the damage coming out from Sano. Is it going to be enough to save his base? 50% now, down to 25. Samo on the side is going to have to back up. Down goes Sano, and that is going to be game 3 going over to GK Esports.
And GK is able to take this once again here. This is kind of like a reverse, because I think in the last month, GK actually lost to the side of Twisted Minds 3-0 in a major event. And this time around, they're able to win 2-1 here. Twisted Minds, it was a great performance coming out from them, almost able to get victories off of early game losses, but I feel like they are still lacking in terms of a draft, especially early on. Where can they find their groove, especially going up against GK, which understands how to win early on, to get these pickoffs, to set up for these team fights, and especially in this match, both team has demonstrated their ability to get objectives micro and macro across the map with not much kill, not much bloodlust, but just pushing away, getting advantages, and rinsing and repeating.
Yeah, if I have one critique by the side of Twisted Minds, it's, I want to say, some of these kind of failed early game compositions that they were trying. The compositions were all right. The drafting wasn't terrible this time. There wasn't much to kind of counter the Khalid, but they still didn't do much. Complement that with the fact that they had the jaw head that is just such a huge counter and able to hold the Ling at bay. And you were talking about it here, the consistency of the implosion to kind of come out there and be that CC.
Yeah, and you know, the damage coming out from the side of Twisted Minds, it was good. They stacked some CC together, and I saw what they were looking for. A 4-0-1 banana split push, that's a good strategy with the Aurora and the Tigreal defending Sano, right? I think that is great, but the losing early game and not having an advantage, it's just too hard to go back, especially when you go up against a caliber team like EK, where they're able to dissect and pick you apart in all these team fights. Carvey here with the MVP 2-0-3. He's played an assorted different amounts of marksman here, and this time around he's able to take care of business on this Arithal, which again, we didn't know if it was going to pop off, but it definitely was a good pick.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe the stark difference between what these teams offered is you had Carvey, who was able to really lean into his hero pool and find all of these different answers that he wanted, where on the side of Twisted Minds, we were kind of like, Natan? Well, what about this time? Natan. Okay, last match, we're at game point.
Triple down.
Let's go Natan. So maybe that was probably one of the biggest differences that kind of kept their compositions a little bit more fluid.
They really like Natan. Judging from all the games we saw today so far, we saw a lot of Natans. And at the end of the day, GK, I would say, has a decisive advantage all 3 games. The first game, they were pretty much winning the entire game until the very end. So does that say something about the potential rematch against them for MPL MENA this weekend?
I mean, definitely GK felt a little bit more prepared when it came out to some of the strategies, right? But Twisted Minds is definitely not out. They're going down to the lower bracket for this tournament, and there's definitely a match up that they're looking to contend against. Again, both of these teams, they know each other, and it's going to be who can get onto that next level during the next patch. But what we have coming up, I know Private has been thrilled to see their performance, even me, which I have not seen. It's gonna be the fluffy fighters against the Falcons.
Yeah, fluffy fighters taking on Falcons. We already know what Falcons is capable of. We just cast their match, the first series of the night. I'm very eager to see who will be meeting GK in that next round as well, ladies and gentlemen.
That is right. We had a pretty long day so far, but we're only halfway done, guys. Next up, we have Falcons versus Fluffy Fighters, and then we will have whoever wins that against GK for the last series, best out of threes today. So, casters must be tired. We all get some water, and we'll see you back in 5 minutes.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
We're back. Second series of the upper bracket semifinals for SPS Season 6 Mobile Legends EU and MENA. I'm your host Liz, joined alongside UA and Private.
Yeah, and I mean, we are going into our match number 3 here. It's going to be between Team Falcon and Fluffy Fighters, a new name that I think both of us are quite excited for.
I am excited. I just look at that logo there, right there. If that doesn't strike the fear into the heart of enemy teams, I don't know what does. But they have a lot to live up to from the hype that I've built up in my head.
Oh yeah, this has got to be the cutest logo of this entire series. I mean, Twisted Mind's mascot is pretty cute, but Fluffy Fighters is something else. Look at that face, so determined for it to win, to knock the other team out. Let's see what the gloves can do with this series against Team Falcons. We saw how strong Falcons were, but we're excited to see who is going to be the rosters for Fluffy Fighters.
Yeah, with the 1-2 punch out in the corner, we have Lito, Rapfanier, Enzo, Creevy, and Pemi. I'm sorry if I'm butchering any of your guys' names out there, but it's a brand new roster with a brand new lineup here. Definitely a lot of unfamiliar faces, but for them to be able to kind of climb their way into the ring up to this position, it's definitely showing you some strong standings and beating out Birthright, which was actually the champions of our last season.
Yeah, that's the amazing thing for me here right now. And I know that there's actually a lot of support in the chat for Fluffies. I've been seeing them talk about it the entire night while we've been casting here. Like, where's Fluffy? Is Fluffy playing yet? Fluffy's up next, thank God. It's nice to see a big fan there. And you brought up a good point. They beat out Birthright. So they do have obviously some surprises here to bring against Falcon Esports.
Yeah, they're definitely determined to win. Fluffy like a cloud, but fierce like a sword. So we are super excited to see what these individual players have to bring to the table. A lot of them are some new faces. You know how we like to see some fresh faces coming into the mix, especially not the younger the better, but a lot of times a lot of star players are coming in every season. So we're excited to see that.
You know, what would be great is if Fluffy Fighters can, you know, represent, like, let's say, like, representing this country, we got the Fluffy Fighters coming in. It's so soft and squishy and so cute, but at the same time, it brings that fierce energy. But what I want to actually see is how it translates over to their gameplay. We talked about it. They've beaten Birthright, and Birthright is a contender. They were invited to come into this tournament and got 1-2 knocked out first round.
Yeah, and the draft is ready, so fighters, let's see what we can do.
I'm excited. We're going to see what we have, especially because there was a drastic difference between the drafting styles that we saw from the first series into the second series. The first series with Falcons, we saw a heavy prioritization on that roam position. And then in the second series, we saw a lot of assassins being taken off the table. And it seems here, Falcons have adjusted their plan here. They're going to go ahead and start and kick things off with a fanny band.
And for me, okay, the Fluffy Fighters, a little bit more unknown. I don't know what their advantages, what their common picks are, how they got here, and what their comfort is. But I do know one thing, and it's Falcon Esports, right? They've done quite well throughout this tournament already, leading up to this point. They're actually one of the teams in the MENA region that have one of the widest hero pools. They're very comfortable using plenty of different heroes in plenty of different situations. It could just be due to the fact that it's Falcon Esports. It's a team known for plenty of different regions. They can just share information across. They understand what's the matchup, the counters, the plays. So I think Falcon Esports is going to be the one that has the edge, and it's up to Fluffy Fighters to see if they can match that level of gameplay that Falcon's going to output here.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing that the Gotta Catch is getting banned out. With that, I'm assuming that we're going to have the Khalid pickup prioritized by the side of Falcons, with Fluffy's taking off the Phoveus there. I mean, there's still the thing, too, is that I don't believe we saw a pick or a ban from Falcons for the R-Lot in that first series. So I'm wondering if that might come into play here, because R-Lot is such a strong XP laner. We've talked about it before. Maybe it's just the mechanics of it, why a lot of people don't pick him up, but his ability to rotate, to get that final slash. We saw even being able to get that final slash on a Fanny, which was just outstanding play there. He does have a little bit of a high hero skill gap there that sometimes maybe a lot of people shies people away from wanting to pick that up. Though Falcons are looking at a Hylos ban as well, and there goes a Matilda taken off the board as well by Fluffy.
Yeah, so not too far apart from what we've seen today already. The Khalid, you kind of talked about it. It's definitely going to be highly prioritized, but the follow-up is a little bit more interesting, right? We have the Ling, the Harith that has been kind of taken off the board. Typically a mage pick, right? Has the potential here. You could go for something like the Aurora, the Minotaur, which with 4 roam bans off the table just makes it even more rewarding to pick it up early. So Fluffy Fighters have a lot that they could work with, but the opening from Falcon is something we don't expect, and we know it's going to have a lot of impact in the game.
The one thing we did see from the side, especially from the last series, is kind of matching up Khalid's offensive capabilities in the early game with the Jawhead, something else that has a lot of damage, a lot of impact on that early game, and even provides a decent amount of CC. But I want to say I assume that they're kind of waiting to see where some of these picks go. It's a bigger threat to something like a Ling than it is to possibly things like a Hayabusa, which can get away from it a little bit more easily. So we'll see what where these picks kind of go. Immediately coming in, the Edith pickup, the Vexana, and there is Old Faithful there. They're going to go with the Faramis pickup, which they used in their first series as well.
Yeah, the Faramis is very hard to deal with, but the Edith and also the Vexana, right? Edith is such a strong hero, and paired up with the Vexana, it's a double knockup, and we've seen successful Vexanas throughout today's matches already. And now coming out with a power pick, right? Falcon here coming out with the new jungler. It's going to be a little bit hard to deal with, but the Fluffy response is equally as aggressive. The Nolan gets picked up here, and it's going to deal tons of damage early on. It might have a faster jungle rotation than what the Falcon can provide.
Yeah, but I understand that Nolan's very fast. He's got a lot of damage. I'm expecting this second ban to probably focus down. I'm going to see Falcons probably take out the Claude. If not, that would be like my prime thing to pick up as Fluffy Fighters to try to contend with this Nether Realm that would come out. Because otherwise, you're always going to have to assume that Nolan's going in at a disadvantage. He's going to go in. He'll possibly get the Fracture. It's not the slowest thing in the world, so it's not like everybody's gonna be able to predict it, but I think it's more than able to have a Nether Realm contend with it when that Fracture comes out.
Yeah, so a lot of these meta teams, they like to pick physical junglers into a Magic side laner or Magic junglers into a physical side laner. So things like the Hair, the Natan, or even the Lunox are something that I think Falcon is going to look to prioritize. And just like you said, the Claude is a good pick for Fluffy. Potentially they could go for a Melissa, a little bit more unconventional, or even a Brody that has the ability to deal with the Nether Realm, the AoE that Side of Falcon has prepared. The Natan gets taken out here, but it potentially takes away an option of the magic damage dealer that Falcon may need themselves here.
Yeah, really interesting picks here. And then for the side of Fluffy Fighters, they're going to go ahead and take out the Tigreal, which we're going to have, because that's one of the big things right now I want to say is like we're missing a big amount of CC. There's a little bit that comes out from Alpha, which can be used for the setting. Oh, but they're going to go with the Moskov pickup here. It's going to provide a lot, especially depending on what they can actually match up against it. Moskov does a great job of, and in answer to yours, the Melissa picked up by Super on Falcon's side, but Moskov does a good job of once he gets fed, he can become that issue for the split pushing potential. Not just the split pushing, but how quickly he can get back into the fight with that Spear of Vengeance as well.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I play ranked games against the Moskov, and it's an absolute headache when the Moskov never rotates and just runs down his lane on the opposite end of the objective. And it's like, yeah, I'm gonna send somebody there, he does a Spear of Destruction, and he's gone across the map. So I get the pain, but here we go, a debut pick in the SPS series. Here we get to see the Minotaur, which has been widely used in the MENA and EU region. In North America, it's a little bit less, but it's been banned out so many times that we really haven't seen it perform. I'm excited to see how this Minotaur and Melissa both pair up together, because these are two unconventional picks that we don't get to see quite often.
Yeah, and maybe we're going to see how well we can possibly punish the Minotaur. One of the biggest things right now is why he kind of fell off being used like primarily is because they took away and toned down a little bit of his defense in that early game. Makes him very susceptible to a lot of this damage that comes out. And when we're looking at damage for Fluffy Fighters, we've got the Vexana, you've got the Nolan out there, even Grok deals a decent amount in the early game. But we are set up for our first series, our inaugural introduction to Fluffy Fighters taking on Team Falcons.
Yeah, is it gonna be the caw or the 1-2 papa? Who's gonna hit this one? You know, this is the exciting part. Like, we don't know what's gonna happen with the region that is so, I want to say top heavy. It's hard to describe a region being top heavy, but everyone up here is looking to compete. We just saw the #1 contender that won the last SPS open qualifiers. They were knocked out by Fluffy, and now Fluffy's gonna be the one here looking to contend and already an early invade.
Yeah, Ref Hafner having a lot of trouble. That's Khalid is doing some work up there already. And this is what we were talking about before. Like, Khalid really shines when you're being like super aggressive with him, when you're really able to slow down the gold and farming ability of the opposite assassin. And there already Fafner is going to have to go ahead and turn tail to his next buff before he can even get timed up there, and that's going to leave it at a huge disadvantage.
Oh, this is looking really bad here. The Nolan is on the opposite side of the map. I think he's decided to just potentially even give up the red or give up the pressure. The whole entire jungle is going to be cleared on the top side by Kenji here, and now he's even looking to invade onto the red side. Fluffy Fighters being I want to say cheesed here by the early damage of the Khalid.
I think he was actually able to get that orange buff too. Oh, big pop up there lands, but Kenji comes in, swoops in, snipes down Lito, and not a great start right now for Fluffy Fighters, as and now he's gonna have to turn his attention. You see Fafnir down at the bottom is gonna go ahead, start invading his enemy's jungle just to try to keep up that gold.
Yeah, this is one of the most devastating early advantages that any team, or disadvantage that any team has to face here. And Falcon pretty much providing a seminar for the side of Fluffy. He was like, we picked the Khalid, try to find a way to deal with it, because so far there's nothing that's stopping them.
Oh man, look at that. Gonna have to use the flicker to get himself out. Pemi came so close to taking one down and getting a 2-kill lead. Oh, coming in there now too as well. The Eternal Guardian comes out, another flicker comes out from Enzo.
Wow.
And a huge introduction for Fluffy Fighters right now to the meta. In comes the Nether Realm, and the Stampede is out as well. Team Falcons disengaging there, and hopefully Fluffy Fighters have warded off the worst of it.
But some response coming out from the Fluffy Fighters, right? Moskov was able to come in with the Spear of Destruction and picked off Super. So it's still a trade, right? 1K off. It's hard, especially early on, but it's not the end of things. Fluffy Fighters, I still think, you know, they have what it takes to be able to push through in this game. And I think the Khalid doesn't scale well into the late game. That's just my personal take. I also do believe the Grok doesn't scale well onto the later stage of the game. So both teams, you know, having early game built into their team comp at the sacrifice of the late game, but it depends on how the game goes on.
Ooh, big CC comes out there. Lito's gonna have to use that flicker to get away. Even uses the Primal Wrath, has to dash away. Kenji catching a pop-up, and that is gonna be Lito down. And unfortunate for Fluffy Fighters, not able to respond or create an opening of their own just yet.
And it's gonna smell trouble, right? The gold lead is just increasing slowly here. It was from a 1K to now 1.7K, 4 minutes in. Members of both teams are looking to go onto the objective, but it does seem like Falcon has a better advantage in terms of setting up for the team fight. The Minoan's Fury AoE knockup, you know, paired up with his first skill, that's a double knockup. They also have the Nether Realm, which we've seen teams just having not many response dealing with it, but we've also seen the Vexana do quite well here. So just really depends on how they play this out.
Yeah, and we're going to see a turtle going over to Team Falcons. That's going to be their second one of the game. Not really contended here. Such a great job of forcing in that early game to kind of offset Fluffy Fighters, who have yet to really, I want to say, catch their stride just yet. They've always just been reacting right now, and that's just not the position you want to be in a game like this, with how well Team Falcons looking to kind of scale into that mid and late game.
Yeah, but Fluffy played this out so smart. They set the Moskov onto the top side so early on, and they can't even, the Team Falcon did not get the tower push onto the bot side, and their top is actually the one that's being eaten away here. So a good macro strategy coming out from the side of Fluffy Fighters with the dive.
Yeah, the dive comes in. Kenji goes in after it. Rap Fafnir is not going to be able to make him pay. He's kind of deciding against this fight if he wants to go for it. He's got, a 2-level advantage right now. So maybe a wise decision by Fluffy Fighters there to not really engage with that. But you can see here, Alpha continually the nuisance to Fafnir everywhere he goes. He's going to go to sleep tonight, wondering if Alpha is hiding under his bed with how close he is traveling behind him.
He's gonna go sleep tonight, and the Khalid is just, you can hear the sandstorm just, you know, started around, and then tomorrow morning he wakes up and the Khalid is still there. So yes, definitely something that they have to watch out for, potentially, right? Just prolonging the game. But Kenji taken off here. A response coming out from Fluffy.
Yeah, because they do find the duo there. The lid looked like Fafnir called for a little backup. Sandstorm comes out there. Lito gets taken down, and the Nether Realm is out to keep the team topped up. Are they going to be able to get out of this tower? A lot of aggro going in there. A great job by Team Falcons to juggle some of that. And Lark finds himself a kill onto Enzo. It is a 5-2 lead right now for Team Falcons.
And Falcon walked into that tower pretty much they were sitting underneath that for 10 seconds. They had the Minnows Fury, they had the Minnows Heal. After that, they had the Nether Realm that was tanking and soaking up so much damage into some CCs. Falcons just bullying their way through some of these objectives, and yes, there is some response coming out from Fluffy. They're able to get a kill onto Kenji. They're able to trade some damage onto the top side, but this, you know, group up strategy that Falcom has created with the Minotaur, I can see why it's so hard to deal with, because he's just so tanky and nothing's stopping him.
Another road comes out just in the nick of time. Are they going to be able to turn this around? Lido getting bursted down, taken down. Super Sneed does find the kill on the other side. Fafnir finds a kill of his own, tried to even this up. They might have bit off a little bit more than they could chew. Super Sneed goes down, not before taking down a Pemi. Enzo with the kill there, and Lark finds a kill on the enemy jungler. Kills sitting at 8-4 right now with a 4K gold lead for Team Falcons.
I'm starting to feel like the Falcon side, they're just okay with trading deaths for towers, for objectives. The brute forcing their way through the side of Fluffy, like not even respecting the wild charge coming out from Penny, or even the Vexana ultimate, or even the Edith pressure, right? They're just bullying their way through. They pop the Nether Realm. The Minotaur is just there, and see, look, they don't care. They're okay with trading, and they're just being the bully in this situation.
Yeah, Pemi just could not withstand. Alpha's going to have to use that flicker to get out of there. Fafnir comes in with the fracture, does not find the kill. But you reminded me of the old saying where, you know, those generals are like, some of you may die trying to take this tower, but that is a risk I am willing to take. And that's kind of the way that Team Falcons is entering it. They're just kind of bulldozing their way in there. They're not, I want to say this isn't as organized as we've seen them, where they kind of take their time, trying to bait out the Lord. No, they're just like, charge in there, bro. You die, but we're going to get this tower down anyway. We're going to have to keep up this pressure to make sure Fluffy Fighters does not have any breathing room whatsoever.
Yeah, and it's honestly with good reasoning too, right? The early game that Falcon has created for themselves put Fluffy in such a huge deficit that they're not even worried. Look at it again. It's just bullying. Aldo don't care. He has the advantage early. He may die here, but Team Falcon, they're gonna push for even a better advantage somewhere else on the map.
Yeah, and just like that, coming there, Kenzie comes in, is able to find the kill, but Creep actually in trouble, came in with the Spear of Vengeance, but bit off just a little bit more than he could chew in the name of Kenji on that Suyo. Now, the rest of Falcon's gonna go ahead, start on this Lord, and I don't think Fluffy Fighters are gonna be able to contest this.
Yeah, it's not happening, Private. Suyo pretty much 1v2 bot side here. They got some advantage, and again, they're just okay with trading some deaths here. They've cleaned up almost all the outer towers for a death or two, right? And the game is only 10 minutes in, and they're looking for even more right now into the mid side.
Well, and then if you're looking at the score right now, Kenji is sitting at a 3-level lead over the top of players in a Fluffy Fighters right now. So anytime, oh my God, look at that. Just makes mincemeat out of Fafnir there. And this is kind of what, like, any type of team fight that happens with Team Falcons, if Kenji is there, you're gonna have a rough time right now being able to overtake him. The rest of the team kind of gathering around mid lane, trying to offset it. In comes the Minoan Fury. Grief takes a heap of damage. They might have bit off a little bit more than they can chew. They take down the tower very quickly. Pem takes a heap of damage. Light with the Primal Wrath is getting chunked down. Is it gonna be enough? Super Shreed does find a kill there as a Falcons, like clockwork, move to the bottom tower, trying to put some damage on there, and quickly gonna move up to the top.
Yeah, it seems like Falcon wants the next game. They get the flicker in a double man set, paired up with the Nether Realm here. All the sustains coming out from Team Falcon. Again, just leading their way, marching straight into their base. Looking to close out.
Yeah, and that's going to be a wrap. First game going to Team Falcons, 1-0 against Fluffy Fighters. What an introduction they gave to Fluffy Fighters.
I think, quite convincing here. It may just be the pressure that the Khalid was exerting at level 1. The cheese paid off here. But if we rewind back, Khalid has had such an aggressive take early on and still is able to get the victory even in late game situations. So this is a pick that I think Fluffy really needs to work against, or ban it out, pick it up, something. The response has to come in, and it's not with a Grok. They had the opportunity to pick a roamer that can potentially deal with some of the invades. You said earlier, the jaw hit, right? There's some damage that can be put onto the Khalid where he's just not able to kind of just walk into your base. But Falcon over here using the Khalid, highest damage dealt, sacrificed his level 1, walked into the jungle and completely denied Fluffy the opportunity to even push for a mid or late game here.
Yeah, and for me, the big thing here is the opening. Just because you have a Nolan on your team, just because he's super fast at clearing jungle, doesn't mean you don't have to assist him in the opening seconds of that. You could still use the roam, you could still use the mage to help him clear out his jungle and provide that assistance. And that's the protection you get when you help him so that he doesn't get invaded and your team isn't prepared to kind of head that off here. And they were just all over him throughout this entire game till the point of no return, where they had such a big gold lead that they didn't care. They were just walking in the towers, taking people down, and they didn't care who they lost because they knew they needed to keep up this pressure.
Yeah, and the Netherrealm impact was so huge there. The Minotaur, Minon's Fury also did a lot of work. So it just seems like the side of Falcon, the pieces of the puzzles were, quite comforting. They knew what they could and couldn't trade. There wasn't too much mistakes coming through, and Team Falcons secured this win quite perfectly here. Fluffy, I think they have to go back to their drawing board, potentially step up and see what went wrong, right? And see what they can do to fix some of those mistakes, because just in this game per se, it was a complete outclass, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. I want to say, it was a huge hole in the game plan, and that's that early game and that ability to protect Nolan. He only has one ability, and you saw there Alpha with the MVP there, just right from the beginning. He was all over the enemy jungler there. And I want to talk too a little bit about the composition style of Team Falcons when it comes to using that Netherrealm. We saw it in the first series that Falcons was with. They had the Netherrealm paired up with the demonic force of Phoveus, so that every single time Phoveus went in, boom, swooping in with that Netherrealm to make sure that he was topped up. Here, we saw it too. He came in as the Minoan Fury was going off, as Khalid came in with the Sandstorm. It's just some great synergy there, especially paired with the Sandstorm. And if I'm a Fluffy, I'm taking that off. I'm going to go ahead and probably ban that out. You cannot give that Netherrealm to them because they've shown how great they are at utilizing it.
And of course, it's at the sacrifice of a ban. There's still a lot that teams have to look to ban out, and especially if you are going to be on the second pick side, it's almost like you're forced to ban out Chip every game, and then you're left with 2 bans, right? You're going to take out the Netherrealm, sure, let's get that off. And then you're going to take out the Khalid, or you're going to allow the first pick. And then there's the Phoveus situation, which we've seen when Phoveus is first pick, especially if you don't have the Gato as a response, it just goes completely unchecked the whole game. He's just able to bounce around and get to that backline, start the team fight, end the team fight. He's going to be that guy here. So it's very dependable, but good news. We got Fluffy in the first pick in the driver's seat. So I kind of want to see how they deal with it. This is quite interesting here. Falcon with a very aggressive early game on the last series. What if they open Chip or something?
The one thing I was going to comment on is, unfortunately, because of the pace of that last game, we really don't know what Fluffy is capable of, because I mean, right from the get-go, they were pretty much cheesed down. I don't want to say it's not a valid strategy. It is. It happens and it works. And if it works to get you to victory, I mean, it's a winning strategy. But I mean, it's one of those things that you can immediately pick up if you're a decent team and be like, all right, guys, let's not make that mistake again. Let's make sure we have some assurance, something to kind of lead us in that early game. We left that open. We got the Nolan out there, but we didn't have anything that could protect him from the Khalid pick that was out there. That and I'm not gonna lie, we saw the Khalid pick coming from a mile away with the Gatakacha ban as well. So maybe they need to kind of expand their repertoire a bit to kind of include those things that can shut him down.
Yeah, so no Phoveus ban. Gato is still gonna be available. Fairmiss along with Aurora. So plenty of different picks. The Ling that was actually left open, nobody was looking to get to it. And then there's also that Soyu and Zushin. I mean, these new picks that are being shown here and there, it's almost like there's not enough bans to be able to deal with some of these. So it's, you know, early on in the stream, we talked about how balanced Mobile Legends seem recently, where there's so many picks that can fit in so many different roles, and that's really showing right now. Right, the Soyu gets taken off the board. I think that's a good response. They did not like Kenji on that hero whatsoever. And with some good responses, of course, Kenji was playing like perfectly in that last game here.
Yeah, not just that, but they got that early advantage, and we to the point where they were just waiting for Kenji to get his third ability. And we said he doesn't have an ult, so as soon as he gets third ability, he's pretty much max power. You add that to the fact that not only did he have his third ability, you had also slowed down the enemy Nolan jungle to the point he hadn't even gotten his first buff. So it was prime time for the side of Falcons there, and they're gonna go ahead and pick up that Khalid again. I do like the pickup here for the Gatakacha, because it's almost like daring. Go ahead, pick up the Khalid. We have some insurance here now. We're gonna see how well or how successful Alpha is this time with something like a Khalid standing in his way between him and the jungler.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen the win rates of the Khalid this time around. It's honestly a great pickup for any teams that are looking to just go a little bit more aggressive. But this Vexana is something that's a little bit interesting. I know a lot of teams love the Aurora, and with just a Gatakacha pick, is the Vexana that solid of a mage where it's like, I'll blind pick it to any matchup? But Team Falcon definitely feels so. The Vexana gets picked up so early on in the match. Now Fluffy with a response. The Hayabusa has been taken off the board plenty of times by plenty of different teams here. They get to pick it on. They get to pick him up along with the Moskov that they had in the last match. So they're still not going far off of the strategy that they had prepared in the game one. But I want to see how they deal with the early aggression that Alpha potentially is going to put off, or it might even be Koba in the roam position.
Yeah, here, kind of a signaling in for that early game. You have the Alpha coupled with the Khalid. That's going to be a massive early game surge for the Falcons here. And you're absolutely right. We don't really have anything early game to contend with it. Gatakacha, he's tanky enough to be that front line for the early game. But do we have something to kind of get us, especially when it comes to a lot of these team fights? You can at this point, Fluffy have an answer for the invades, but they don't have an answer for the early game objective fights, right? Just yet.
You know, the answer for the invades is the Gatakacha. I think it's like possible. It's not a complete, like, I'm gonna deny you away, right? The Khalid's gonna come in, swipe you 3 times. The Gatakacha gets his red bar up half, hits him once, and they call it even. No, like, the Khalid's gonna go away, running away happily and coming back and trading once again. So, yeah, I can see a little bit. It's gonna be a better trade than last time. right? You had the Grok coming in and the impact just was not there. And you talked about it. The mage can help the buff. Anyone can help the buff. I feel like Hayabusa here is also prone to that level 1 gank. Once he chooses which buff he goes to, and if the Khalid is unfortunately there, it's going to be a tough response. So I still think Fluffy need to find a little bit more aggressive early picks early on. They take away the Aurora and the Fair Mist. I would have liked the Fair Mist to be on Fluffy's side here. With those 2 picks gone, what are we talking about? Valentina, Zushin, potentially to deal with the early. I think that's not terrible.
They forced him back onto into this Melissa with the Claude and Wanwan bans here. You brought up a good point about him being very susceptible to that early game still, and kind of wondering if you're going to be worried about Khalid. We know he's going to be in the XP lane. Then that just kind of tells me maybe we start in the opposite buff of the XP lane. This way, if Khalid is going to invade, he's going to be taken pretty far away. And God forbid, if you're going to be able to punish him, you're going to be able to maybe take him down as you collapse around him. Then you're helping out your XP laner to kind of have that lone time he needs to kind of maybe get some gold up on the Khalid. Like I said, it just kind of comes down to understanding what you're going to be going for there. Ooh, so this is going to be very interesting. Like I said, there's not a lot of early game for Fluffy right now. So it's going to be very, they're going to be very careful about this.
Well, we don't know if the Khalid's going to go to the XP or the roam. And the Khalid is going to be going into the XP position. They come out with a small cheese here. The Angela that we haven't seen quite a bit before. I know the Alpha is really, really good with sustain. Like we had the Alpha Florin come out to style pretty much a season ago. So this time around, they're picking one out from that Ube-esque kind of strategy here. Now Fluffy with the Eve and the Tigreal. I know you're quite happy looking at these picks. It's a little bit different compared to the ones that we've seen earlier today.
Yeah, but like I said, it's really coming down to that mid and late game for some of those team fights. I'm just waiting. Maybe they're, I'm going to say that Falcons aren't going to dip too often into that early game invade meta. The only thing is, like, I mean, from last game, they were just kind of ruthless with it. Jesus. And I don't see much to contend with it right now. It's going to be an amazing game. I do like the potential of Fluffy's team fighting ability here, where you have the real world manipulation. You've got the implosion out there that come by. And already you can see Alpha in there trying to make a nuisance of himself as we start game 2 of Falcons taking on Fluffy Fighters, and Rap Fafter's getting forced away from his buff again.
You were saying earlier how, yeah, let's start on the opposite side of XP, but Falcom's like, you know what? XP, well, there's no XP lane. We're going all the way into your red buff and taking care of business there.
And Falcons were able to get that orange buff. They're trying, I think Lito gonna try to get the kill here. Super Speed uses the flicker, is able to get away. Okay, a flicker came out there from Enzo. They were able to clean up just a bit. I was about to say, at least to make them pay for it. But this is exactly what we were talking about. That early game, nothing to stop Alpha on that Khalid. Maybe just not respecting the damage that he can do early.
So something that we actually don't get to see in the statistics here, yes, Fluffy Fighter is up in terms of the gold, but in terms of the experience, they were denied so much. Kenji was already level 4, while the Hayabusa was just looking to clear onto the 2 camps onto the bot side. And now Kenji's just having a great time. He walks around the whole entire map. He is level 5 and the Hayabusa is only level 3. It shows you the advantage that Falcons get, and it's going to translate over to the next objective, which is going to be the turtle. You're going to see here, I think it's uncontested.
Yeah, Lido, there's not much he's going to be able to do for that, and they can't even contest this. This is kind of looking very similar. Ooh, he was trying, but he gets caught for his action, actually able to get away with the quad shadows. At least a little bit more of an attempt. I'm looking right now, especially as he comes back. They do know the cooldowns. Hopefully they're going to be able to provide some support. I feel like the roam is out of position. Oh, we do have an Avatar of the Guardian followed by the real world manipulation. Out comes the Sandstorm from Alphos, and the Heart Guard onto Kenji, finds a kill onto Lido. He's not done yet. What tower, he says, as he's going to go ahead and take down the roam as well.
Hey, that was not bad coming out from Fluffy Fighters. I didn't think that they would have a response, but they're able to get a kill off of that. Now Kenji comes out with a denying already. This is hard to watch. Level 7 Alpha walking into your jungle with an Angela ultimate on top of him, paired up with the Khalid that has the potential to sneak around in your back. Like, this is gonna bring nightmares, man.
Yeah, and they have that stuff on cooldown. They know when it's going to be up again. Alpha in a little bit of trouble here. Lido trying to chase him down. Isn't going to be enough. Wrap Fafnir on the back end. And probably was looking for the quad shadow, possibly into an ultimate, but not able to find it just yet. And he's just so far behind. So look at Team Falcons already in the enemy jungle, already refusing a ton of this farm to the side of Fluffy Fighters. We take a look at the replay here. The real world manipulation came out there, but still not able to capitalize. They were able to tie things up here, got 3 kills here. So, I mean, a good job by the side of Fluffy Fighters. But man, when it comes to the aggressiveness of Team Falcons, Fluffy Fighters have yet to find an answer.
I don't know what's worse, this game or the game before. I'm rooting for the Fluffy Fighters, but again, the early cheese strategy, it takes some guts to be able to do it. But Team Falcons pretty much going completely unchecked here. Walking around saying, this is my buff, that is my camp, you don't get any today. And the response coming out from the side of Fluffy is just not there right now.
Oh man, and another engagement as Fluffy Fighters got a little bit too close. Kenji finds a kill onto Pemi from the back end. Super Steed does get taken out by Light. Enzo finds a kill onto Kenji. A flicker in there onto Super means that they are able to turn it around. A 6-4 lead now for the side of Fluffy Fighters. Now starting to show some signs of life. This might be the first turtle for Fluffy Fighters of the series.
Yeah, that's not bad. The combination of the real world manipulation paired up with the Gato ult, it's almost like a guaranteed lockdown on any of the units that don't have a dash, and heroes like the Alpha, where after using the ultimate, it's gone. But implosion here.
Yeah, he gets caught there trying to put out the damage. Alpha is going to be able to find an escape. We do have the Eternal Guardian out, but that they make short work of that tower. So here, Fluffy Fighters, I mean, the early game started out the same, but I want to say the composure of Fluffy Fighters is a lot more commendable in this game, as they're able to find answers very quickly.
Well, Enzo is having quite a happy time, and when it comes down to Eve's carrying the game, it's like it slows you down and it deals damage, and it's not a big burst, but it just comes over time, and the longer that you have to deal with it, the more annoying it gets to be. And heroes like Alpha, Khalid, Angela, even the Vexana, they all suffer against Eve just due to the fact that there is no dashes. Even the Melissa is gonna have a hard time reaching the Eve when the real world manipulation comes up. So although Fluffy Fighters was cheesed in the beginning, it seems like they found a little bit of a rhythm.
Oh, yeah, you see that the Heart Guard comes out there, actually getting stunned out. Avatar the Guardian comes out as well. Damage and chaos at the lane as Pemi finds a kill onto Super Steed. Enzo finds a kill onto Alzo, and Lido still trying to put the button onto Super. Is it enough? He gets slowed down and taken from the back by Lark. 8-6 right now. Still in favor of Fluffy Fighters, but a 2K almost gold lead for Team Falcons.
Yeah, and I don't know if Falcons have another opportunity to have a big throw or a big team fight that they lose Kenji and they lose an objective. I don't know if they actually have it in their tank to be able to do so and still walk out alive. They had the cheese early, they played it well. They sacrificed some of the units, some of the lanes, but now they have to look to play more perfect, or else Fluffy's going to be able to come back here.
Ooh, Rap Fafnir able to, oh, that sandstorm with the flicker. There was a small glimmer of hope where he saw the light, thought he was going to be able to get away, but that flicker closed down that hope. Not only that, but basically Kenji has said that you need to go ahead and take a nap because your dreams are going to be the only time you find yourself a buff here in this game again. Another kill there. Lark finds a kill onto Enzo while the rest of Team Falcons finds a tower down. Now starting to try to chase down Lido. They're going to go ahead, try to zone him out. Out come the quad shadows from Rap Fafnir, but he's still not going to be able to contend or get this orange buff.
Yep, and the steamroll now begins, but the side of Team Falcon, they have to kind of decide who is going to be dealing with that Moskov. They send up the Khalid, and I think that's a good choice. Now, Falcon, they still kind of lack in terms of a front line. If you look at this 4-man unit without Khalid, they just have an Angela, they have a Vexana ultimate, and they have a Melissa. Who is going to be able to tank the Tigreal ult? Who is going to be able to force the real world manipulation? I actually think Fluffy have potentially the composition to deal with the aggressiveness that Falcon has ended up putting, but they have to choose a good fight here.
Ooh, Lido is going to use that Avatar of the Guardian to get out. A big combination here coming from them. Pushed under the tower. Alpha takes some tower shots there. Is going to use that healing. Lark swinging away, putting on the damage. That is 2 down for Fluffy Fighters, bringing that lead to 8-11 right now. And another tower down for Fluffy Fighters.
Genji, hello? Going in this deep here? You know, I don't know how many, dots that the real world manipulation allow you to press, but I can guarantee you, Enzo pressed on top of Kenji the whole entire time, probably hit him 20 times. and the alpha is still alive. Like, that's just showing you the early game domination paired up with the Angela. Oh, it's too much to deal with. Falcon looking to close onto the game here.
Yeah, and you were talking about like what kind of front line that they have there. Oh, in comes the sandstorm, catches 2 members coming in for the damage, catches a pop-up there. We do have the real world manipulation out, followed by the implosion. They are still able to get away, and that's just telling you the level gap that is out here. Lord finally taking down 1 down for Fluffy Fighters as the rest of Team Falcons move on to the mid-high ground tower. Now starting to put their pressure out there. Fafnir does put out the quad shadows, but is not able to find a target. Right now, the Goldie 10K at 10 minutes right now for Team Falcons. And now we do have minions crashing at the mid, looking for an opportunity. Kenji comes in with the alpha charge. Heartsguard has latched onto the alpha. Down goes Fafnir and Lito. Alpha finds a kill onto Pemi. This could be it for Team Falcons, probably bringing us to the quickest series of the night. Team Falcons find a clean sweep over Fluffy Fighters.
Oh man, the cheese coming out from Falcon. Even besides that though, Falcon played a great game, and it all came down to the draft. They were able to complete the draft. They found the holes that were missing in terms of Fluffy Fighters' early game, and they took advantage, not only in the first game, but the second game where Fluffy Fighters was able to find a strategy, devise something up, and find something that can deal with the aggressiveness. Falcon still prevailed. They used this Khalid pick over and over with the early aggression, and they're able to just deny away so much opportunity. They didn't even give Fluffy a fair fight, in my honest opinion. They just took the advantage and took him out, gave him a little hope, and took it all away in 10 minutes.
Yeah, that was a very dominating game by Falcons. And this is kind of, especially this is more likely what happens with a lot of those new teams that kind of come into the scene to take on some of the bigger heads.
Contenders.
when it comes to the Snapdragon series. Fluffy Fighters got a rude awakening here, but I expect to see more from them, especially getting to this level already. I mean, we've already seen they were able to beat Birthright, so there is some hope for them. There is some contention. They just need to kind of go back at it to review these games and see where they made the mistakes. Because I'm going to tell you, like, at this level, when you leave those openings, especially at the beginning, it's just a steamroll, and it's going to be harder and harder to catch that snowball from some of these pro teams. And especially with how Falcons was playing, they put the pedal to the metal right away and did not let up.
Definitely a welcome to the open qualifiers of SPS series. Like, they're welcoming the cutest mascot of the games, and they're completely denying them the opportunity to even have a fair, like, 5-minute. And it's all funs and game, and it's a complete fair play. The strategy that was devised by Team Falcons, you can't take that away. It's a risk that they're willing to put in, and it paid off in dividends here. Lark with the MVP on to the gold lane, 4-0-5. I'm not sure if that's a Melissa or if that's the mage. I think it's the mage here. The Vexana doing quite well in the whole entire game. His teammates was dying left and right, but he was the one that kept the straight face and made sure his team kept on going.
Yeah, that's Melissa did a great job here for the team here, and it was picked twice, so you know he's very comfortable on it, and did a great job. Last MVP I think went over to the Khalid pick there up as well. So I mean, a great job here by Team Falcons in a very firm and decisive victory for them.
Well done. Completely just took Fluffy out of the fight, didn't even give him a breathing chance. It really does show you the experience difference. Liz, how did you like that series?
It was a tough fight. I mean, the Clouds couldn't take it no more. Falcons is one of the best teams in MENA. They've always been for many seasons, so obviously they do have that experience. And if I want to point out, there's one person in MENA that really likes to play Alpha. It is Kenji from Falcons. We saw how he pulled out the Alpha, and then you guys actually mentioned that Assassin meta. Alpha might be a little bit out of meta, but it looks like Kenji still mastered the craft and then show us how strong Alpha can still be in this current meta.
I mean, the teams going up to the Alpha definitely have to be sure to either take that out or have a better strategy coming up against Team Falcon.
Yeah, it's a learning experience for sure with these teams. As we can go ahead and take a look at the results thus far, you can see that Falcons will be moving on to face on GK. And that should be a very exciting match, especially with what we saw here. With how strong and how much energy and offense that Falcons was able to put out.
Yeah, and can Falcons take their revenge against GK, currently who's leading in the MPL meta? But Falcons, they've always been so strong. This time they get to actually have another chance to go up against GK. So we are super excited for that matchup coming up very soon. But for the teams that were pushed down to lower bracket so far, they're not completely out of the tournament yet. We still get to see them potentially move out of the lower bracket. And the good thing about this is that both the upper bracket and the lower bracket are best out of 3s. So there's not a huge difference. It's just really depends on who got the better skills, who got the better games, who got the better drafts.
Anything could happen. We've seen, teams that we didn't even expect make it far and go all the way to the end. And we've definitely seen teams that we felt like they were contenders go out on a loss here and there. So good luck, guys.
Yeah, big props to all the teams that have competed here. But man, some of those powerhouses really showing that experience that they have here and putting it on flex.
But I do think Fluffy Fighters might be Private's new favorite underdog team. We'll find out as we continue the series. But we will take a short 5-minute break, guys, and we'll be back with you for the last series of the day, GK versus Falcons.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
We are back for the last series, upper bracket finals between GK versus Team Falcons, and the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 is brought to you by Liz.
And
Is this UA?
And UA.
Private answer.
You know, they got my real name up here, and we just call Private Dancer Private Dancer. Like, you know, I respect it. It is my name, but
Your government name.
hey, let's. I don't even want to go on where the UA comes from, because then that's the whole government name. Let's go on to this match, GK versus Falcon, right? There is some history between both these teams because they do play each other in the MPL. And from what I see so far, it was a 2-0 sweep in the playoffs. GK has won against Falcon, but before that in the regular season, Falcon has actually took the victory 2-1. So it's a back and forth between both of these teams, but GK definitely has the steam rolling behind them. And when we compare the two matches from before, GK was extremely solid, played a regular game and beat them towards the late, versus Falcon decided to go a different route, right?
For me, I want to say the big thing, especially for that last series, Falcons really showed. I want to say it was a huge drafting discrepancy between them, where they were able to spot off those holes. Not a lot of early game coming from Fluffy, and they were really able to capitalize on it. The only thing that really kind of tells me with GK and Falcons is that because they've traded so much, it does mean that they're probably on an even skill tier to be able to kind of take each other on. So this could go either way. We could be looking at another a full 3 series here between these two teams.
I mean, we always like to see the teams go the distance, and we know that Falcons are hungry for that victory, hungry for another chance to face up against the top in their in their region right now.
Yeah, I mean, a team that you beat it during the regular season has now gone up for the potential for
and you're eliminated.
Yeah, this is something to be mad about. And I think if Falcon's able to channel the energy into a direction where they're able to spot out some weaknesses, just like how they did in the Fluffy Fighters match, this could smell trouble for GK. Although GK has known, you know, in the last few matches to win in the early game, win in the mid game. Falcon's also an aggressive team that has found advantages in the early and mid game.
For me right now with both of these teams, the big thing right now for me is the contention of that Khalid. I'm almost at the point where I would be like, let's just take that off the board. Let's see what else everybody has here, because the Khalid, I'm getting tired of it. I'm tired of them having to draft against it. It's become a huge factor for a lot of these games that I want to say, without the Garikacha, not a lot of teams have been able to find an answer for.
I mean, it is the homegrown hero from the MENA region, the Khalid. I saw a huge poster of Khalid at MSC this year, so definitely, you know, it is the hero of MPL MENA. So we can expect to see that, and I also expect to see a lot more Natans. I don't know why they are so in love with Natans. We don't actually see Natan a lot in the NACT, surprisingly, but we did get to see it a lot today, and I'm wondering why.
You know, late game canon. If the Khalid is in the picture, Khalid, I think, looks for somebody that does a lot of damage late game. And, you know, Natan, opposite damage. I think it's like tomato. I don't think it's a tomato situation. Maybe it's just, you know, the ice and the fire paired up together. It allows the early game advantage to be paired up with the late game advantage, and it could just work out really well for these teams here.
Well, one thing that we have seen the example from, especially last game, is there needs to be that balance in your draft. We can't just continually lay on the hopes and dreams of that late game, of the scaling. You've talked about the accession with Natan, and we saw it like a successful in one game that dare I say was kind of a fluke. They were able to turn around a fight out of nowhere and get it, but then the next two games, he had a very rude awakening there, especially once you counter the fact that he needs 4-5 items to start coming online. He's not a bad pick to me. It's just I feel like there's so many better ones that could fit into that lane, especially as I talked about before. Gold lane is pretty flexible. We don't have to be confined by the shackles of a marksman in that gold lane anymore. There's so many other picks that can kind of go in there.
Yeah, and he's not the strongest late game hero as well for Natan. There's other marksmen that have more versatility and more mobility towards the late game and more damage. So we want to see more diversity in that lane as well. But I do like the fact that we saw a Jawhead today. I like seeing Jawhead getting played. I don't like playing against it. I don't like my teammate having it as well, because I always have to buy that potion. Remember that. Yeah, so a lot to look forward to. I think both of these teams are just getting ready now. But if, for example, Falcons actually does take a victory against GK, does that mean they are the strongest team right now in MENA?
No. There's still a lot that MENA offers as a region. It's just so interesting to see such a top-heavy domination coming out from these 4 to 5 teams, where all of them have had victories against each other. All of them had close matches, and you can see it when they pair up against each other. I think this possibly is gonna go the distance. It's either GK, 2-1s, or maybe it might be a steamroll. I think GK actually has it in the bag, just with the momentum they have behind them.
For me, the big thing I'm kind of looking for, that I kind of look for a lot of teams, is because I want to say when it comes to EU, when it comes to MENA, they're a lot more comfortable kind of relaxing to kind of get into some of those late games. They do seem I want to say that what I see in them from as accustomed to North America, they do kind of like to get those kills. They do like to get those fights. Oh, especially the last series we just saw, where they're just kind of going, it was just absolute complete chaos, to the point that Falcons understood a lot better where their power spikes were, what they could take as a team that was so far ahead, whether it's 5k gold, 3k gold. They knew what type of fights they could take, and they didn't care. They were just forcing the objectives. It didn't matter how many people that they lost into it. One thing that I kind of want to see when it comes to EU, when it comes to MENA, are these things that kind of take that early game aggression that we've started seeing creep up through all of the regions, and start using that to kind of force into objectives a lot faster. Because the one thing is that's been that's been the winning goal for a lot of C teams, which is these objectives. Get those objectives. That's the focus. If you get a kill, it needs to result in an objective. Or every single point that you're out there on the map, it's like, how can I force an objective out of this? That should always be on your mind.
Yeah, get that macro game on track. This is not a brawl game. You are there to take down that crystal. So every kill, like you mentioned, has to accumulate into something bigger. And now, can we take a quick recap of the rosters for both sides, just so we are on the same page? Do we have a roster for GK Esports? I mean, we saw these two teams play it out already. For GK, we have Samo on XP, Zeno on the jungle, Smile in the mid lane, Carvey on the gold lane, and Shen on the roam.
Yeah, and
yeah,
let's be honest. Do we really need another introduction for both of these teams? These guys are powerhouses. Both of these teams are well known throughout their whole entire region to dominate at the highest level possible here. But another introduction, Team Falcon. We have Alpha, Ryzen, Region, Koba, and also Super. This is going to be a very bloody match, in my opinion. Falcon looking for the revenge of the MENA playoffs, while the side of the other side is just going to try to take care of business and clean things up here.
Well, and when we come to the drafts and things like that, it was actually kind of shocking from the beginning when we had the first series, and I didn't really see a Jawhead, which has been like a really big answer that we've seen. For a few games in North America, we saw the Jawhead coming in to be that counter, that early game counter for a lot of teams.
Yeah, we are going to take a short break and we'll be back really quickly for this series. Thank you guys for being so patient with us. Unfortunately, there is an emergency with Falcons, so their match will be pushed for tomorrow. So today, that is the day. We had 3 incredible matches that came to the distance, and we're so excited to see how the teams progress tomorrow to have our top 4 finalists moving into challenge season. Now, for the casters, can you take us through what happened today?
Yeah, so today in our very first game, we did have R8 going up against Falcom, a best of 3 series that went all the way through, along with our game number 2, Twisted Minds versus GK, which is, you know, a little bit of a sneak peek coming out for the grand finals. Again, Private, this match went all the way to game number 3.
Yeah, and just to touch on the R8, it was nice to see that Falcons, it was nice to see that at least the first 2 series is very even. No real like stomp matches there, which is what we've been talking about, is how big that pool is at the top of the MENA and EU region when it comes to some of these staple teams who are just so evenly matched. It was nice to see Falcons kind of get a little bit of revenge to R8 from their loss last season here. And then, unfortunately, Falcons, I mean, really found the source, knew exactly what they needed to do against fluffy fighters, took them out with a clean sweep. And as we said, unfortunately, GK and Falcons will not be showing today. It will be tomorrow.
Yeah, and if you can see in the lower bracket, R8 actually got eliminated, and Birthright is moving on in the lower bracket. So some games were played while off stream, and tomorrow we get to see some of the rest of the lower bracket games, the ones who already progressed through and knocked out some of the opponents. So yeah, I think the only one hurt today was the Fluffy Cloud coming in from Fluffy Fighters, unfortunately. But they still have a match to play tomorrow. So we're excited to see that coming from them. Any last words from our casters to wrap up the day?
I mean, it's honestly been such a exciting and eventful matches that we've had, especially on our first, our second, and even the 3rd series here. I'm actually just excited to see what's going to come out tomorrow, because just judging off the matches, the levels of today, we are in for some great series for tomorrow's matches.
I'm always excited to see what EU and MENA have to offer, because it's not a region that typically is covered very often. I know there's huge communities, huge amount of viewers, that people that love these regions and would love to see more. I am so excited to see what they brought here. And like I said, it's always great to see what these little spices, little different things that each region has, whether it's like Liz had talked about the priority of Khalid, because it's probably like a hometown hero when it comes to characters for a lot of these regions, but it's always exciting and always a pleasure.
Yeah, and that wraps it up for us guys today. Thank you for staying with us for so long, and we're so excited to see you guys again tomorrow for the rest of the matches. That is from our casters. We'll see you tomorrow.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Let the weak melt away! Killing spree! Got beauty! Taking the kill back! Prime time, baby!
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Bye.